thought leaders, technology enablers, and policy and opinion makers to discuss the future readiness and growth of the MSME sector. Here, we will focus on growth strategies of MSMEs, which will demonstrate the synergy between the MSME sector, sustainable manufacturing practices, and newly emerging technological trends. I am Smriti Rastogi, and I'll be hosting you for this first edition of Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave 2023. We indeed appreciate you all taking out your valuable time and being a part of this endeavor of ours. Let me take a moment to give you a brief on the prestigious Jagran New Media. It is a digital wing of Jagran Prakashan Limited, India's leading media conglomerate. With pan-India presence and wide reader base, Jagran New Media is impacting 84.5 million users and counting. Source, ComScore, multi-platform, February 2023. Today, with the meticulously curated fireside chats and panel discussions, we will be decoding various aspects related to the MSMEs, particularly when India has entered the Amrit Kal and our G20 presidency has definitely opened new promising gateways. Among the various topics which we will be touching upon in this conclave include MSME growth in India, digital transformation of MSMEs, easing the adoption of digital solutions for MSMEs, enabling women entrepreneurs, opportunities for raising funds for MSMEs, enabling access to finance for MSMEs in India. We will be discussing them and much more in the day. But before moving ahead, let me take a pause here for a moment and thank all our partners for making this event possible. This event is supported by Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, our state partner Uttarakhand Shasan, and our MSME financing partner Godrej Capital. Our gratitude to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all put our hands together and appreciate the efforts of all our sponsors and partners for making this event possible. Well, and to delve deeper and understand what this conclave means for us, let us have a look at the event audiovisual clip. Team, can we have the audiovisual clip, please?
जागरण न्यू मीडिया स्वागत करता है आपका जागरण बदलाव एमएसएमई कॉन्क्लेव में। आजादी के 75 साल बाद भारत आत्मनिर्भर होने की ओर अग्रसर है। देश की इकॉनमी $5 ट्रिलियन की तरफ अपने कदम बढ़ा चुकी है। वैश्विक स्तर पर भारत एक सुपर पावर बनकर उभर रहा है और इस सफर में योगदान है देश की एमएसएमई कंपनियों का, स्टार्टअप से लेकर यूनिकॉर्न्स तक का और ढेरों दूरदर्शी इनोवेटर्स का, ऐसे हीरोज का जिन्होंने अपने हौसले बुलंद रखे और आज नए भारत के निर्माण में अपना योगदान देने में कहीं से भी पीछे नहीं है। वो लोग जिन्होंने वक्त के आगे का सोचा और इस नए भारत की जरूरतों को समझा। दैनिक जागरण सलाम करता है ऐसे ही विजनरीज को। जागरण बदलाव एमएसएमई कॉन्क्लेव 2023 के मंच पर हमारा उद्देश्य है उन्हीं स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेटर्स के साथ जुड़ना और पैनल डिस्कशंस, प्रेजेंटेशंस और इंटरैक्शंस की मदद से उन्हें एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम दिलाना जहां वो अपने विचारों को सही लोगों तक पहुंचा सके और भारत के नवनिर्माण के लिए साथ मिलकर प्रयास कर सके। जागरण बदलाव एमएसएमई कॉन्क्लेव का मूल उद्देश्य एमएसएमई सेक्टर को मजबूत बनाने की दिशा में एक संवाद शुरू करना, संभावनाएं और चुनौतियों पर बात करना, जिससे आत्मनिर्भर बनने का रास्ता और स्पष्ट हो सके। तो आइए एमएसएमई के सहयोग के साथ मिलकर बदलते हैं भारत के संकल्प को और मजबूत करें और प्रोत्साहित करें उन छोटे उद्योगों को जो आने वाले समय में भारत निर्माण के सूत्रधार होंगे। हम बढ़ेंगे, हम समृद्ध होंगे, क्योंकि हमारे पास देश की टॉप कंपनियों के साथ एमएसएमई का मजबूत आधार है। जागरण बदलाव एमएसएमई कॉन्क्लेव 2023। Think big, think smart.
Well, what a powerful start to the day. Let us, with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate our team's efforts in propelling this unique idea. Can we have the applause a bit louder? It's just the start of the morning. Thank you once again. And now I would request Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO, Jagran New Media, to kindly come and deliver the welcome address. A brief into his illustrious career first. A dynamic young leader, Mr. Bharat Gupta is the vision and force behind the success of Jagran New Media. An industry-recognized leader, Mr. Gupta is also serving as the director to the International News and Media Association South Asia Board, and also the Misinformation Combat Alliance Association. He is a governing council member at the Internet and Mobile Association of India and on the board of the esteemed International Fact-Checking Network. The founding member of Digital News Publishers Association, he was recognized in 2021 by Great Place to Work as one of the India's best leaders in the time of crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome a young dynamic leader, Mr. Bharat Gupta.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings and warm welcome to the MSME Conclave BADLAV 2023. We are thrilled to share some exciting facts with you that demonstrate the tremendous impact of MSMEs on the Indian economy. Over the past 10 years, MSMEs have contributed 30% to the GDP and 40% to export in the last 3 decades. Additionally, they make up to 33% of the total manufacturing output. India is a diverse nation with a population of 1.4 billion, making it the world's most populous nation. But how many of us know that with 720 million internet users and only 50% penetration, India is also the largest internet population in the world. With over 65% of our population under the age group of 35, it is also the youngest population. And keeping in mind that it has 28 states, 8 union territories, 179 languages and 544 dialects, India is truly diverse in every possible way. And that is what India is all about, right? The literacy rate is now at 73% and increasing, but that is where the potential is. In March 2020, India's GDP reached $3.7 trillion, displacing UK to become the 5th largest economy in the world. And IMF projects that by March 2027, India will become the 3rd largest economy in the world with 5.4 billion GDP, right? So that is where India is poised to grow. But all of this can happen only and only when this growth is diverse. It is inclusive of every strata of society, and it offers an equitable chance for everyone to participate. And I think DEI are the 3 pillars to make India grow. The MSE sector will soon become the largest employment provider in India. Already with over 1.64 crores MSME, they offer jobs to about close to 10 crore people in India. And this is yet just the beginning. Clearly, MSMEs are the growth engines of the new Indian economy. However, one of the biggest challenges that they face is a credit gap problem, followed by new age technology adoption, thus limiting them to scale and sustain in this new global economy. Research shows that MSME receive a small share of credit from the financial system, with more than 80% of MSMEs not receiving any financing and struggling to get even a 50,000 rupees loan. How can Open Credit Enablement Network, or OCEN, can help in this regard? I think that's something for all of us to ponder and work towards. As BADLAV, or change, as we like to call it, we have 3 pillars where we want to concentrate on today, which is literacy, advocacy, and policy. Literacy. The platform aims to empower MSMEs by equipping them with the information and knowledge of tools, financial instruments, and policies that are already existing for MSMEs. Not every MSME knows what the government has planned, the kind of tools which are available, the kind of financial options. So how do we, as media, as a community, create this whole voice around the options which are already available? Advocacy. bringing in tech, financial, and knowledge partners to ideate, innovate, and collaborate a Web 3.0 based growth architecture for accelerating this change. And finally, policy, to understand, deliberate, and formulate progressive ideas towards a conducive environment for MSME scale and sustainability. This is much required, my friends, to accelerate India inclusively towards the third largest economy. At Jagran New Media, we are committed to a mission of enabling and empowering New India through knowledge, information, and voice towards an inclusive and progressive society. With over 100 million users on a monthly basis and 7 audience platforms, we are amongst the top 10 user info companies in India and amongst the top 30 globally. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope to see all of us work as a strong community of change towards a mission of inclusive and progressive India. Let us build for India, solve for India, and revolutionize India, and that is all I request to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to a great session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. We really look forward to making this initiative unique and successful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special message from the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami. I request my team to kindly play the video clip.
नमस्कार नमस्कार जागरण न्यू मीडिया की इस नई पहल जागरण बदलाव कॉन्क्लेव के लिए मैं आप सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। यद्यपि इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित होने की प्रबल इच्छा थी, परंतु शासकीय एवं पूर्व निर्धारित कार्यक्रमों में अत्यधिक व्यस्तता के कारण मैं आपसे वर्चुअल माध्यम से जुड़ रहा हूं। जागरण न्यू मीडिया की अभिनव पहल जागरण बदलाव एमएसएमई सेक्टर को मजबूत बनाने के साथ साथ भारत सरकार के आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को भी मजबूती प्रदान करती है। हमारे देश की इकोनॉमी $5 ट्रिलियन की तरफ अपने कदम बढ़ा चुकी है, लेकिन एमएसएमई सेक्टर के सहयोग के बिना ये ग्रोथ संभव नहीं है। आज विश्व की कई रेटिंग एजेंसियों का भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को लेकर सकारात्मक रुख है। इसके पीछे भारत सरकार द्वारा लिए गए कई महत्वपूर्ण फैसले रहे हैं। इन्हीं में से एक एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए फंड जुटाना और उन्हें बेहतर टेक्नोलॉजी प्रदान करना भी शामिल है, ताकि यह सेक्टर तेजी से विकास कर भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती प्रदान कर सके। हमारी सरकार ने भी एमएसएमई सेक्टर के विकास के लिए कई प्रयास किए हैं जो नई संभावनाएं पैदा करती हैं। मैं जागरण न्यू मीडिया को इस जागरण बदलाव पहल के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। इस तरह की पहल न केवल एमएसएमई सेक्टर में क्षमताओं और संभावनाओं की बात करती है, बल्कि एमएसएमई सेक्टर की चुनौतियों के समाधान पर भी ध्यान आकर्षित करती है। मैं जागरण न्यू मीडिया के सीईओ भरत गुप्ता जी, राजेश उपाध्याय जी, कमलेश रघुवंशी जी और पूरे जागरण परिवार को जागरण बदलाव कॉन्क्लेव के आयोजन के लिए अपनी हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करते हुए बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and motivational message. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing this conclave with an important and vital keynote address on the topic, enabling startups and MSMEs with business-friendly policies. I would welcome Dr. Kajal, IAS, Director, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Government of India, to kindly come up on the stage and address the August gathering. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Kajal, for gracing the occasion.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, my esteemed panelists, speakers, members in the audience, everyone, a very good morning to all of you. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here in this conclave, which is organized by the Jagran's New Media. And we are going to talk about this importance of MSMEs and startups and how we can build this enabling ecosystem in the country. This topic holds great importance not only on a national level, but also for the development of smaller economies spread across our cities and towns. Also, it's very great time for us to have this conclave with the International MSME Day, having just passed on 27 June, honoring the critical role played by MSMEs in today's day and age with their contribution to the global economy. MSME sector, as Mr. Bharat Gupta already said, it's a highly vibrant and dynamic sector of our Indian economy and has become a significant contributor to the social and economic development. It has fostered entrepreneurship and generated large employment opportunities at a comparatively lower capital cost, and next only to the agriculture. Overall impact has already been reiterated. I'm not going to reiterate this whole facts. It has given a responsible growth, a sustainable growth, and we have seen a large number of people being employed in MSMEs in the past few decades. It provides a platforms for people to start their own businesses, encouraging self-reliance and creativity. Now the change is happening. The youth is thinking differently. They don't want to run or be employed for others. Rather, they want to be employed for themselves. They want to be their own bosses. Many successful enterprises today began as small-scale ventures and have grown into major companies. We have seen a lot of successes in the past few years. Another important segment that we talk about today is about the startups. They are the key drivers for innovation and job creation in the country. And as we see, this is a rapidly changing global landscape with the advent of technology. The startups are quickly changing and adapting to new market conditions and develop innovations across traditional and emerging sectors. It is very, very now easy for the startups to reach customers around the world, and this has led to the emergence of global startups. It has disrupted the traditional industries and have become a household names in countries around the world. The government has also started many initiatives to promote the startups as we see it is the growth of our nation, and we are today, because of those efforts, we can see that this has resulted in more than 98,000 DPIIT recognized startups in the country, with at least one recognized startup in every single state and UT, which is spread across 669 districts. This phenomenal contribution of our MSMEs and startups have been a result of these various efforts, and particularly that conducive environment that we are trying to create. Particularly, if you see, the budget outlay has been enhanced in 3.4 times in the past 6 years, and the government has been very proactive in introducing schemes to relieve the pain points for entrepreneurs and facilitate their growth. The biggest grievance, as mentioned, in the sector was the limited access to traditional sources of capital. Capital which is very, very critical for these enterprises to get off the ground running. Schemes such as Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, ECLGS, has delivered additional credit to more than 1.3 lakh MSMEs. As a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat package, the Self-Reliant India Fund was set up to further address these capital challenges and provide equity investment for growth-oriented MSMEs and support of rupees 10,000 CR to the Mother Fund. Alternatively, we have this credit guarantee trust for MSMEs, which is facilitating an additional credit of almost 2 lakh CR for these enterprises. The world is becoming increasingly digital, and as we enter into this India's decade, a very well formulated and executed digital infrastructure policy has the potential for uplifting our MSMEs even further in the coming years. In the recent years, the government has built steadily on this transformative potential of digital technology, and multiple initiatives have been implemented to help them drive in this era of digital age so that they can enhance their competitiveness and overcome these traditional barriers to growth. We have created this common procurement place, which is known as Government E-Marketplace, the GEM, which is a very, very crucial element of good governance. It accelerates growth and overall development of the nation. It has brought transparency, usability, inclusiveness, visibility, and speed in public procurement. It is evident with this platform having attained an annual procurement of rupees 1 lakh CR within financial year 21-2022, 160% growth, which is compared to the last financial year. In a short span of 5 years, this portal has become one of the biggest government e-procurement portals in the world, with annual procurement having surpassed rupees 2 lakh CR in financial year 2023, which is a growth of 88% from the previous year. Total 8 lakh approximately MSE sellers and service providers are registered on this GEM portal, and 55% of the orders on GEM portal has been from MSMEs in the year of financial year 2023. Another thing that we all know is about Udyam registration, where MSMEs can register themselves, and this was launched in 2022 2020 to smoothen the process of registration and establishment of these enterprises. This process has made it entirely paperless with self-certification. Again, another portal which is known as Champions Portal. A few days back, MSME Ministry has given this launch of Champions 2.0, and this portal has 3 major objectives. One is to capture new opportunities, identify and encourage the sparks like the potential MSMEs who can withstand the current situation, become international champions, and their redressal of grievances. Again, one more thing is trade receivables discounting system. The pain point of this sector was constraints in obtaining adequate finance, particularly in their ability to convert their trade receivables into liquid funds. To address this pan-India issue, setting up and operating this trade receivables discounting system has been conceptualized. It's a payment system for uploading, accepting, discounting, trading, and setting invoices and bills of MSMEs and facilitating both receivables as well as the payables factoring. MSME sellers, corporate and other buyers, including government departments, PSUs, and financiers are direct participants here, and all transactions processed under this system are without recourse to MSMEs. It has been an astounding success and has helped thousands of enterprises in the country, and number of invoices financed through this system has just doubled in just 1 year. We can see from approximately 8 lakh and involving approximately 20,000 CR in 2021 to 17.3 lakh invoices involving 40,000 CR in 2022. Coming to DPIIT, the startup initiative was launched in 2016. Areas such as capital support, promotion, recognition of startups, ease of doing business, providing mentorship to these startups, capacity building, all these activities are being taken up by the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. There are flagship schemes that you must be knowing about: Fund of Funds for Startups, Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, and Credit Guarantee Scheme for the startups. At various stages of their business cycles, we hold and make sure that they are able to raise investments from the angel investors or venture capitalists, or seek loans from the financial institutions. Government also implements many award ceremonies and programs, the startup ranking systems, and we are having Awards and Innovation Week, where we are building this whole ecosystem where people get to know each other's work. Government also ensures the participation of these stakeholders, and important is to solve their problems which are faced by the startups. Particularly for women, we would like to educate, mentor, and give them networking opportunities, and government has placed Nari Shakti at the core of its vision for India at 2047. Launched in 2016, now today we can see that 47% of these 95,000 or 98,000 startups present in the country has at least one women director on their board. So all these activities are leading to an increasing number of women to being able to access to capital, other resources that they can set up their own enterprises and truly enhance the nation building processes even more. In the conclusion, I would only say that this entrepreneurship is the backbone of innovation and long-term development of our country, our economy as a whole. Our MSMEs, our startups have significantly contributed in the country, and to have a developed nation by 2047, we cannot downplay their importance. As we all move on this journey, forums and discussions like today will prove to play a major role in provoking thoughts, encouraging deliberations, and further developing a conducive business environment for our enterprises. I look forward to have a very productive session today. Thank you so much.
Request you to kindly stay back, ma'am, and would invite Mr. Bharat Gupta to kindly come and felicitate Dr. Kajal for her gracious presence and for being a part of our endeavor today. It was indeed a pleasure listening to the important insights you gave, ma'am. Let us all put our hands together and show our gratitude to Dr. Kajal. Thank you once again. Well, moving ahead, the micro, small and medium enterprises play a pivotal role in the economic and social development of the country. often acting as a nursery of entrepreneurship. They also play a pivotal role in the development of the economy with their effective, efficient, flexible, and innovative entrepreneurial spirit. The MSME sector has been a significant contributor to the country's generating highest employment growth as well as accounting for a major share of industrial production and exports. Now, the important topic which remains the focal point in this context is opportunities for raising funds for MSMEs. Here we have this important fireside chat on the topic and would like to invite Mr. Ajay Thakur, Head SME and Startup Bombay Stock Exchange, and Ms. Geetu Moza, Consulting Editor of Jagran Business. Team, I request you to kindly be a bit quick. Thank you so much, Mr. Ajay Thakur, Head SME and Startup Bombay Stock Exchange, for coming to our event today. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Ajay Thakur to the event. Thank you so much, everyone.
Very good morning to all of you, and I would like to thank all my guests who have made it to this mega event today. It's really a pleasure to host you guys on this big platform. The man sitting next to me needs no introduction. I mean, I have been in this association with Mr. Thakur for many, many years, and I would like to share one of the experience that I have with him. When I met him initially, there were only few companies which were listed on Bombay Stock Exchange's SME Index. And that time when I asked him, what exactly do you want to do? He said, I want to bring Badlav. And here we are on this platform where we talk about Badlav. Mr. Ajay Thakur is the head of SME and startups at Bombay Stock Exchange. Mr. Thakur, it's always a pleasure to host you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's begin with the kind of change, Badlav, that you have brought, sir. From a few companies to nearly 400 plus SME listed entities now, with market capitalization of more than 70,000 crore rupees. How does it feel?
Of course, it's feel great, but if you see in India, we have millions of micro, small and medium enterprises. And since the time I started this SME platform way back in 2012, I have met almost 40,000 SMEs across the country, spoken on more than 2,500 events. And you know, what I found was that there was a lack of financial literacy among the SME promoters and some sort of fear, you know, though they understand bank financing, but there were a lot of dependency on bank financing. And 95% of the balance sheet, what I saw, it didn't look like balance sheet, it looks more like imbalance sheet. You know, it also gave me an impression that many of the times it has given me the impression that, you know, the promoters are more worried about servicing the loan than expanding their businesses. In fact, in many of these companies, what I found was the turnover was ranging between 5 crores to 600 crores. But the profit was somewhere around, you know, 5 lakh to 2 to 3 crores. So if you see their balance sheet, it was not healthy. And therefore, it was a big task to, you know, bring them on the SME platform, have equity infusion in their companies so that they can grow. And we have seen, you know, if you see, since the time we launched the platform, we have got almost 442 SMEs listed. Another 60 SMEs are in pipeline only in BSE. Another 350 SMEs are listed on NSE. And if you take the total only about the SME platform, it is somewhere around 1,30,000 crores. So that sort of wealth this SME has created post-listing. not only in terms of market capitalization, even in terms of employment generation, in terms of profit. We have seen in many companies when they got listed, their profit was somewhere around 1 crore. Today the profit has jumped 10 times, 20 times like that. So these type of transformations we have seen. Also we have observed that the discipline has come into the companies. Promoters brought transparency in their companies. They start delegating the power. They understood the importance of the compliances and corporate governance. And post that, a lot of changes start happening into this company. So I think that, of course, this hard work has paid, but I think it's miles to go. I expect that whether I should be there or not be there, in another 5-6 years when this country transform into $5 trillion, $10 trillion GDP, at least we should have 5,000 SMEs listed onto the stock exchange.
There was a time, Mr. Thakur, I know that you had to approach SMEs. Even now, you are doing a bit of it. But has it really changed? Are SMEs, MSMEs coming to you for getting listed?
Now the situation has started changing. Of course, post-COVID, what we have seen, the situation have started changing. Earlier, I have to convince the investors, convince the promoters, convince the intermediaries. So all the parties I have to convince. Today, I can say that there are a lot of intermediaries who are working on the SME platform. There is some sort of awareness has come in the SME sector. And investors, all set of investors have started jumping into these SME companies to invest. Earlier we were seeing HNI and retail. Now we are seeing institutionals, and foreign institutions also started participating onto the SME platform. And they are also getting returns on this SME platform. If you see the last financial year on the main board, we have hardly 5-6 companies got listed. Where on the SME platform, we have 120 SMEs getting listed. So last year it was a big number, and going forward, the type of awareness that I am seeing in this sector and the way this ecosystem is transforming, I am quite sure that the numbers will keep on going up. And may the time will come when we'll see that every month there will be 50 SMEs getting listed.
Capital requirement is something which every MSME is concerned about. No doubt the situation has improved. We have access to capital now. But how does listing help all these micro and small enterprises to really raise capital?
So here I will not like to touch upon the macro enterprises because it's a very informal sector. Even a Kirana shop can come under macro enterprise. Any company whereby even 5 employees are there, they are macro enterprises. So we are particularly, putting the ecosystem for small and medium enterprises. For a small medium enterprise, of course, there are many benefits. Number one, equity infusion. And there is a difference between equity and debt. Equity you don't have to service because by definition, equity holders becomes the partner in your company to the extent they hold the shares. So they enjoy both the risk and reward. So the promoter don't have to service. They use this fund for capex, opex, even reducing the debt. For all these purpose, but we always say that avoid using for personal purpose. There should not be any diversion of fund. That's the one benefit. Second, of course, I have talked about unhealthy balance sheet. So post-equity coming, as the cash outflow gets reduced, so therefore balance sheet becomes healthy. The third thing what I have found and what the feedback that I have received from the promoters is that post-listing, the trust gets increased. And even their clients or customers started giving them the orders, repeated orders, and therefore, their business start growing. So that trust or what you can credibility that increases manifold. Fourth benefit is, of course, the transparency comes into the company. Everything is on the table of the promoter. He understands or he knows how the company is going, how it's performing. Fifth, the trust of the investors also starts increasing. What I always say that, listing is nothing but unlocking the value of the company. And the value of the company gets unlocked only when the trust of the people or the stakeholders starts increasing. So more and more investors starts participating. Fifth, we have seen in the case of Infosys, Wipro, etc. You can reward your employees by giving them ESOPs. Now ESOPs don't have the value if it's an unlisted entity. But once it becomes listed, ESOPs has got value. And I always say that loyalty is very hard to purchase. Okay, it has to be purchased. No one remains loyal to anyone. So when you give them ESOPs, when you give them the rewards, you are making them more loyal to the organization. And therefore they perform, and the company in turn start performing. Sixth benefit, I always say that equity becomes the collateral of the company. Okay, so when, in the future, if you don't have the collateral, you can use the equity as the collateral and can raise further debt funds for your company. And post-listing, even you can dilute your equity multiple times and you can raise the funds. And seventh is that, I always say that, there are only two persons who issue the currency in the market. One is Reserve Bank of India governor, and rupee is nothing but the equity of government of India. Okay, when you take 500 rupee note, on that it's written by the Reserve Bank of India governor that I promise to pay the bearer 500 rupee note. And below that he signs. And with the time, with the inflation, the value of rupee depreciates. And even if the economy don't perform well, the value of rupee depreciates. The another person who issue the currency is the promoter of the company, the entrepreneur, when they are issuing the equity to their investors, because they are traded into the market, they are liquid instruments. But they are more powerful than the Reserve Bank of India governor, because they never promise to pay the bearer the amount of money that they issue. But one benefit is there that, with the time, if the company starts performing well, not only the promoter's net worth increases, but also the investors' trust in the company goes up, and investors' wealth also starts appreciating. So if you see, I don't see that, any other instrument give that much benefit to the promoters as equity listing gives. And all other things, they are small in quantity. The government has taken a lot of initiatives. But besides that government initiatives that has been taken, I think the one thing which is common in all large corporates, or who become the large corporate across the world, is that they got listed onto the stock exchange. So I think listing gives a lot of benefits, and that's the reason in 2010, government has come out with the guidelines for SME platform, and we became the first stock exchange to launch this SME platform.
I know we all, people sitting here must be very happy because we have the major indices at all-time high, with Sensex and Nifty at all-time high, when Bank Nifty touched all-time high today. And if we talk about the SME space, there are companies which have performed brilliantly, giving returns of more than 200, 300% in 1 year's time. But the irony remains that retail participation in the SME platform is not that active because of the lot sizes that you have to really invest with. Minimum investment of 1 lakh rupee to buy a SME stock, right? Can we expect some kind of a change in this?
See, when the regulation was made, always we should understand that equity is the riskiest instrument in the hands of the investors and safest instrument in the hands of the promoters. And when we are investing into the SMEs or the startups, they are risky instruments. We want that, or the policymakers want that only those investors invest into those companies who understands the risk and reward, who understand the company, who can do proper research into those companies, and who have got deep pocket. Okay, and that's why this lot concept of 1 lakh rupees has been kept. But we have also given the option to retail investors. If you see the definition of ICDR guideline, anyone investing below 2 lakh rupees comes under the retail investors category. Okay, so retail investors are also allowed. Only thing is that the ticket size is 1 lakh rupees. And the second thing, we have given the option to these companies, SME companies, to migrate onto the main board subject to 2 years cooling period in SME platform. So after 2 years, the SME companies migrate onto the main board, and after that, you know, the investment size becomes one lot, one share, and thereafter retail investors can come into the company. Until that time, we have got a track record of these SME companies, how they are performing, whether it's safe investment or unsafe investment. And the retail investors can also start, you know, understanding those companies, and after that they can participate. So that was the reason why this concept of lot size was there. But recently, if you see many of the SMEs which have come for listing, we are seeing, you know, retail subscription 100 times, 50 times, 70 times, like that.
That's what, yeah.
Okay. Some of the companies recently who have come for listing, you know, the issue was subscribed almost 150 to 200 times. So 20 crore issue size, 4,000 crore rupees subscription has come. So I think, you know, retail investors, etc., have also started participating in this SME player. It's not like that. But for obvious reason, we have kept lot size of rupees 1 lakh.
So everybody of us has to wait to this lot size to come down so that we invest in SME stocks. Okay, let me talk about the sectors which are really coming forward for listing. I mean, which are the sectors that you see maximum listings from, and why?
See, we are sector agnostic. So today we have got almost representation from 17 sectors. Obviously, manufacturing company, pharma, logistics, in fact, IT, tech. So these companies from these sectors, we are seeing a lot of participation coming. But overall, it's you know, very widely spread. So people are looking more from this perspective, that whether it's a sunrise sector or, you know, Me Too market segment companies like that. So those things more people are seeing, but if the sector is very interesting, we are seeing a lot of participation. There are many companies having in the same sector, but again, you know, people are looking to the profit margin, what they are enjoying. So like that, but we can't say that from one particular sector the companies are coming. It is from across the sector.
How has digitization really changed the MSME landscape? I mean, every company has to shift to the digital mode to really cope up with the competition that we have around. So how are things changing on that platform?
Yeah, of course, if you see UPI is growing at a supersonic speed. We have seen automation, digitization happening for some time. This is changing the landscape of the country through which we are seeing that, you know, there are a lot of disruptions coming. And some of the SMEs which are innovative, they are taking benefit out of this and try to remain ahead in the curve. So I think all these things are going to transform the MSME sector, and those entrepreneurs who are going to take the benefit out of this, they will, you know, grow fast. Of course, I always feel that, you know, it's the business model which decides that whether the business will move fast and all those things. And then adoption of all these things work like a catalyst. So I think the first and foremost important thing is that how should I keep my business model sustainable? Okay, always have my eyes, ear open, always remain alert on the tools, see the challenges coming, see the disruption coming, and accordingly change ourselves and adapt and adopt the best of the things that are available around. And if those things are being done by the entrepreneurs, I don't think that anything can stop them from growing. I think funds are there. I always say that the funds are ample in the country, okay? But there is a dearth of trust. Okay, if there will not be dearth of trust, I don't think there should be, you know, lack of funds. Also, I always feel that the promoters should be in a position to present their case. Okay, if they are well equipped to present their case, or if they are unable to present the case, they put an expert or hire an expert who can present their case. And I think that after that, you will see a lot of things happening into those companies.
I have a few minutes left. My last question would be, how is your startup platform evolving, and what are the eligibility criteria for getting listed as far as the startup is concerned?
So I will touch upon both the points. One for the SME sector, what eligibility criteria we have kept, and then I will take a startup. For SMEs, we have kept 4 eligibility criteria. Number 1, the company or the firm. Firm means proprietorship, partnership, LLP, private limited, any firm, if it is in existence for 3 years, that's number 1. Number 2, it should have profit at least one of the last 3 years. Third, they should have a net tangible asset of minimum 1.5 crores. And fourth, their net worth should be positive. So if they are meeting these 4 eligibility criteria, then they can get listed on our SME platform. For the startup, again, we have more relaxed eligibility criteria, but we have kept it open for tech companies. Okay, and there we are saying that they should be in existence for 2 years with positive net worth, and third, their paid up capital should be either 1 crore or they should be registered with DPIIT. So these are the 3 eligibility criteria in the startup platform. In the SME platform, I have already. A startup is new space which we have started. Almost 14 startups are listed. Another 2 are in pipeline. But out of 14, let me tell you, 12 startups are profit-making startups. Okay. So they are doing well, and they have not raised huge funds as we are seeing in the PBC ecosystem. But here, as per the valuation, they have raised the funds, and now it's growing. Another, however, in both the SME platform and the startup platform, initially the promoter has to dilute 25%.
Okay. Indeed, we have seen some of, a bit of traction in the SME startup platform also. Now we are talking about $7 trillion economy for India by 2030. We are talking about $50 trillion economy by 2050. So what are your targets set as far as the market cap for both SME and startups is concerned?
So, normally, being a regulator, I don't comment on the market cap. But I always feel that if the company remains profitable, more and more investors will participate in the company. And accordingly, the value will keep on unlocking and the market capitalization will keep on growing. But the most important thing is that how we can provide them equity funds so that they should grow in double digit. That is very important. And that's the reason why we want these SMEs to come into this ecosystem and keep on transforming and keep on unlocking the value and keep on contributing to the growth of the economy and create huge employment. So these are very important aspects, and for that we are working hard. And we want that through this forum also, my words should reach to the SME promoters. If they are sitting here, well and good. If they are consultants, they should go and talk. If they are not consultants, please hear my voice and go and talk to your promoters and link them with our SME platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thakur, for your time. It was a pleasure speaking with you, sir, with so much of insight into how to get listed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such an extremely engaging fireside chat. I would request Ms. Geetu Moza to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Ajay Thakur. Our gratitude once again. And moving ahead, micro, small and medium enterprises are the backbone of India's economy, contributing significantly to the country's gross domestic product, employment generation and export earnings. However, access to finance remains one of the biggest challenges faced by MSMEs in India. However, the emergence of India's robust financial service technology ecosystem has the potential to revolutionize the MSME financing landscape. The growth of NBFCs, fintech companies, digital banking and mobile financial services have created new opportunities for MSMEs to access financing. The government has also taken various steps to promote financial inclusion for MSMEs by launching various schemes such as Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana to provide loans to small businesses and credit guarantee schemes. Recently, Finance Minister also announced a revamped credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs of now 9,000 crore rupees effective from 1st of April 2023. Well, to understand this topic better, we have this very interesting panel discussion coming up on the topic enabling access to finance for MSMEs in India. I would request Ms. Geetu Moza, Consulting Editor of Jagran Business, to kindly come and moderate this panel discussion. And the eminent panelists and the guests for the panel discussion, I would request them to kindly come up on the stage and take their respective seats. Team, can we be a bit quick? Team, can we expedite? I request you all to kindly clear the stage. Well, the eminent guests for this panel discussion, I would request them to kindly come up on the stage and take their respective seats. Mr. Vikram Sharma, Director, BADLAV Group. Mr. Neeraj Singhal, President, Indian Industries Association. Mr. Anirudh A. Damani, Managing Partner, Artha Venture Fund. Mr. Jaspreet Singh, Partner and Client and Markets Leader, Advisory Services, Grant Thornton. Mr. Nalin Jain, Chief Marketing Officer, Godrej Capital. And Ms. Geetu Moza will be moderating this panel discussion. Guests for this panel discussion, Mr. Vikram Sharma, Mr. Neeraj Singhal, Mr. Anirudh A. Damani, Mr. Jaspreet Singh, Mr. Nalin Jain.
So the topic of discussion now is enabling access to finance for MSMEs in India. And I have an esteemed panel with me, Mr. Vikram Sharma, Director, BADLAV Group, Mr. Neeraj Singhal, President, Indian Industries Association, Mr. Anirudh A. Damani, Managing Partner, Artha Venture Funds, and Mr. Nalin Jain, Chief Marketing Officer, Godrej Capital. So we just spoke with Mr. Thakur about capital raising. So I have Mr. Jaspreet Singh, Partner and Clients and Market Leader, Advisory Services, Grant Thornton with me. And I also have Mr. Vikram. Yeah, Mr. Vikram Sharma, Director, BADLAV Group. Let me start with you, Nalin. And it always so happens that we just spoke about getting listed and have access to funds, making it easy for MSMEs to raise funds. Capital has been one of the concerns for all MSMEs, be it small from the tier 2, tier 3 cities, or be it a bigger one in urban areas. So what are the major challenges these MSMEs face, and why is it that we have not been able to address this so far?
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. A very good morning, or actually just about good afternoon to everyone. There are two parts that I would like to answer this question. One obviously is rhetorical, that everybody knows there's lack of formal credit and there's lack of financial literacy from the MSME's point of view. The second and the larger challenge that we are foreseeing today is MSMEs are not growing. The business is not growing, and that's what is the biggest challenge that in our view, or my view, is that what we need to work on. There are multiple reasons for it. There is non-availability of skilled manpower. There is challenges they face in understanding the technology, adopting the technology. There is overall understanding of government schemes, how the tax regime works, accessibility to larger companies, ability to negotiate, better contracts from everywhere, and that's what is key. Now, to gain capital, if you look at the formal sector specifically, they are looking at robust business models. When they look at robust business models, they look at past income, they look at past performance, they look at future or ability to earn in the future, because that's when you're going to repay. Now, for anybody to take a risk on you on the formal capital side, will want to look at these things. And MSMEs, as a cohort today, are just a bit behind on this, and I think as these are the biggest challenges they're facing, apart from not getting the credit. So getting the credit is the outcome, but how do you get the credit is that you have to get these fundamentals right. To get these fundamentals right, I think various organizations, governments, and everybody should spend more time in figuring out how do we grow their business, for which there are certain things, like I mentioned, a few, training and development, skilled manpower. How do we make them available more efficiently, more cheaper? Just consulting, giving more, business fundamentals to MSMEs, education around this entire thing to make the models more robust. And that will lead to formal sector participating more and more into MSME financing and take it from there.
Mr. Singhal, there has been a shift from unorganized to organized sector post. We had demonetization, then we had GST implementation, and then we had crisis also, which led to digitization and most of the MSMEs coming on digital platform. So how have things evolved, through all these years?
Thank you, Gitu. A very important question you have asked. After demonetization, after GST implementation, and definitely after Corona. The most important thing in running any industry is money. If we have enough money, then we definitely not only grow, but we can do some good things for the growth of the overall country. The biggest challenge, as my colleague is also talking about the money challenges, the biggest challenge is on the perspective of MSME. When we sell the material, we don't get back the money. So I think I request all who are here, if we focus on the bill discounting or the capital available for especially when we talk about the micro, small and medium enterprises, the main problem is when we sell a product to our any buyer, we don't get back money on time. And this is one of the biggest rumble strip in our growth on the road of growth. So I think I request everyone, we must think about the bill discounting. The biggest challenge what we have right now in front of MSME. Please.
So did you approach the government and ask for real help on this front?
Yes, you are. Dr. Kajal was also talking about the threads. Threads is available, but nowadays threads is available for up to a means limited company. If my buyer is a limited company, then only I can use that platform.
Okay.
But if we talk about business transaction in between small manufacturer and small buyer, then there is a limitations. So might be possible all the financial institutions have to think how they can come out with some solution for this small challenges.
Mr. Damani, you are a venture capitalist, right? Venture fund. And you are targeting MSMEs, right? Because most of the venture funds go after all large cap companies which are listed on the main bourses. So what makes you so attracted to MSME segment?
Thank you so much. Hello, yeah, thank you so much. So let me tell you that, so I normally go after companies or rather invest in companies that would be in the valuation range of 10 to 40 crores, what you would call an MSME. And today, MSMEs account for 90% of all businesses in India, 80% of the workforce, 30% of GDP. And our focus on MSMEs only started as a country in 2006. So if you look at the contribution that has happened because of some dedicated focus, 13 times growth in MSME GDP between 2006 to 2025, that's what they say. Now let me tell you, I am in business simply because the banking system is not working for MSMEs. Because they should not be coming to me for the first round of capital, right? They should not be. But they have to give a part of their business because the banking system is simply not working. And I know that it's not working because I started my first business in 2009 in Texas, in the middle of that 2008 recession, which is way worse than any recession we've seen in recent history. It took me 2 hours to open up a bank account, a business bank account. First of all, it took me 24 hours to get a business registered, which in India mein hota hi nahi hai, right? It took me 2 hours to open up a bank account. It took me 48 hours from the time I had my business to get a business credit card, and 72 hours where the bank called me, checked my credit and said, you know what, I think we can give you a line of credit of $200,000. That was seed capital. I currently invest $200,000 to get 15% equity in your business. I should not exist. But that tells you that I exist because the banking system does not work. Now let me ask you, any people that have taken a banking loan, right, they ask for so much documentation, right, which is information they already have. Right? They already have my statement, yet they want at least, 5 booklets full of information. It takes them weeks to get a response back, and then the interest rates are high, the processing fees. You start adding everything up. It's much easier for an MSME to come to a venture capital and say, listen, just take care of my problem. Give me $200,000. I will do the business, right? And in return, I'll give you 15% equity. The banks can really solve this because they already have the information. I mean, Indian software engineers created the banking software for most of the world. Can we start using it on ourselves? I think that's where we are today as an ecosystem. There's a lot to be done. If we're going to continue being 30% of GDP, or let's say 35%, in a $5 trillion economy, like Thakur Saab was just saying, we're talking about $2 trillion of value coming from MSMEs. Are we really doing them justice? The way the things are currently structured? That's really the question to ask.
But haven't the things changed from 2006 till 2023 now?
Of course, they've dramatically changed. No doubt. I think today you've seen many things that have taken place. But listen, the Indian ecosystem has leapfrogged. We're not an ecosystem. We went straight from, we didn't do landline, went straight to mobile. We didn't do, we didn't do dial-up. We went straight to fiber or OT. We didn't do cable, went to OTT. Today we're going straight. There's no modern retail. We're going straight to D2C. So the Indian entrepreneur today has to keep scaling and keep addressing the needs of his customer. Right. 60% of India's GDP is consumption, right? So that means our customer needs to be catered to. The customer needs the latest stuff. They want the banking, but the banking system is not ready to address it. So you have, Razorpays of the world, all these guys coming in because that's what the banks are unable to do. And I think we need to really address this at a micro level because the Indian consumer wants convenience. They want things now, right? And you can already see the value created because of the needs of the Indian customer. And that's why the MSMEs have to address it. Yes, we've definitely seen a sea of change. Sea of change is there. But is it addressing where we are today to where we're going to be in 2030, right? We need to address that.
Mr. Jaspreet Singh, do you agree with what your fellow colleague just spoke about the MSME sector facing the brunt of banks not lending them.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me here. I think banks not being there is probably just the tip of the iceberg. If you look at what's happening in all other sectors, the kind of focus they are getting, whether it's from a CSR perspective, whether it's from a technology perspective, I think for a sector to boom, all of these things need to come together, including banks, the entire ecosystem, from a technology perspective, right? If you see from a skills development perspective, how many companies or how many national initiatives are actually looking at MSMEs? If you look at technology perspective, there are, almost every week there's a new fintech coming up. How many of these fintechs are being encouraged by government to go after the MSME sector? For example, there's tons and tons of work happening around the entire digital transformation, technology transformation, whatever you may want to call it. How much of them is actually focused on the MSME sector that will go help and take that sector by hand and say, you know what, like my fellow panelists said, right, the entire country has leapfrogged and we've made tremendous progress in MSME sector. But can we also look at this sector as saying this sector will propel us to the next level of growth, given that they already contribute so much of GDP and there is so much potential there. So I think there's an entire ecosystem that needs to come together, whether it's technology, scales, banking, all of them, and propel this sector to new heights.
I have with me Mr. Vikram Sharma, Director BADLAV Group. Mr. Sharma, do you think government has done enough in terms of coming forth with policies and initiatives for the MSME sector?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because it is one thing to say that the funding systems are in place, but how readily are they available to the deserving MSMEs is another thing altogether. As the gentleman over here just said, that the amount of formalities involved in whether opening bank accounts or to, or anything, or to get the right amount of funding, you have to go to so many different departments, the paperwork takes forever. Then there is definitely a huge gap between the funding and it being available to the deserving MSMEs. So in that sense, I don't think so. I think a lot more hand-holding is required from the government. I feel that the government needs to reach out to them. The systems that are in place need to be simplified. I feel that the logistics costs need to be brought down. That will help the MSME sectors a lot. For instance, the transport costs in India are very high.
But to some extent, GST has addressed that, right?
Yes and no. It has addressed it to a large extent, but not completely.
Okay. So there are still loopholes that need to be addressed.
Absolutely.
Yeah. My now next question would be for Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, tell me something like what is your company, Godrej Capital, doing for MSMEs? I think you have a great initiative. I don't remember the name, that you have a platform that you have launched for MSMEs, to access capital and work towards, growth of the company. So what is this platform all about, and how do you see this platform changing things for MSME sector?
So the platform is called Godrej Capital Nirman. The idea of setting up the platform, and like I said earlier, was that recognizing that capital is the need for sure, but there is an inherent need as well for the businesses to grow, and the ability to access technology, adoption, consulting, whatever other works apart from the only capital. So we've set up something called Nirman. It's a place where any MSME comes. It doesn't have to be associated with Godrej Capital, where we have done some tie-ups with some large manufacturers of products which can support MSMEs and provide them at better, lower, efficient costs, or maybe free as well, depending on the partner that we have, and so that it enables them to grow their business. They get ready and are available for better credit on the formal side of the credit sector. Obviously, the credit is available. You can apply for a loan as well, on this thing. But the focus of that platform really is to make available, insurances, make available, training needs, consulting, how to sell to government, and even, you know, as a commitment to open up to sell to the Godrej Group. There would be MSMEs who would not be able to sell directly to the Godrej Group. We're setting up tie-ups and platform where you can come and apply for some, what's the need or what the Godrej as a group is buying, and you know, they're listed there and you can pick and choose and apply, you know, for those things. So that's what the platform is about, and that's our initiative around
And what is the kind of response that you're getting on this platform?
It's in initial stages. It's been about 4-6 weeks that we've launched it.
Okay.
You know, this year we've got about 4-6 tie-ups. We get a huge amount of response, you know, coming in for people to tying up. We are going to do a phase 2 launch in about another 6 to 8 weeks, where we'll have more partners around it. Response is very, very good, but you know, there is a journey to be done, you know, in terms of how we provide this feedback, how do we measure it, and you know, take that forward from there.
Sure. Mr. Singhal, talking about PLI, Production Linked Incentive Scheme, which was launched by Government of India to cope up through the COVID crisis that we all went through. How effective and how game-changing has it been for the MSME sector? Or we can say that disbursements have not been that good as far as the latest figures are concerned from the PLI scheme. And which are the sectors that have really benefited out of it?
Nice question, Gitu. You know, no doubt, PLI scheme was very, very good. But the main focus was for micro, small and medium enterprises. If we talk about the statistics, then definitely huge gap in between actuality, reality, and the data which we are getting. You know, Indian Industries Association is an association of more than 12,000 micro, small and medium enterprises spread over Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh and Delhi, and some part of Haryana and Bihar. I am getting, I think, regularly request from our members that we are not getting the incentives which Government of India have, or which state government have told us. So no doubt there is a huge gap in between the reality and the what government is telling.
So do you have any data or figure to share with us that what
Definitely, we have a good data. Among, if we talk about among our members, if you say we will give a complete list, just 2-3 months before, we have submitted this list to ACS Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. These are the companies who are not getting their incentives as per the government schemes. But again, you know, bureaucracy is bureaucracy, and we have to. So we have data. If you say, we will send you all the details.
No, I don't need it. I just wanted that.
Definitely, we want that, no doubt, if media says something, then government listen that. Intention of top bureaucracy is really, really very good. But what is happening at ground level, we have to understand that also. To have that, we need to understand the exact data too.
Mr. Damani, we are talking about $50 trillion economy by 2050, and where MSMEs will really play a pivotal role. We all know that because manufacturing, you know, any sector that you talk about, MSMEs are the backbone, and they have been ignored till now. So what needs to be done to really push these MSMEs to the level that we really want them to contribute more than 30% to the GDP of the nation if we're targeting about $50 trillion economy by 2050?
See, I think there needs to be a mindset change, right? If anybody has visited the US, right? If you're a business owner, you're considered to be a step above what's a personal card holder, right? And I think that mindset comes from them understanding as an ecosystem, as a country, America understands that each entrepreneur adds more to GDP, right? So every time you have a new entrepreneur, there's more to GDP. So that's why every time you have a business credit card, you have a separate line for business owners, right? You have separate business conclaves. And they really promote the business owner because they understand that that person is probably hiring 3, 4, 5, 10 people, and there's direct employment to 10, probably indirect employment to 100, every owner adds to the GDP, right? And that entire ecosystem then celebrates entrepreneurship, right? We need to have that mindset in India, right? For example, you know, and I was talking about earlier, like, try getting a business credit card, right? We're all business owners here. Most of us must be using our personal credit cards then taking a reimbursement. Why is it easier to get a personal credit card than me having a profitable business and trying to get a business credit card? It just doesn't happen, right? They usually want a 10 lakh rupee FD against which they'll give me a credit card. What's the use of that? Then I might as well use my own money, right? That's the mindset, right? It's a mindset change that needs to happen, that entrepreneurship, I think the Prime Minister spoke about this in one of his addresses, entrepreneurship needs to get promoted at a ground level. We need to understand that the pressures a business owner goes through, right? And the ecosystem needs to support that. I think in many ways, what you're seeing with venture capital, there are excesses in any system, right? But I'm saying what you're seeing with venture capital is the first time the entrepreneur is trying to become the hero of a business and not the villain of a business. You're looking forward. You've seen so much happening in this country. Our lives have become much easier. They were the champions during COVID that made sure that goods and services got to the nth person at the furthest reaches of this country, right? They are bringing in a change, but we need to start changing as an ecosystem to start supporting entrepreneurship, to start supporting entrepreneurs. I think that, we're only about 20, 25 years in as an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And so we've got our second generation of entrepreneurs now coming in. The guys that worked at Flipkart, they're opening, the owners of Flipkart opening up new companies. You know, the Myntra guys, Mukesh and all these guys opening up a second set of companies and a third set. That's where the ecosystem is going to start going. You're going to see generations of entrepreneurs coming in with crazier ideas. It's simplifying your lives even more than before. But as an ecosystem, are we ready for them? Right? We need to get ready.
But don't you think that the population of our country is one of the hurdles to really...
That's the opportunity. My dad used to tell me I remember, we've been stockbrokers for 50 years. My dad used to tell me, इस country को जीतने के लिए ना सबको जीतने की जरूरत नहीं है, केवल 1% को जीत लो, 10 लाख लोग तो ऐसे ही मिल जाएंगे आपको, right? I mean, 10 lakh customers to any business will make it super profitable. इस country को जीतने के लिए कुछ नहीं चाहिए, only 1% penetration is enough. So in fact, the population of this country has always been, I think since 2001 I was in the US, we've been talking about the India story in the US since 1996. इतने लोग हैं, इतने चप्पल नहीं है, इतने ACs नहीं है, वो सब चालू है 25 साल से. We've only paid a dividend or actually answered that in the last 3 years, right? Where we've actually shown up that people are out there buying, people are out there consuming. Our flights are full, our trains are full, our hotels are full. We're traveling overseas. Today, an Indian traveling overseas versus 20 years ago or 10 years ago, right, has a lot more value to him. They're considered because we spend money abroad. We're not just traveling. So obviously, we as a people have changed. The way the world believes more in us sometimes than we believe in ourselves.
But our banking system is not changing, right?
Our banking system, please, we can have a separate panel. We need to increase that to 25 more minutes and we can talk about it. But the banking system is holding us back. It needs to change.
Okay. Mr. Singh, when we talk about ease of doing business, we are going up the ladder globally as far as the India is concerned on ease of doing business parameters. But how is it working for MSMEs?
So I think, we've heard all my fellow panelists talk about that. Are we making progress? Yes, we are making progress. Are we going up the ladder? Every year we move 2 or 3 points, right? But are we in the top 20? Are we in the top 50? The answer is no, right? There are different initiatives being done from ease of doing business. I've heard now that to at least register a company, there's a single window system. You can get all compliances, everything done in 72 hours. But again, after that, what? After that, I need my banking system to be up and running. After that, I need my technology system to be up and running. After that, I need all my compliances to be up and running. What does ease of doing business mean? Ease of business means I am up and running in the shortest amount of time. I don't think so any company in India today can be up and running in less than 3 months. And that's a fact. And if I have a 90-day window to start to think about, to put my idea to practice, then I'm already 90 days behind the race, behind the global race, because unfortunately we are living in a borderless world, right? It's my idea. There are, like I said, there are 10 lakh people other who are probably on the same ingestion period from an idea perspective, right? Who cracks, who hits the first goal is the winner. So as long as we don't bring in the ecosystem from an ease of doing business perspective and say that, boss, no matter what happens, we'll disburse a loan in 48 hours and not like ask for a complete booklet of your last 20 years history, or if your address is changed, like, we'll send a police person to do a physical verification, and today is Diwali, tomorrow is this, we are off for next 1 week, so physical verification can't happen. If we don't solve these problems at the ground level, no matter whatever we talk about ease of doing business, I think that's just a number.
I think we had to have one of the bankers on the panel also. I mean, he would have gone through all this. Mr. Sharma, tell us about the Badnath Group. How has it transformed in the last 2 years?
Badnath, as you know, is one of the oldest and most trusted Ayurvedic brands in the country. We are the largest manufacturers of herbal medicines and tonics in the world. From the beginning, Badnath has really supported rural India because our factories have been in Patna, Jhansi, Nagpur, Kolkata, and wherever it is that the government provides incentives, whether it's Naini or it's in Uttarakhand, we've always gone and opened a factory over there. So in terms of that, we've brought about a large amount of employment in those areas where it is required, which is why the government has given incentives in those areas. So work is increasing. Things are going well. Is there anything else you want to ask me specifically about Badnath?
No. I just wanted to ask you, how is your business doing, and what are the new initiatives that you are taking up to establish your brand identity further? And also, how are you helping the rural population to really come forward and participate in your business?
So the thing is that, of course, every other company also advertises. That's one thing. But with Badnath, the thing has been that once a person starts having our products, then they don't switch to another brand, and we've seen this over the last 50 years that we've conducted certain researches. So a lot of our products also sell without advertising, just by word of mouth. We are not a public limited company; we are still a private limited company. Earlier there was a term, private limited deemed to be public. Then the government got rid of that. That became under that category because the turnover was that of a public limited company, but it was a privately held, the shares are privately held and still are.
So any intention of getting it listed?
Let's see, we are in talks. The family is deciding what to do, how to move forward. So I'm hoping so.
Ajay sir has one of the clients sitting here. Okay, let me move to Mr. Jain once again. Mr. Jain, tell us, many of the MSMEs must be approaching you for the capital. So what is it, what is difficult, getting short-term capital or getting long-term capital?
I think it's both, and both come with their, its own nuances. If you look at any kind of a long-term capital, generally requires collateral, which can be in form of a property, which is very, very, difficult to mortgage. It could be a house, it could be an office premise or something. So that comes at a lower cost, longer tenors, but needs a collateral, to be put up. The short-term capital comes at a higher cost. It's much easier to get. Comes at a, a lower tenor. You have to pay them back in 3 years. Comes at a much, much higher rate of interest. What needs to be done here is that MSMEs need to maintain a balance between both, depending on, you have a collateral, not have a collateral, how you look at, unsecured lending and take short-term or long-term capital. Challenges will be there, in terms of how you're utilizing that capital to really grow the business, and then obviously, fulfill the loan or whatever you have taken, against that. Now, to overcome these challenges, like I said, again, there has to be a robust business model, has to be slightly longer time thinking. The business models have to make sense for anybody to underwrite you as a risk. So it's not about short-term capital or long-term. Long-term requires a different set of variables for you to get it, and short-term requires a slightly different set of variables. more often than not, MSMEs opt for short-term capital, which are higher cost, leads to more payment, initially, and are not effective. So a balance is what I would recommend that is needed between these two, and then the challenges can.
Because of the high interest rate now, because we all know about the inflation concerns that we have been facing, not much in India, but abroad, interest rate RBI has given a pause 2 times, but still we are on a higher trajectory, and interest rates are expected to stay elevated for some more time. So has this dented MSMEs, coming forward to take loans or take credit from organizations like Godrej Capital?
I think the credit demand is always there. Interest rates obviously define, the kind of volume by that really goes on. And, I would not shy away from saying that the larger corporates benefit, more than the MSMEs here. But multiple times for, doing MSMEs, or promoting MSMEs, lots of organizations, institutions are coming up with schemes which specifically give different kind of loans to MSMEs to really help. So interest is one part of the cost that you look at. For example, just what we've come out with more flexibility around it. We've come out with loans on unsecured side specifically, which target saying pay only interest for the first 1 year or 2 years. Helps the MSME while you're paying a slightly higher interest because it's unsecured and the rates are up as well. But you can only service the interest for the first 1 or 2 years and then start paying the EMI, so that the capital that you've borrowed is effectively utilized and is returning money to you before you come in. The second, thing that we came up given this environment today was longer tenure unsecured loans. Up to 5 years is what we go, than the standard 3 years, so that the EMI or the, servicing of the loan is slightly lower, and we allow the, our customers on MSME side to choose that, whichever way you want to do, but you have to be fundamentally right to, manage it, and that's where comes the education business model and how it really works.
Mr. Singhal, we talk about China plus one strategy. COVID has thrown a positive towards India, where we talk about India becoming next China. But scale is something that we really need to work on. I mean, it's huge difference between what China did and what India is currently doing. So how do you think that we can take this opportunity ahead for our MSMEs to really come and be the leaders in the world?
Thanks, Geeta. No doubt, to scale up MSME in India, if we compare this with China, we have to compare also the policy, the strategy, what they are using. I would like to share one example. It was just, I think, 15, 16 years back, when in India, Himachal was flourishing for the incentive benefits, what they are offering to the SMEs to put their industry over there. At that time, the cabinet, all the computer cabinets was importing from there, from China. And some of the micro, small, medium entrepreneurs, they have established their unit in Himachal. But, I was with one of the delegation in China. At that time, some of my fellow associates, they know a little bit about Chinese. You know what happened when we are 3 people are sitting, Chinese policymaker, Chinese seller, and the Indian buyers. They ask us to give us, we are saying them that the cabinet which in India is now costing is just $3. They have discussed with the policymaker. They immediately reduce down the finance cost to those SME who are manufacturing those cabinet in China, and they offered us $2.75. Why? Because they have discussed in Chinese in between policymaker and then the manufacturer. Okay, you do one thing, you sell India 25 cents less. After 2 years or 3 years, the Indian SME who established their unit in Himachal will not have anything for production, and they will go bankrupt. And after going bankrupt, after 3 years, you start again making more money. Just put your, instead of asking for $3, then you sell your product by $4. And for next 3 years, we are giving you incentive just to export to India, a 5 or 6% incentive at that time. So you know, this type of tripod arrangement we need to have in India, where bankers, Indian MSMEs come together, sit together, and they analyze the need of the MSME. If they analyze perfectly, then definitely they will deliver what we need. We have to go into micro. We have to understand the need of the micro and small, because there are a different need for micro, different need for small, and different need for medium enterprises. Nowadays, each and every sector have different requirement. So I think NBFC must think about reducing the interest rate, because there, if we talk about the collateral-free loan from NBFC, then there is a huge surcharges. Dr. Kajal was talking about CGT schemes, credit guarantee scheme, but there is a surplus 2% add-on cost over the present banking rates. Mr. Ajay Thakur was also talking about the SME exchange, but they are saying that we need to establish trust from both sides, not just from one side. Nowadays, you know, all big scams was done by big corporate houses only, not by any micro, small or medium enterprises. Because from head to toe, we have everything pledged to our banker, and we don't have any escape route. We are not able to go to UK and establish our houses over there and buy property and start residing there. So I again request that NBFC and the investors, capital companies need to think about on the perspective of micro, small and medium enterprises. We have different demands for each and every sector.
Mr. Damani, if we talk about the crowdfunding, do you think that creating crowdfunding platform for MSMEs could be one of the good options? And being a venture capitalist, venture fund, which are the sectors most of the companies come from as far as the fund requirement is concerned?
So I think two-part question. I think just to address the first one, that I think crowdfunding is not probably the best way to raise money. Okay, crowdfunding actually was a very US concept in which you actually pre-sold inventory, right? And that was, and then that pre-sold money that came in was typically what you utilized to build out the business. In India, it's certainly become how to angel invest, right? And I think, unfortunately, kya hota hai ki you want the person you're raising the initial amount of capital from to not just come there with money. They need to come there with advice. They need to come there with their network. Now, if you start raising, let's say when I became an angel investor 10 years ago, it used to take 15, 16 investors to do a 2 crore round, right? So roughly the check was about 10 lakhs per person. Now it takes almost 75 investors to do a 2 crore round. So everybody's got 2 lakhs into it. Now, do you really think somebody who's invested 2 lakhs, A, either has the expertise, or B, if they have the expertise, has the time? Right? Because they're not meaningfully invested. What you really want is someone meaningfully invested into your business who will provide more than the capital, so that 2 crore feels like 20. That's where venture capital comes in. When we put in capital, we're putting in 2 crores, 3 crores. It's not just the 3 crores. We've got 4 people sitting in the office that their full-time job is to make sure that your efforts are maximized, right? Your productivity levels are kept very high. That's why I don't think crowdfunding, especially in a young entrepreneurial ecosystem like India, हमने तो अभी companies को scale होना देखा है. We've just started to see what a $10 billion company looks like, what a $20 billion company looks like, and what happens when they become too big as well, right? So I think these things we're still learning, right? Now to your second question, the kind of companies getting funded, obviously as the ecosystem evolves, these have evolved as well. We're just coming up with our next fund, and we're going to be focusing very deeply on something I call fintech infrastructure or lending infrastructure. I think in India, what we have is there's a lot of demand for lending. Right? And so today, just across our portfolio, we look at roughly about 3,000 crores worth of lending into MSMEs and into personal loans across our portfolio, right? So, and I sit on boards of some of these companies. When we've realized many of these companies could 10x their business, but the infrastructure behind it is just not ready, right? We don't have collection companies that are strong in India. We don't have companies that can immediately lend money, can do assessments, right, at a micro level, at point of sale, and start giving you exact loans. In a country like India, we've got about 1.6 billion people. We've got roughly 30 million credit cards, or 40 million personal credit cards. In a country like the US, there are 300 million people that hold 1.8 billion credit cards. There is 6 credit cards per person in the US. We have 6 people per credit card in India, right? There's a huge difference. And because departmental credit in the US is a huge business. When you go to Walmart and you're buying at Walmart, Walmart itself offers you a credit card which is banked by Walmart itself. Because they have credit assessed you right away saying, okay, you're somebody I can lend to. That's how the economy starts exploding. I'm not saying that we need to take very high levels of debt, but as a country we're at 13-14% household debt to GDP. I think that is, we need to get that at 25-30%, right? Because when the Indian consumer can start securitizing future income to consume today, to buy a car or to buy a house and to create capex for himself or herself, right? That's when the economy will start again revving up, right? That's what happened in the US. 60s, 70s household debt to GDP in the US was about between 25 to 40%. Look what happened over there, right? And I think we need as an ecosystem to support lending infrastructure. I think direct to consumer will do very well in India. It will continue to, because by the time GTMT reaches tier 4, tier 5 India, tab tak bahut late ho chuki hogi, right? And lastly, there's an ecosystem required to ensure that when you as a customer buy something online, especially if you're living in tier 5 India, then how do you get that from the company's warehouse to their house, and then the tracking happens all the way and reverse logistics. So we call that D2C enablement, right, as a sector, and that, I think these 3 sectors are set to grow, and they should do very well in the next 10 to 12 years.
Mr. Singh, networking, access to market is something which MSMEs need badly. So what initiatives do you think need to be undertaken to make this possible?
I think excellent question, right? And maybe it's got answered in bits and parts by everybody. If you bring in the right kind of angel investors, and you spoke about, 5 people investing to a total of 2 crores, where they bring in their best, they bring in their network, right? That portion of money means something to them. But if 75 people are putting in 2 lakhs, that 2 lakhs actually doesn't matter to them. It's like money kept in a bank. I would rather give it to somebody. But will they bring in their right network, right? There are numerous platforms that banks have started for, we've criticized banks a lot, but there are banks-backed platforms which bring in MSMEs together to network, right? I think that's a very, very good initiative. A lot of VC funds have started bringing in enormous amount of MSMEs together so that they can feed off each other, whether it's from a technology perspective, whether it's from a network perspective. ONDC platforms like ONDC, etc., are again going to help. So I think there is no one size which will fit all, but these are combination of some initiatives that MSMEs and if the government do together, it can only help in future networking. And then that is the key to success.
Right. Mr. Sharma, if we talk about the employment opportunities that your company offers, what is the kind of employee strength that you have currently, and how do you see, this growing in times to come?
So each factory of ours has more than 100 people working, and we have factories in many rural parts of the country. From, as I said to you, like we have one in Patna, so then we have one in Hajipur as well, where the government is providing incentives. We have Jhansi, we have Nagpur, we've got Naini now, where we've opened one. We've had one in Dehradun, in Uttarakhand. So I think that there would be more than 1,000 people currently working in Bednath alone, the workforce, when we talk about people working in the factories and things like that. And this is continuously growing.
Okay. So I have 4 minutes left, so I have a, same question for all of you. One big challenge and one big opportunity for MSME sector. I'll begin with you, sir.
I think challenge would be how do you grow your business? Where do you get opportunities, to really find and invest and capitalize on whatever you're looking at. That's extremely key. While credit and everything is part and parcel of the job, but that I think is the opportunity is the more thing. And the opportunity is that there is lots happening. There is digital happening. There is India stack being developed. It's becoming easier for banks and institutions to give loans by consolidating income. So participation in that is extremely key. Understanding what's happening, it's an opportunity for you to learn what government is doing, what other institutions are doing. All of us are in some way supporting the MSME growth. Participate in that, learn, and develop your business models accordingly, which will really help you grow. Is the opportunity around that? Thanks. To me.
No doubt, the biggest challenge MSME have is the availability of fund at right time. And the most important is the disbursement of fund at right time. Sometimes it prolonged so long that the SMEs don't get the funding at right time. And the opportunity is already for all NBFC and the finance companies who are dealing in for the venture capitalist fund. There is a huge opportunity, yeah, definitely. But we have to work out the right methodology, how they can be part of that ecosystem so that both can get benefited.
Yeah, so I think my challenge is also the opportunity because, challenge from a different perspective is always an opportunity. So besides the banking part I talked about, I think also, MSME is getting paid on time. I remember reading a report from the MSME department which said that if Indian MSMEs just got paid on time by large enterprises, their profitability would go up 70%, right? It's crazy. And I've witnessed that within our own portfolio so many times, bills are outstanding for 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, and it's very difficult to get that capital back. And that capital is very valuable for an MSME, right? Like sometimes 5-10 lakh rupees could mean 2-3 months worth of employee cost. So I think getting larger enterprises to pay the smaller enterprises on time is a huge challenge. But you know what? That's also the opportunity. There is no platform in India that actually rates a company based on how they pay their suppliers. And if there was a platform like that, I think that has a lot of value to it. We've tried, sort of incubating that a couple of times. It's just, it requires somebody with that kind of mindset. But we've invested in companies that have done that, and they've done fantastically well, where where they can assess a company not just by what they submit to CRISIL, but also by saying, you have 100 suppliers, how many of them have you paid on time? And so the next time someone's supplying to you, they get a rating that tells them, what, should I actually provide capital to, or rather, supply material to this company and add at what terms? T plus 10, T plus 15. I think there's a huge business opportunity there, and would love to invest in something like that.
So it's a new startup idea, right?
Yeah, I'm making it public. Anybody has?
I think one of the challenges is absence of policy framework at a country level, and I don't need to talk about the opportunity. We all sitting in this room talking about it for last 45 minutes. The India story, the opportunity is out there for everybody to see.
I feel that the success of MSMEs in the times to come will depend a lot on the hand-holding that the government provides them. It is one thing to say that the funding is available, but how easily and how readily is the funding available is what's going to decide the success to a large extent.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. It was a pleasure speaking with you all of you. It was so insightful. Banks का कोई तो होना चाहिए था यहाँ पे आप सबकी सुनने के लिए. But yes, we have people like Godrej Capital from Godrej Capital who are doing a brilliant job by they have created a platform. I was just going to the website, so I got to know कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं to just create awareness about the platform, the funds available to, capital available to MSMEs. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to host this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I hope that our audience had a lot of key takeaways from this very insightful panel discussion. I would request Ms. Geetu Moza to kindly felicitate. Gentlemen, I request you to kindly stay back as Ms. Moza will be presenting you the mementos as a token of gratitude and appreciation from us. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture. And a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, there were a lot of learnings from here. Thank you once again, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next now is an interesting presentation on the topic Challenges and Opportunities in Financing for MSMEs by Mr. Gaurav Malik, Business Head, Business Loans from Godrej Capital. Let us welcome Mr. Gaurav Malik with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks for inviting us over here for a quick presentation on Godrej Capital and taking you through what all challenges MSME is facing and how we are playing our role as far as the ecosystem is concerned. So Godrej itself has a legacy of around 125 years of building India, and we have been valued for our rich value system, which stands for high credibility, quality, and our deep values. So we have around 1.1 billion customers across the globe right now, and to the topic today, I would like to share a trivia about our own founder, Ardeshir Godrej. Fine. He himself is a entrepreneur turned lawyer turned entrepreneur, and he himself had a couple of failed ventures before he got into he actually stuck into a gold by building these locks, which we all have used. So as a group, we started off in 1897, fine, and 1990 we actually launched Godrej Properties with the aim to have sustainable products and to provide some great houses for the Indian families. In 1991, we actually came up with Godrej Agrobet, where we produced some sustainable products to increase our crop yields. In 2001, we came up with the Godrej Consumer Products, where you must have known about the brands like Goodnight and Godrej soaps. In 2014, we actually partnered with ISRO for the Mangalyaan, where we actually contributed in building a couple of very, very technological products which were used for the mission itself. In 2020, we came up with a venture, Godrej Housing Finance, with a motive to have every family to have an access to a consumer-friendly homes and home loans. In 2022, recently we have launched Godrej Capital. In Godrej Capital, we are committed to build the dream ventures and to ensure that the current MSMEs are able to expand their business across the globe. So before we go up with the slide, I think Godrej Capital itself is actually a new kid, fine, on the financial services thing, but we are very much committed to stay for a very real long haul. And we are understanding the consumers. We are creating products which are quite customized to ensure that every small need of the consumer is fulfilled. Can we have the AV, please?
At Godrej, it has always begun with envisioning a beautiful India, believing in it, and then working towards making it come true. In 1920, when we made the first vegetable oil soap, it started with envisioning India finding a humane way to meet its needs. In 1984, when we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we were envisioning India being free from vector-borne diseases. In 1990, when we founded Godrej Properties, we were envisioning an India where every family owned a joyful little home. In 1991, when we introduced sustainable products to increase crop yields, we were envisioning India's farmers doubling their incomes. In 2016, when we set up Godrej Fund Management, our real estate private equity firm, we were envisioning global institutional capital being invested in India. When in 2020, we launched Godrej Housing Finance, we were envisioning an India where every family had access to the most customer-friendly home loans. And now, in 2022, when we're launching Godrej Capital, we are envisioning an India where its people will never have to worry about the capital they need, whether it's to build their dream ventures or to expand their businesses, whether it's for the long haul or for the short term. Godrej Capital aspires to be the company that Indians turn to when they need funds for what is most important to them. Godrej Capital, what's important to you?
So something about the MSME landscape. We all know that there are around 63 million MSMEs across country, and that's why MSME in India is called a backbone of India. They are actually termed as the powerhouse, who is actually driving India's growth story. If I talk about the GDP contribution, we have already spoken about it in the panel also. It's about 30% of our overall GDP, which MSME contributes. And if I talk about the employment which is being generated from MSME, is about 110 million jobs which are being created by the MSME itself. If I talk about the MSME funding overall, it's around 26 lakh crores. And there is a very clear fact that if I talk about only the exports, there are around 48% of the Indian exports are actually contributed through the MSMEs. So there is a lot more which is being done by MSMEs and is being talked about at every panel, I think. But obviously there are challenges and there are opportunities which are being created through these challenges itself. So I would take you through certain challenges which I feel that are really impacting as far as the MSME is concerned. But these challenges are actually generating a lot of opportunities for new fintechs or maybe non-banking finance companies or the finance companies across India. So first one, obviously the access to finance. There is a clear fact that from a consulting company, there is a study called from Microsafe Consulting, which actually says that only 16% of the total demand as far as the finance is concerned is being serviced by the formalized sources of banks. So it's a clear-cut opportunity for banks, financial institutions across country and HFCs to ensure that this demand is being serviced. At least 40% of the overall demand is not even being serviced right now. If I talk about the access to technology and innovation, there is a lot of cost involved as far as the technology and innovation is concerned. And there has been a continuous research and development which has been going on, which is helping us to bring down those cutting edge technologies through fintech so that the lending can become much more easier. And there are rapidly changing technologies which the consumer also keep on having change as far as their preferences grow. The third part is the inadequate infrastructure. So as far as our overall MSME space is concerned, though we have a lot of effort going on as far as building India is concerned through our government initiatives, both in power and water sector. But there is a clear fact that last year in 2021, the Tamil Nadu MSME itself, the growth output over there or the production capacity in Tamil Nadu MSME got declined up to 40% in last 2 years because of the power crisis over there. So still there are pockets where there is a lot of effort, there is a lot of work to be done, and through which we can actually, by building that kind of an infrastructure, we can actually help MSMEs to grow their business further. Next one is the skilled workforce. Obviously, so within MSME there are specialized sectors, there are specialized products, engineering products, where we actually require some really skilled workforce, and this skilled workforce doesn't come free of cost. So there is a lot of cost which is involved to get this skilled workforce, and there is a lot of training, which is continuous training, which is required because the technology is also getting upgraded day by day. The next thing is the volatile markets. Fine. So we all saw the conditions like demonetization, COVID coming across. Fine. So still the MSME sector was able to come up through this, but many of us have seen that many businesses were actually hit a lot because of it. So both the micro and macroeconomic factors are actually impacting MSME here and there. And then last thing, but not the least, I think this has been talked about by the panel also, that logistics, supply chain, fine, which is actually you can say a backbone for the MSMEs further, which actually facilitates the entire business, the entire cycle altogether, which is completely, I will not say which is completely missing, but I would say that it's getting developed day by day. Fine, cold storages, warehouses which are coming across the country, the availability of logistics, the reduction in the transportation cost due to formalization of that sector, which is actually helping a lot. But all these challenges are definitely creating lot many opportunities for lot many more businesses across the country. As far as Godrej Capital itself is concerned, the MSME growth, we have focused on products which we have developed, considering that they should be customized as far as the customer needs are concerned. So we have introduced a flexi payment where the customer can repay the interest for initial 2 years, and then his EMIs can start, so that he can utilize his capital in a much more better way. Fine. Then we have come up with number of products which are related to both secured and unsecured lending. So it's not that only collateral is required to take the loans. We have come up with the unsecured lending up to 50 lakhs, where we are saying that businesses can take loan without any collateral from us. We have incorporated the GST portal as far as the imputation of the income is concerned. So we are not totally dependent upon age-old income tax returns or maybe only bank statements. So we are in a process of imputing the income and not depending totally on the audit reports or maybe the income tax returns which are being filed by the MSMEs. So there are a number of ways which we are trying to evaluate the MSME, and these ways are actually possible because of the technological advances which have happened in the industry, the GST coming into the picture, which has actually got the transparency and built up the trust in the system itself for lending. If I talk about our own product suite, which I mentioned in the last slide also, so we have come up with the loan against property, where a collateral can be mortgaged to us, and then we can give long-term and larger loans or high-ticket loans. Then there are business loans where we give unsecured business loans, and there we don't take any collateral. It is just basis your past performance or your current performance. We give a huge weightage to the recency of your business, that how you have been performing in last 1 year rather than focusing on 3 years back how you did. So those are the business loans which we give up to 50 lakhs. Then we have lease rental discounting, the commercial properties or the lease rentals which MSMEs are getting from their properties. We can discount those lease rentals and provide loans against that. We give loans for commercial property, for purchase of commercial property or against your commercial property which you have. So it's a mixed suite of secured and unsecured loans, though obviously the secured loans carry the larger, those are the larger loans, and those loans are for a larger tenure. But the business loans, which are the shorter tenure loans, are majorly from 3 years to 5 years. So something about the business loan itself. The business loan which we have launched is around 50. We can give up to 50 lakhs without any collateral. It's completely unsecured. And then the other best part is that if there are timely repayments from the customer, we give rewards in place of those timely repayments. So customer is rewarded for paying us timely, and that actually promotes him, or actually pushes him to repay the installments in time, and he's being rewarded for that. Our entire journey which we have come across which we have launched is a digital journey, where the onboarding of the customer and the disbursement of the loan is completely digital. So we don't require any physical signatures, we don't require any physical documents to be submitted to us for evaluating a business loan, and it's a quick business loan where we say that we can disburse the loan within 48 hours also. And last one is the flexible repayments, which I talked about, that we have increased the tenor. Instead of 3 years, we have gone to up to 5 years as far as the unsecured business loan is concerned, so that your outflow for a businessman get reduced. Plus we have given a flexibility to an MSME that for initial 1 year or 2 year, depending upon his own nature of business, he can opt for interest only kind of a option, where he is liable to pay just interest for initial 2 years, and after that he can start paying the EMIs or the principal along with the interest. So we have recently come up with a platform called Nirman. This is where we are building an entire ecosystem for an MSME. We are saying that this is the platform where the MSME can build, plan and transform his own business. So it is not about only the money which is required by the MSME. It is the platform where he can, by building, I mean to say, he can expand the business to the next level altogether. We have tied up with Amazon Global Selling, where a normal MSME can actually come on our platform, have an access to Amazon global selling, and he can start selling within 48 hours to 200 plus countries across country. So he can start exporting, who is not an exporter. Then we also have a feature, we have partnered with Zolvit, where a MSME can take a legal advice from the lawyers through this platform, and this platform is completely free for all MSMEs. Plus, we also have added advantage for the Godrej Capital customers, where we are giving some 35,000 rewards, where he can utilize those rewards over the platform itself. So there is a higher benefit for the people for the customers who are Godrej Capital customers, but still this is open for all and everyone can use it. And the third one is that we are giving a platform to transform his business. So it's not only about doing business; it's about worrying about your employees. An MSME can take an insurance at a discounted rate for his employees, for 5+ employees on our platform, and he can get really good rates and deals on this particular platform. And then for that we have partnered with Onsurity, and then there is a platform called MSMEx, where we have partnered with them, and we are providing some really good consultancy services for any kind of consultants. All kind of consultants are available on this platform, and you can visit this platform and these services are available on Nirman for all MSMEs. So any kind of consulting, any kind of legal advice, any kind of insurance, or any kind of other features you want to upskill your workforce, you can come up over here and take those benefits from this platform itself. Can we have the AV, please?
एक नए दौर में कदम रखते हुए कुछ बातें बार बार याद आए। जो मुश्किलों का किया था सामना, वो हर पल जो लगा था डरावना। महीने के शुरू होते पगार का प्रेशर था बड़ा, लेकिन उससे भी बड़ा था प्रेशर बढ़ने का। क्या थे वो दिन, क्या थी जरूरतें, पर अब ना होगी जिंदगी से शिकायतें। चाहे वो घर बैठे दुकान चलाने की हो, या बात हो पेमेंट लेने की, बात हो किसी के पगार की, या हो सही जानकारी की। अपनों के सेहत का भी ध्यान अब है रखना, कानूनी जानकारी से भी वाकिफ है होना। एक नए दौड़ में कदम रखते हुए कुछ नए तरीके अपनाए, अपने सपनों को पंख देते हुए गोदरेज कैपिटल निर्माण से हाथ मिलाए।
So Nirman actually helps you to create your business to that level that you can easily. So funding is one part of it, fine. So, but you need to prepare your business to be capable of taking that funding. So that's one of the things which Nirman actually helps you to scale up your business, to grow your business, to grow your employees, to make sure that the entire workforce which you have gets continuously upskill in their daily job. And then there is a free consulting which is available for all the consumers who can come up over here and take that consulting. Through this platform, we are also integrating Godrej itself as a buyer on this platform, where where the suppliers can directly approach Godrej and start supplying raw material to Godrej group companies. So as far as Godrej Capital is concerned, we are there all across India right now. Fine. So we are present in 30 different locations, and we are giving loans to all MSMEs as far as unsecured business loans are concerned, loan against property, against their commercial properties, and all those, and other collateral loans where we can give higher tenor, and unsecured business loans which are completely collateral free for a lower tenor. That's it. Thanks a lot. Thanks for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malik, for such an informative presentation. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's now for another very important panel discussion on a very vital topic, focusing growing opportunities for MSMEs in India. MSMEs across the globe are fueling economic growth and are the key instruments for promoting equitable development. The Indian MSME sector space is immensely heterogeneous with regards to the size of the enterprises, variety of products and services, and levels of technology. The sector not only plays a crucial role in providing employment opportunities at comparatively lower capital cost than large industries, but also helps in industrialization of rural and backward areas, reducing regional imbalances and assuring more equitable distribution of national income and wealth. MSMEs complement large industries as ancillary units and contribute enormously to the socio-economic development of the country. Before we start the panel discussion, let us wait for 2 minutes for the team to settle all the chairs on the stage. Till the time, let me take this opportunity to introduce our guests for this panel discussion. Mr. Rajiv Chawla, Chairman, Integrated Association of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of India. Mr. Amit Bagga, Co-founder, CEO and CMO, Daryaganj Hospitality Private Limited. Mr. Gagan Anand, founder, Scuzo Ice O Magic. Mr. Praneeth Arora, co-founder and CEO, Univest. Mr. Nikhil, founder of Gearhead Motors. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Vivek Mittal, research head at Jagran Business. Let me take this opportunity once again to introduce our esteemed guests for this panel discussion. Mr. Rajiv Chawla, Chairman, Integrated Association of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises of India. Mr. Amit Bagga, Co-founder, CEO and CMO, Daryaganj Hospitality Private Limited. Mr. Gagan Anand, founder, Scuzo Ice O Magic. Mr. Praneeth Arora, co-founder and CEO, Univest. And Mr. Nikhil, founder of Gearhead Motors. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Vivek Mittal, research head at Jagran Business. So the stage is all yours, Mr. Mittal. And a very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests for this panel discussion.
Thanks, Smriti. Welcome everyone, and thanks for my esteemed panel, Mr. Rajiv sir, Amit Bagga sir, Gagan Anand, Mr. Praneeth Arora, and Nikhil Gunda. राजीव सर, जब भी हम बात करते हैं कि लाइक MSME में अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ की, तो बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ होती हैं. Like we have seen the contribution of India's MSME in Indian GDP, that's around 33%. And if we talk about the export, then it's around 50%. And MSME is generating somewhere around 12 crore job in India. So, sir, how do you see MSME sector for next decade?
नमस्कार. सबसे पहले आपके प्रश्न लेने से पहले मैं गुरु पूर्णिमा के इस दिन पर सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ. आज बड़ा शुभ दिन है और वो दिन तो और भी शुभ हो जाता है जब गुरु पूर्णिमा वाले दिन साक्षात हमारे गुरु अजय ठाकुर जी मुझे याद मिले, जो कि एसएमई सेक्टर में और हमारी वैल्यूएशन में और हमें रियल अपनी पोजीशन सोसाइटी में या समाज में या इकोनॉमी में जागरूक करने में जो आपका रोल है वो अद्भुत. और मैं कॉम्प्लीमेंट देता हूँ। ये जो दशक है, ये दशक भारत का दशक है। ये बात हम लोग काफ़ी समय से सुन रहे हैं। पहले सुन के यकीन नहीं होता था, कभी ऐसे लगता था कि केवल ये हमें प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए या आगे जस्ट हमारा एक मनोबल बढ़ा रहे, ये बात बोलने के लिए है। कोविड के दौरान जो अंधकार आया और एक बार लगा कि जैसे सब कुछ रुक गया है और आगे जीवन कैसा होगा, आगे का बिजनेस कैसा होगा। लेकिन पिछले 3 वर्षों में अगर आप देखें, और मैं आज सुबह ही मैं पिछले 10 दिन से यूरोप में था और मैं अभी आज मॉर्निंग की फ्लाइट से ही लौटा हूँ और इस कार्यक्रम में हूँ। आप यकीन मानिए कि ये 3 वर्षों में पहली बार एक ऐसा एहसास हुआ कि ये दशक तो हमारा ही है, और केवल ये दशक नहीं, अभी आगे आने वाले 20 वर्ष 30 वर्ष भारत की इकोनॉमी के लिए ही है, अद्भुत है। और मैं अपने मित्रों से, दोस्तों से कहता हूँ कि एक ही चीज़ इंश्योर करना कि आपके बैंक में, सेविंग बैंक में, खाते में पैसे नहीं होने चाहिए। आप निवेश करिए, कहीं निवेश करिए, स्टॉक मार्केट में करिए, गोल्ड में करिए, प्रॉपर्टी में करिए, एमएसएमई से कहता हूँ अपने बिजनेस में करिए। ये निवेश अगर आपने थोड़ा सा सोच समझ के स्ट्रैटेजिकली ठीक किया तो केवल ग्रोथ सामने है। पिछले 3 वर्षों में एवरेज ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में, मैं ऑटोमोटिव सेक्टर से हूँ, फरीदाबाद में मेरी इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत सारे और हमारे इंडस्ट्री साथी हैं पूरे भारत में, सभी सेक्टर्स के एमएसएमईज हमारे सदस्य हैं, और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि सब ने अद्भुत ग्रो किया है पिछले 3 वर्षों में। और इवन वो सेक्टर्स जो थोड़ा सा लेट रिवाइव किए, जैसे कि एंटरटेनमेंट सेक्टर या हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर, होटल सेक्टर। आज आप फ्लाइट देखिए तो टिकट नहीं मिलती है, होटल में जाएं तो रूम्स नहीं मिलते हैं, टिकट्स पीक पे हैं, हॉलीडेज कहीं पर भी देखिए। तो ये इसमें कोई शक ही नहीं। और फिर गवर्नमेंट का आप रेवेन्यू कलेक्शन देखिए, जीएसटी कलेक्शंस देखिए, डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस देखिए कितना तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, कॉर्पोरेट टैक्सेस में कितना इजाफा हुआ है पिछले कुछ समय में। तो सभी तरह के जो पैरामीटर्स हैं, जो चाहे इकोनॉमिक इंडिकेटर्स हैं, चाहे एम्प्लॉयमेंट सेक्टर के हैं, ये इसी बात का प्रतीक है कि आगे आने वाला दशक भारत का एमएसएमईज का, भारत का है, और भारत की में भी एमएसएमईज का है। कितने ही स्टार्टअप्स आप देख रहे हैं, कितने सप्लाई चेन में आप पार्टनर्स देख सकते हैं। और मैं एमएसएमईज के लिए ज़रूर एक बात कहूँगा, हम अक्सर स्टार्टअप्स को भी एज एमएसएमईज देखते हैं और इसमें कोई गलत नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी एमएसएमईज की दुनिया तो बिल्कुल अलग है। चाहे छोटी सी दुकान हो, चाहे छोटा सा रेस्टोरेंट हो, चाहे कोई कंसल्टेंट हो, कोई आर्किटेक्ट हो, आज हर सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड जिसकी 250 करोड़ तक की टर्नओवर है वो एमएसएमई सेक्टर में ही रहता है। तो जाहिर है कि 99.9% बिजनेसेस भारत में एमएसएमई सेक्टर से ही होंगे। तो ये और नए आयाम खुल रहे हैं। आज आप हेल्थ सेक्टर में देखिए, आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में देखिए, ऑटोमोबाइल्स में देखिए, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में देखिए, फिर रिटेल में, ई कॉमर्स में, स्किलिंग में, एजुकेशन में, हर जगह कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं। फिर नए तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स और रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं मार्केट की सामने। आज विमेन प्रोडक्ट्स जो विमेन कंज्यूम करती हैं, आज सबसे तेज़ी से ग्रो करने वाला वही एक सेक्टर है। मिलेनियल्स जिस चीज़ की खरीद कर रहे हैं, आज उस चीज़ की डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा है। मैं एक चीज़ और हमेशा अपने साथियों से कहता हूँ कि आज के इस एरा में, यानी अब हम जुलाई 2023 में हैं, तो जुलाई 2030 में अगर कोई बिजनेस मुझे ये कहता है कि मेरा बिजनेस ठीक नहीं चल रहा है, तो मैं एक ही चीज़ कह सकता हूँ कि उसके बिजनेस के मॉडल में कुछ गलती होगी। वरना इस एरा में कोई बिजनेस ठीक न चल रहा हो ये यकीन ही नहीं होता। तो मॉडल में चेंज हो सकता है, हम गलती कर सकते हैं, लेकिन बिजनेस एनवायरनमेंट में अगर कोई कहे कि इस माहौल में मैं बिजनेस नहीं कर पा रहा हूं, आई टोटली डिसएग्री। तो आगे आने वाला दशक पूर्णतया हमारा ही दशक है। और अभी तो हमने एक्सपोर्ट्स में कदम ही रखा है। अभी तो रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर की वजह से यूरोपियन इकोनॉमी या वेस्टर्न इकोनॉमीज़ में श्रिंकेज हुई है, उसमें इन्फ्लेशन रेट्स बहुत ज़्यादा हुए हैं, उनकी ग्रोथ कम हुई है। एक बार ये वॉर या इसका इम्पैक्ट कम होने दीजिए और आगे समाधान निकलने दीजिए, तो आप देखिएगा कि कितनी तेज़ी से, और पिछले वर्ष में इन सब के बावजूद भारत ने हाईएस्ट एवर एक्सपोर्ट्स किया है। तो अभी तो हमने कदम रखा है और अभी आप देखेंगे कि आगे आने वाले दशक में कहां से कहां हम पहुंचेंगे।
बिल्कुल। मिस्टर बग्गा, वेलकम टू आवर शो। सर, माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन कि सर हमने देखा कि लाइक कंज्यूमर स्पेंडिंग इन इंडिया इज ऑन द राइज एंड लाइक हम देख रहे हैं कि इन FY07 it was hovering somewhere at $61 billion quarterly, and now it has reached to $300 billion in 2023. So we have grown to 5 times around. तो सर क्या लगता है कि ये जो कंज्यूमर स्पेंडिंग जितनी तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, उतना लोग I mean किस पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर में सबसे ज़्यादा खर्च कर रहे हैं और क्या फ़ायदा मिल रहा है पूरी ग्रोथ को?
So thank you for having me here, and this is जैसे सर ने कहा कि it's a very positive outlook, great to hear from him. And so I'm the founder of this restaurant chain called Daryaganj. We were recently featured on Shark Tank also. So जो मेरा भी बिल्कुल ऐसा ही सोचना है कि अगले 2 दशक ही हमारे देश के हैं और अगले 20 साल में हमारी कंट्री एक सुपर पावर बन सकती है। एंड इसका एक मेजर रीज़न ये है, जो सारा डेटा कहता है कि आप 50% ऑफ इंडियाज़ पॉपुलेशन इज़ बिलो 35, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। अगर आप जापान में देखें आज, तो उनकी सारी पॉपुलेशन ओल्ड है, तो दे डोंट हैव वो दे आर वर्किंग ऑन रोबोटिक्स एंड ऑटोमेशन कि कैसे हम लोगों की कमी को पूरा करें टेक्नोलॉजी से। यहाँ इंडिया में बहुत बड़ी वर्कफोर्स एक है, और जो ये यंग पॉपुलेशन है हमारी, ये अगले 10 साल में हमारी इंडिया की वर्कफोर्स भी बनेगी और ये हमारे इंडिया की कंज्यूमर्स भी बनेंगे। और यही जो वर्क फोर्सेज है जो टियर 1, टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज़ से आके सिटीज़ में, बड़ी सिटीज़ में काम करेगी, यही आके यहाँ पर जब काम करेंगे तो यही डिमांड जनरेट करेंगे। फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे रेस्टोरेंट इंडस्ट्री में जब ये आके अपने शहरों से, अपने घरों से बड़ी सिटीज़ में आ रहे हैं या कहीं भी जा रहे हैं, वहाँ पर उनको दे हैव टू गो आउट एंड ईट, तो दे विल ऑब्वियसली दे विल हैव मोर डिस्पोजेबल इनकम ऑल्सो। तो एक और सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि इंडिया में डिस्पोजेबल इनकम जो है वो बहुत बढ़ने वाली है। तो डिस्पोजेबल इनकम ऑब्वियसली गोज इनटू 2, 3, 4 थिंग्स विच पीपल इंडिया में, दे आर ओनली 2, 3 फॉर्म्स ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट। एक तो आप या कि मूवी देख लो, या तो सिनेमाज, वन इज गोइंग आउट फॉर अ मील, then even going shopping and watching cricket. These are few things. So all these anyone who's doing anything will have always want some kind of entertainment in the end. So all these things are going to grow. All these segments are going to grow. Retail is going to grow. As far as my segment is concerned, I feel restaurant industry is going to boom because the amount of demand which is going to be generated. And also one more thing which I feel, which is a very positive thing which has happened, that in the next so many years we going to see a lot of big entrepreneurs coming up from in this country. और ये entrepreneurship जो किसका मतलब हम शायद नहीं समझते थे 15-20 साल पहले, आज बच्चा एक 10 साल का बच्चा भी समझता है। आज my 10-year-old son watches Shark Tank and he comes and tells me, advises me, don't go for equity, go for debt, do this, what's your revenue run rate. This is what they're talking. So imagine these 10-year-olds going to grow up in 10 years and what they're going to do. And this, I think I give credit a lot to Shark Tank, which has changed this whole thinking. People are talking about business on their dinner tables. This is amazing that the kids are exposed to this this entrepreneurship, which is going to create a lot of opportunities for this country. And this MSME sector is going to have a lot of young entrepreneurs coming in.
Exactly. So we are just witnessing the growth in India, and we are just seeing that the kind of growth in the MSME sector is exponential. Mr. Anand, good afternoon. Sir, इंडिया में जितना F&B पर लोग खर्च कर रहे हैं, जैसा सर भी बता रहे हैं, सो लाइक आपका क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन है, क्योंकि आप एक निश सेगमेंट में हैं आइसक्रीम से और उस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स उससे जुड़े हुए, तो कैसा ऑब्जर्वेशन आ रहा है सर?
सबसे पहले तो मैं सबको धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं जो हमारे मेंबर्स हैं यहाँ पे और विजिटर्स हैं जो यहाँ पे आए हैं हमें सुनने के लिए। आज की डेट में टाइम भी बहुत महंगा है, तो अगर सबने अपना टाइम स्पेंड किया है हमें सुनने के लिए, तो थैंक यू फॉर एवरीवन। दो आई एम इनटू दिस इंडस्ट्री फ्रॉम लाइक द आइसक्रीम इंडस्ट्री, लाइक फ्रोजन desserts, ice cream and all. सो मैंने सबसे पहले एक चीज़ सोची बेसिकली जब मैं इस इंडस्ट्री में आ रहा था, बिकॉज आई एम इनटू दिस इंडस्ट्री फ्रॉम लास्ट 18-19 years, and I just thought what can be the challenges, like why people do prefer to go outside and habit something like here. Like जब वो वहाँ पे आते हैं आज की डेट में, इसको दो सेगमेंट में कहा गया है जो बेसिकली हम लोग कहते हैं ना, जब वेदर वी टारगेट लेदर मासेज और क्लासेस, राइट. जब मासेज और क्लासेस में टारगेट करते हैं तो हम लोग बेसिकली इस सेगमेंट में जब आए थे तो हमने बेसिकली ये सोचा कि जो अपॉर्चुनिटी हमें मार्केट में देखी कि लोगों को आज की डेट में खाना सब ने बाहर है, वेदर वो मिडिल क्लास, एवरेज मिडिल क्लास वाला बंदा है या हायर क्लास वाला बंदा है, सब ने बाहर जाके एक ना एक दिन तो खाना ही खाना है. वीक में एक दिन अगर टाइम स्पेंड करना है, फैमिली के साथ जाना है तो उनको खाना है बेसिकली. एट द सेम टाइम दे वांटेड टू गो आउट एंड देन दे वांट टू ईट समथिंग, राइट. क्योंकि पैसे सबने खर्च करने हैं मार्केट में, बट ये हेल्थ सेगमेंट में बेसिकली जब वो हेल्थ सेगमेंट में जब खाने के लिए जब हमने कहा ना कि मासेज एंड क्लासेस में जब हम लोग जो आज के डेट में क्लासेस में है जो वो कहते हैं कि यार हम लोग बेसिकली वांट टू स्पेंड समथिंग इनटू हेल्थ सेगमेंट वेयर द फूड वेयर वी आर ईटिंग आउटसाइड शुड बी हेल्दी, राइट. सो दैट वाज द बेसिक थिंग. तो मार्केट में लोगों की जो बेसिकली डिमांड्स हैं, डिमांड्स एज पर देयर क्लास, whether whatever their pocket size is, whatever the earning size is, based on that segment, they have chosen their own class.
So, sir, is it happening due to the nuclear families or urbanization, or what are the factors that, those are responsible for it?
See, it is again depends on the earnings. What we have here, basically the people it doesn't depend on a nuclear family or whether it's like individual family. But that depends on the earnings what they have earning. आज के डेट में फॉर एग्जाम्पल रिसेंटली मैंने इनफैक्ट मैंने विटनेस किया है एक्चुअली हमारे रेस्टोरेंट्स में और हमारे पार्लर्स में, those people who are less earning and they are coming with a multiple 10 to 12 people of family members, they are coming inside the family, but they do have a very limited pocket size. So at that time they earn very limited, so based on that limitations only they spend also. राइट. सो बेस्ड ऑन दैट क्लास अगर मैं कहता हूँ कि आज की डेट में मैं बाहर जाता हूँ और मैं कुछ खाने के लिए आता हूँ तो सबसे पहले मैं अपना बजट पहले डिसाइड करता हूँ कि मेरा बजट कितना है, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट आई चूज द ब्रांड ऑल्सो, राइट. सो उसके हिसाब से मैं ब्रांड चूज करता हूँ, उसके बाद मैं खाता हूँ. तो F&B इज लाइक अ क्रेज नाउ द डेज इन इंडस्ट्री. लाइक F&B इज मैं कोविड के टाइम में अगर मैं बोलूँ, कोविड के टाइम में ऐसा सिचुएशन हो गया था, मुझे लग रहा था कि F&B इज लाइक गोइंग इनटू आई मीन इन द डार्कर एरिया एवरीवेयर. Like everybody was talking about whether it's a cloud kitchen or something like that. But after post this COVID pandemic and everything, I felt it like F&B is again booming and the people started spending a lot into the market. So I mean F&B is overall I can say F&B is like non-ending situation in India or in the universe I'll say exactly, because India में तो अभी भी बहुत कम है, because the moment when I go outside I see like people don't even have their breakfast in the house. हम लोग तो अभी भी ब्रेकफास्ट का चलन हमारे घर पे है, बट आउट ऑफ इंडिया पीपल डू हैव देयर ब्रेकफास्ट और कॉफी आउटसाइड. So slowly and gradually I think whether here in India also through the support of MSME, whatever because MSMEs, what MSME is going to provide is they are basically changing the all basically unorganized sector into an organized sector. That's the thing. So MSME is supporting us in terms of changing that unorganized into an organized, and it will definitely give a big support to the F&B industry as well.
Okay. Mr. Pranit Arora, my first question to you, sir. प्रणीत जी, अगर देखें तो जैसा अभी अजय सर भी बात कर रहे थे और हमारे ज़्यादातर पैनलिस्ट बात कर रहे थे कि लाइक देयर इज़ ए प्रॉब्लम ऑफ फंडिंग इन MSME. और अगर हम देखें तो 12 PSU बैंक्स का अभी मैं पढ़ रहा था कि जो उनकी लोन ग्रोथ है वो अच्छी खासी आई है MSME में, 9 ट्रिलियन से अराउंड 12 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंच गए उनका लोन. लेकिन प्राइवेट बैंक्स का पार्टिसिपेशन उतना स्ट्रांग नहीं है. क्या लगता है कि वो डरते हैं MSME को लोन देने में? उनको लगता है कि MSME जो कंपनीज हैं वो पैसा नहीं चुका पाएंगी समय पर?
थैंक यू सो मच. पहले तो आपको मुझे इस पैनल पे इनवाइट करने के लिए. Talking about funding related thing and what are the alternative options also which are available, right? सबसे पहली चीज़, ऐसा नहीं है कि प्राइवेट बैंक्स पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करते. Yes, during COVID times they got a little particular about lending it to SME schemes, but thanks to the government initiatives, जहाँ पे credit loan guarantee schemes, जितनी भी CLG schemes आई, यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया कि बैंक्स को कि यार आप लोग भी आगे SMEs को अपने लोन्स को पास करिए. Because of which, if you will see, 2022 saw the biggest growth year for private banks in terms of the exposure to the small and medium enterprises का loans का exposure. It was roughly around 69.8%, which was the ever highest, right? That's one part of it. Second, in fact, private bank की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो due to digitization and advent of technology, they are the first ones compared to the PSU banks in terms of bringing new financial products which are more tailored to the needs of MSMEs. Secondly, उनके अगर मैं credit loans जो credit score calculations की भी मैं अगर बात करूँ तो वो लोग जिस तरीके से AI और ML का यूज़ करने लगे हैं आज की डेट में, वो बहुत ही strong तरीके से यूज़ करके they are not just looking at only the limited credit score, but they are also looking at the online presence, the business exposure, the business potential, and so on and so forth. Because of which उनका penetration मुझे ऐसा लगता है आगे आने वाली दशक में private banks और ज़्यादा बड़ा role play करेंगे.
Okay.
So yeah, that is very important. Secondly, अगर मैं बात करूँ alternative channels की भी, तो अगर आप देखेंगे alternative channels में there are lot many other opportunities. Thanks to some of the government initiatives also, like establishment of SIDBI Bank और आत्मनिर्भर भारत, जिसकी वजह से कई सारा ये financial literacy भी फैल रही है MSMEs में, जिसके थ्रू वो अपनी funding को avail कर सकते हैं. Plus alternative options like debt funding, like invoice discounting options, like P2P lending options. ये सारे के सारे जिस तरीके से इंडिया में ग्रो कर रहे हैं, I doubt कि MSMEs को liquidity standpoint से crunch होगा. And I completely abide by what Sir said कि अगर 2030 में कोई आदमी बोलता है कि मेरा बिजनेस नहीं चला, तो it was a flaw in the business model, and it was not the flaw because the funding options were not available or the consumer was not ready. So completely abide by Sir, and yes, that's my take on the question. Thank you.
Mr. Nikhil, welcome to this show. And sir, my first question, sir, कि आपके सेक्टर में हमने देखा कि एक बहुत अच्छी ग्रोथ, डिसेंट ग्रोथ देखने के लिए मिल रही है. लाइक ऑटो सेक्टर में ज़बरदस्त बूम देखने के लिए मिल रहा है. मारुति इज सेलिंग समवेयर अराउंड 1.6 लाख कार्स पर मंथ, और जो बाकी कार कंपनीज भी हैं लाइक किया एंड सो मेनी ऑटो कंपनीज आर कमिंग इन इंडिया एंड दे आर जस्ट लुकिंग ए बिगर मार्केट इन इंडिया नाउ. How do you see the opportunity for MSME companies in your particular sector?
Okay. Hello everyone, this is Nikhil. Before I give my opinion, I would love to introduce. We run a company called Garrett Motors, which manufacture electric cycles. I'll take this liberty to call myself biologically youngest on this in this room because I see a lot of energy from the other guys as well. Now, coming back to the question, Vivek, India has always been a system integration country. We've never been a system design country. We always import, assemble, sell. People who used to import furniture, now they're importing electric vehicles and selling. So for us to change or grab the opportunity that is there, that China plus one strategy and everything that we are talking about, India is the next China, I think we have to humbly believe at the core where we have to start designing products. Even today, we have a lot of global services platforms, but we don't have a single global product. So we have to believe that and also work towards bringing system design into India. And that's exactly where the core function of China plus one or India being the next China would function. Coming to our sector per se, I think automobile industry is just growing like hell. We've seen significant adoption even in urban and also in rural areas. Especially electric vehicle makes much more sense in rural areas because of the range anxiety and other things. But fundamentally, the opportunity comes down when the design starts to function, and a lot of MSMEs should start thinking on, instead of integration, should start thinking around design. I think that's exactly where the opportunity lies.
राजीव सर, जैसा आप बता रहे थे कि आप यूरोप से आए एंड आपने क्या, सर आप तो यूरोप काफ़ी जाते होंगे, यूरोप, अमेरिका और जगह अन्य देशों में. सर क्या इंडिया को लेकर क्या परसेप्शन में चेंज आ रहा है? लाइक पहले होता था कि इंडियंस को एक बहुत अच्छी उससे नहीं देखा जाता था, रिस्पेक्ट के साथ। क्या लगता है सर अब?
अगर मैं ऑब्जेक्टिवली बोलूं तो पहले शायद हमारा जो आउटफ्लो था वो केवल स्किल्ड जॉब्स के लिए था, तो लोग जॉब ढूंढने के लिए यूएस या कनाडा या कई कंट्रीज़ में जाते रहे, और आप देखेंगे कि कई तो अब हमारी फैमिलीज़ हैं पंजाब की या इवन केरला की जो बाहर सेटल्ड हैं 2 जनरेशन 3 जनरेशन से, और भी कई कंट्रीज़ में है। तो आज तो लेट अस से कि पिछले 40-50 वर्ष में ज़्यादातर भारतीय जो बाहर जाते थे वो जॉब्स ढूंढने के लिए जाते थे। जाहिर है कि उनमें से बहुत से भारतीय शायद टैक्सी चलाते होंगे, कार चलाते होंगे, हाउस कीपिंग जॉब्स करते होंगे, जिसको हम स्मॉल मीनियल जॉब्स के रूप में भारत में देखते हैं, पर वो बेटर डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर एंड बेटर रेम्यूनरेशन के लिए बाहर जाते थे। साथ ही साथ वहाँ जाके बहुत से भारतीयों ने बिजनेसेस प्रारंभ किए। आज आप देखिए एनआरआईज में कि भारत से, गुजरात से, पंजाब से गए हुए कनाडा में लोग या यूएस में लोग, उन्होंने वहाँ छोटी छोटी रिटेल शॉप्स खोली वगैरह वगैरह और अपना अलग नाम कमाया। फिर आईटी में जब भारत का नाम बना और बढ़ा, तो आज आप विश्व की टॉप कंपनीज में देखिए जो आईटी और सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनीज हैं, हर कंपनी में भारतीय सीईओ और भारत के टेक्नोलॉजी लोग। तो भारत का एक नॉलेज इंडस्ट्री के रूप में रोल बढ़ा। और पिछले 1-2 दशक में आपने देखा होगा कि जो मेक इन इंडिया मूवमेंट से जो अब हमने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी अपना नया आयाम हासिल किया है। आज विश्व की बेस्ट ब्रांड्स ऑफ कार्स इंडिया में भी बनती हैं। मर्सिडीज का भी प्लांट है इंडिया में, BMW का भी प्लांट है लाइकवाइज। सो माय पॉइंट इज कि लगातार from a country that supplied cheap skilled labor to a country that gave them knowledge people, our IITians, our IT people जो पूरे विश्व में गए, and now that a country that is increasingly participating in their supply chain, auto components, अगर मैं Mercedes इंडिया के लिए कुछ कंपोनेंट बना रहा हूँ तो आज वो कंपोनेंट Mercedes के सभी प्लांट्स में ग्लोबली भी एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। तो बहुत से ऐसे सेक्टर्स हैं। फिर फार्मा सेक्टर में हमने कितना नाम कमाया। आज विश्व की सबसे ज़्यादा सप्लाई चेन मेडिसिन कंपनीज भारत, फार्मा कंपनीज भारत में। तो आईटी में, फार्मा में, ऑटोमोबाइल में हमने अपनी लीडरशिप कायम की। तो निस्संदेह हमारी जो परसेप्शन है इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे एक बढ़ती हुई इकोनॉमी की है। उस समय जब पूरा विश्व आज इन्फ्लेशन की वजह से दुखी है और श्रिंक हो रही है उनकी इकोनॉमीज, ऐसे में भारत का इन्फ्लेशन बहुत हद तक कंट्रोल में, एंड लाइक आवर ग्रोथ वी आर द लार्जेस्ट एंड द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग लार्ज इकोनॉमीज इन द वर्ल्ड। तो इसमें कोई शक नहीं कि इंटरनेशनली हमारी एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी बढ़ रही है। फिर भी कभी कभी कुछ ऐसी चीज़ हो जाती है कि हमारे एक्सपोर्ट की हुई कोई दवाई, कोई खांसी की दवाई से कहीं कुछ हादसे हों तो नेचुरली पूरे देश के उस पर भी एक क्वेश्चन भी आता है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत आइसोलेटेड इंसिडेंट्स हैं। ओवरऑल हमारे ऊपर बहुत कड़ी नज़र है पूरे विश्व की, स्पेशली फार्मा सेक्टर में, ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर में हमें ग्लोबल लेवल्स पे कॉम्पीट करना पड़ता है। तो हम कहते हैं ना कि QCD, क्वालिटी, कॉस्ट एंड डिलीवरी, इन 3 चीज़ों की वजह से लगातार भारत अब जो सीख रहा है और आगे बढ़ रहा है। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ अब और जुड़ गया है, QCDD के साथ अब MM भी जुड़ गया है, जिसमें कि मैनेजमेंट एंड मैन पावर, मनी पावर, वो भी जुड़ गया है। और QCDD में एक D और जुड़ गया है, वो है डेवलपमेंट एंड डिज़ाइन। तो नाउ इट इज़ अबाउट QCDD-MM। एंड सो लगातार हम सीख रहे हैं, लगातार हम ग्रो कर रहे हैं, और निसंदेह हमारे क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स, इंटरनेशनल सर्टिफिकेशंस, हमारा Z प्रोग्राम, ज़ीरो इफेक्ट ज़ीरो डिफेक्ट प्रोग्राम, हम जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए अपने आप को कमिट कर रहे हैं कि 2070 तक हम एक कार्बन न्यूट्रल कंट्री बनेंगे। हमने सिंगल यूज़ प्लास्टिक पे बैन लगाया, दिल्ली में पटाखों पर बैन है, दिल्ली में डीजल जनसेट्स पर बैन है, डीजल बसेस पे बैन है, एंटायर दिल्ली NCR में फॉसिल फ्यूल के बॉयलर्स पे बैन है। तो हम ग्रीन इकोनॉमी, क्लाइमेट को भी ध्यान रखते हुए, ESG नॉर्म्स को भी ध्यान रखते हुए, चाइल्ड लेबर भी ना लगे उसका भी ध्यान रखते हुए और इन सभी मानकों को पार करते हुए अगर हम पूरे विश्व में लगातार एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा रहे हैं तो निस्संदेह हमारा जो एक्सेप्टेंस है ग्लोबल लेवल पे वो रिमार्केबल है।
बिल्कुल। अमित सर, अगर हम देखें तो जिस तरह का आपने अपना बिजनेस ग्रो किया सर 1947 से और अभी तक एक शानदार ग्रोथ देखने के लिए मिली। आई मीन आपका अगर हम देखें तो पिछले कई एमएसएमई सेक्टर में इस तरह की कंपनीज रहीं जिनके की नाम पहचान मिलने में बहुत समय लगा। सर ये सोशल मीडिया और जिस तरह के जो नए नए इनोवेशंस आ रहे हैं ये एमएसएमई की ग्रोथ के लिए कितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं?
सो हमारा ब्रांड जो है हमने 2019 में स्टार्ट किया था, आज से 4 साल पहले।
ओके।
मेरे जो पार्टनर हैं उनके ग्रैंडफादर का एक रेस्टोरेंट था जो 1947
बिल्कुल 1947 में,
बट हमने नए नाम से शुरू किया था 4 साल पहले। तो आई थिंक सबसे पहली चीज़ जो हमारे लिए बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट थी, मेरे लिए बड़े मतलब जब भी हम कोई नया ब्रांड बनाना चाहते हैं या नया कोई बिजनेस शुरू करना चाहते हैं कि व्हाट इज़ योर डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर। या तो कोई आपके पास कुछ अलग करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर मैं ये भी बिलीव करता हूँ कि समटाइम्स इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट डूइंग डिफरेंट थिंग्स, इट्स अबाउट डूइंग थिंग्स डिफरेंटली ऑल्सो। सो उस टाइम हमने जो रियलाइज़ किया कि एक गैप रियलाइज़ किया मैंने कि देखा कि जो हमारी सेगमेंट था नॉर्थ इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट का सेगमेंट, उसमें एक सेगमेंट था जो पर पर्सन स्पेंड 600 रुपये में बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स थे, एक पर पर्सन स्पेंड 1300 रुपये में बहुत ज़्यादा प्लेयर थे, बीच में एक स्वीट स्पॉट था जो खाली था। तो हमने वो स्पॉट आइडेंटिफाई किया कि राइट प्राइस विद द राइट प्रोडक्ट, अगर आप कोई भी करंट सेगमेंट में भी जाना चाहें तो जा सकते हैं। अगर आप देखें कोई मिसिंग लिंक है तो जैसे बोट जो अमन गुप्ता ने स्टार्ट किया था, उन्होंने जब स्टार्ट किया था उनके जो हेडफोन्स थे उन्होंने एक गैप देखा था वहाँ पर कि एक 2 से 3,000 रुपये वाले सेगमेंट में कोई अच्छा क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट नहीं दे रहा था। उन्होंने वहाँ स्टार्ट किया और आज देयर इज नो एवरीथिंग इज रेस्ट इज हिस्ट्री, कहाँ वो पहुँच गई कंपनी। सो आई थिंक वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि एक इनोवेशन करी जाए ज़रूर। हमने बहुत इनोवेशन करी कि हमने वही नॉर्मल एक नॉर्मल रेगुलर ओल्ड फैमिली स्टाइल रेस्टोरेंट को थोड़ा डिफरेंट वे में प्रेजेंट करने की कोशिश करी। हमने पैकेजिंग में इनोवेशन करी। हम अपने बैक एंड में बहुत इनोवेशन करते हैं। हम इन आर द वे वी रन आवर प्रोसेसेस, द वे वी डू डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ ways we use technology to make things easier, make things more efficient। वहाँ बहुत इनोवेशन आती है। ये फर्स्ट लॉकडाउन जो हुआ था उसमें हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा। सो आई वुड से दैट नंबर 1 this innovation will be a very very important thing in the future, and that's what I think these young entrepreneurs coming up are doing this। and हमारे सेगमेंट में तो ऑलरेडी बहुत हम भी खुद वो काम कर रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी में कि कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को ला सकते हैं अपने सेगमेंट में।
बिल्कुल। लेकिन जिस तरह से जो एक रोल प्ले हो रहा है इनोवेशंस का कि लाइक लोग सोशल मीडिया पर अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को लॉन्च कर पाते हैं तो एडवर्टीजमेंट कॉस्ट उनकी कुछ हद तक
सोशल मीडिया में हमने एक स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई थी कि हमारी जो स्टोरी थी वो स्टोरी मैंने ये ब्रांड जब सोचा शुरू करना है अपने फ्रेंड को बोला कि आपकी स्टोरी बड़ी स्ट्रांग है, जो बहुत पुरानी स्टोरी है। 1947 में आपके ग्रैंडफादर ने 2 इंडिया की सबसे टॉप डिशेज इन्वेंट करी, बटर चिकन एंड दाल मखनी। मतलब ये स्टोरी ही मुझे इनिशियल बहुत अटेंशन दे देगी। तो मुझे ऑनेस्टली वी स्पेंड ओनली 0.3% ऑफ आवर रेवेन्यू ऑन मार्केटिंग। सिंस बिगिनिंग वी हैव नॉट स्पेंट एनी मनी ऑन मार्केटिंग, बट पीपल थिंक वी आर स्पेंडिंग अ लॉट, वी डोंट। हमारी स्टोरी एक ऐसी थी कि वो लोग ये अटेंशन अट्रैक्ट करती है। सो आई थिंक फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल या तो कोई आपको डिफरेंशिएशन हो प्रोडक्ट की, या कोई आप डिफरेंट वे में प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं अपने प्रोडक्ट को, वो आपको ऑर्गेनिकली लोग उस बारे में बात करना शुरू करते हैं। सो द फर्स्ट टाइम यू कैन गेट अटेंशन ऑफ अ कस्टमर बाय टॉकिंग, हैविंग अ डिफरेंट स्टोरी, हैविंग अ डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट। But then second time you will only use or come to that only if the product is good. So पहले social media is अब आज सारी जितनी भी advertisements हो रही हैं हमारी, हम सब social media में ही करते हैं उसमें, because you can measure the ROI। आप कहीं और मीडिया में ट्रेडिशनल मीडियाज में शायद ROI measure नहीं कर पाते। ROI बहुत अच्छी तरह measure हो जाती है, तो you know we are putting your money in the right place। So that's where social media helps a lot।
Okay।
And also it makes it viral। The biggest best way of advertising is word of mouth advertising, and that only happens in social media।
Okay, great। Mr. Anand, सर जिस तरह के हमने innovations पर बात कर रहे हैं, अब जो टाइम आने वाला है इंडियन कंपनीज के लिए, that's for the organic growth or inorganic growth, like what do you see in your particular sector, because many big names are in your sector already, और हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग ब्रांड शिफ्ट करने में आपके पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर में थोड़ा टाइम लगाते हैं। हाउ डू यू सी योर सेक्टर ग्रोथ थ्रू ऑर्गेनिक और इनऑर्गेनिक रूट?
जब मैंने ये सोचा था स्टार्ट करने के लिए, तब मैंने अपने एक्चुअली बहुत अप्स एंड डाउन्स देखे थे बेसिकली अपनी लाइफ में, बिकॉज मैंने एज आई सेड दैट आउट ऑफ माई 20 years I spent like 18 years working with someone, right? So working in someone like जब मैंने देखा ups and downs, एक्चुअली प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स बहुत सारे हैं. जब आप ग्रोथ की बात करते हैं तो ऑर्गेनिक इनऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ की बात जब बात करते हैं, these days as sir said like about the social media influence, the things and all, आपको जब तक when we are doing something, when we are not like marketing ourselves in a right manner, because previously जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था, मुझे लगता है जब मैंने अपना करियर स्टार्ट किया था तब लोग बात करते थे कि यार टीवी में ऐड आता था ये अच्छा ब्रांड है, और होर्डिंग्स लगे हुए हैं तब ये अच्छा ब्रांड है. बट आज के डेट में टीवी और होर्डिंग्स की बात जो है लोग कम करते हैं, और लोग कहते हैं हर किसी के हाथ में फ़ोन है.
Exactly.
हर किसी के हाथ में फ़ोन है, हर किसी के हाथ में इंस्टाग्राम है, फेसबुक है, और वो वहाँ से देख रहे हैं चीज़ों को. तो आज की डेट में जब मैं ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ की बात करता हूँ, द मोमेंट इज़ लाइक ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ कैन बी पॉसिबल ओनली व्हेन you are giving it this in a right manner to जब हैंड होल्ड की बात करता हूँ, अब ये डिपेंड करता है एग्जैक्टली कि हम सबसे पहले जैसे सर ने कहा कि बेसिकली अगर आपके पास एक राइट अप्रोच नहीं है, राइट प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, तो आप कुछ भी ले आओ, आप यू कैन नॉट ग्रो, राइट. तो हैविंग अ राइट प्रोडक्ट एंड राइट अप्रोच टू द योर टारगेटेड कंज्यूमर्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. So organic growth can be possible only when you do have all these things in your place. So we are in Scuzo, like जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था तो मैंने सबसे पहले ये स्टडी की थी लोगों को चाहिए क्या.
Exactly.
अगर आप ये अंडरस्टैंड नहीं कर रहे हो कि मेरे को अगर मेरे पेट में दर्द है और मैं सिर के दर्द की दवा दे रहा हूँ, doesn't make sense, right? तो मेरे को अगर पेट में दर्द है, पेट में दर्द की दवा देनी चाहिए मुझे. तो basically when you are going into a right phase, then definitely organic growth is possible. Though I mean there are a lot of factors are there where you are getting a support from your lot of consumer, depends exactly how automation you are providing into. Again, that is something which is very important, that how whether you want to follow this through your lala attitude or an process driven system attitude. That is something which is very important, right? Because मैं अगर automation की बात करता हूँ, अगर ऑटोमेशन में लेट्स से अगर मैं कहता हूँ कि आज पहले के ज़माने में लोग आज भी, अगर मैं बहुत सारे ऐसे वेंडर्स के पास जाता हूँ जहाँ पे अभी भी देखता हूँ पेन एंड पेपर पे काम कर रहे होते हैं, बट पेन एंड पेपर इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल राइट नाउ बिकॉज हमारे पास काम बहुत है. बट द वे हाउ वी आर, बिकॉज हाउ वी आर सर्विंग, बिकॉज वी आर इनटू अ सर्विस इंडस्ट्री,
राइट.
सो fulfilling that, understanding the timeline of a person who is there in my front is very important, because हर किसी के टाइम की वैल्यू है अपनी.
Exactly.
अगर हम किसी के टाइम की वैल्यू नहीं करते हैं, वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट, तो उसके लिए ऑटोमेशन जरूरी है. सो ब्रिंगिंग ऑटोमेशन इनटू आवर इंडस्ट्री इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट. सो दैट कैन बी डिलीवर्ड ओनली व्हेन यू वांट टू मेक योर सिस्टम एज a process driven system. Instead of having a lot of employees and delivery is nothing, doesn't make sense. Instead of having 5 employees and doing everything is very important. So the process driven system is very important in our current scene, and then only you can have an organic growth, which is very very much successful.
जी. मिस्टर अरोड़ा, जैसा सर बता रहे कि लाइक हमारे यहाँ पर बहुत सारा अभी भी एमएसएमई सेक्टर में लाला वाला सिस्टम चलता है, बट लालाओं ने भी बहुत नाम कमाया सर. और लाला भी बहुत एक, अगर हम छोटे शहरों में जाएं तो शायद लाला ही एग्जिस्ट करते हैं और वो बहुत अच्छे पैसे वाले हैं. सर, ये जो फंडिंग की प्रॉब्लम होती है हमारे यहाँ पर, लोगों को 12% 18% तक भी साल का इंटरेस्ट देने में कोई डर नहीं लगता है. हाउ डू यू सी दिस सिनारियो कि अब जहाँ पर हम 8% को इंटरेस्ट को हम ऑफिशियली हायर ऑन ए हायर साइड बोलने लगे हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि एमएसएमई को अगर 8% पर पैसा मिलने लगेगा या 10% पर, तो क्या होगा इंडिया के एमएसएमई का?
सर, पहले तो जो 8% या 10% की आप बात कर रहे हैं, आज की रेट में एमएसएमईज अगर 18% और 20% पे भी अगर लोन्स ले रही हैं तो लोन्स लेने वालों की कमी नहीं है, राइट. अगर 8-10% पे मिलने लग जाए फिर तो बात ही अलग हो जाती है. बट इवन एट 18 से 20%
दैट इज अवेलेबल फॉर द लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट्स.
करेक्ट. सो मैं क्विकली एट 20 सेकेंड लेवल बता देता हूँ. यूनिवेस्ट एक इन्वेस्टमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसके थ्रू यूजर्स अपने हायर रिटर्न्स कमा सकते हैं बाय इन्वेस्टिंग इनटू मल्टीपल एसेट क्लासेस. आज से 5 महीने पहले हम लोगों ने एक P2P इन्वेस्टमेंट की एक एसेट क्लास करके लॉन्च करा. एंड सिंपल लॉजिक है कि किसी को इन्वेस्ट करना है अपने हायर रिटर्न्स के लिए, जिसमें उसे 12% तक रिटर्न्स मिल सकते हैं, वो यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट कर सकता है इसके थ्रू. और किसी को अगर लोन चाहिए फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एक वो MSME जिसको अपना छोटा सा बैंक अपना लोन फाइनेंस करवाना है, एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसकी क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री आज की रेट में बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, बट उसके बिजनेस में दम है, और अगर उन टाइप के लोगों को भी अगर लोन्स की ज़रूरत है तो वो प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू लोन्स भी ले सकते हैं, राइट। एंड यू विल नॉट बिलीव कि लोगों को ये बहुत बड़ी अनमेट डिमांड है। 6 से 7% FDs में लोगों को इंटरेस्ट मिलता था, आप वो वाला इंटरेस्ट लोगों को हायर रिटर्न्स चाहिए थे तो वो स्टॉक मार्केट गए, 10 में से 9 स्टॉक मार्केट इन्वेस्टर्स लॉसेस में आ गए। तो अब उनके सामने क्या एक ऐसा ऑप्शन दे सकते हैं जहां पे उन्हें FD से डबल रिटर्न मिले और उनका रिस्क प्रोफाइलिंग भी थोड़ी सी कम हो। तो हम P2P इन्वेस्टमेंट वो एक फीचर प्रोवाइड करता है फॉर इन्वेस्टर्स।
ओके।
सिमिलरली जिनको लोन्स चाहिए थे, जो आपने 8 या 10% की बात करी, थोड़े से हायर रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे भी अगर इजी एक्सेसिबल लोन्स अवेलेबल चाहिए तो उन लोगों ने इसी प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू अप्लाई भी किया, एंड विद इन अ फ्यू आवर्स उन लोगों को लोन की भी अवेलेबिलिटी मिल गई, राइट। जहां पे लोन की अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं थी, ये इस एसेट क्लास की वजह से लोगों को आज लोन्स की अवेलेबिलिटी मिल गई है, जिसके कारण MSME सेक्टर बहुत ज्यादा फ्लरिश भी कर रहा है। टू गिव यू वन मोर पर्सपेक्टिव, फॉर एग्जाम्पल किसी को कल की रेट में अगर टोल प्लाजा में इन्वेस्ट करना होता तो उसको इंस्टेंट बहुत बड़े बड़े फंडिंग की जरूरत पड़ती, राइट, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट बोलती है 7 दिन के अंदर आप यहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करो एंड सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ। बट आज की डेट में लेंडिंग वर्टिकल हैज स्केल्ड अप लाइक एनीथिंग इन इंडिया। इफ देयर इज एन एडवांसमेंट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन वन सेक्टर, फिनटेक विल बी वन ऑफ द सेक्टर्स जो कि बिल्कुल फोर फ्रंट से लीड कर रहा होगा। यहाँ पे आज की डेट में एक नॉट सो लाला पर्सन जिसके पास खुद का बहुत ज्यादा पैसा नहीं है या बहुत ज्यादा कनेक्शंस भी नहीं है, तब भी आज की डेट में उसके पास एक एक्सेसिबल ऑप्शंस है जहां पे वो इंस्टेंटली लोन लेके इन्वेस्ट भी कर सकता है, अपने खुद के रिटर्न्स भी बना सकता है और वापस उस प्लेटफॉर्म को वो पैसे भी दे सकता है, और दो सब इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम पे खुश हैं, एंड द कंट्री इज ऑल्सो ग्रोइंग। सो इन माई ओपिनियन आई थिंक एक्सेसिबिलिटी सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है पहले फंड्स की फॉर MSMEs, फॉलोड बाय रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट। इंडिया दोनों चीजों के लिए सॉल्व कर रहा है थ्रू मल्टीपल एसेट क्लासेस एंड थैंक्स टू द गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स ऑल्सो, जो कि ये सारे के सारे फैक्टर्स को और ज्यादा स्ट्रेंथन अप करते हैं, एंड देयरफॉर इट विल लीड टू द ग्रोथ ऑफ MSME सेक्टर।
जी निखिल जी, AI और PLI, AI का कितना बड़ा रोल अब आपके सेक्टर में देखने के लिए मिला है, एंड देन PLI का कितना बेनिफिट अभी तक मिला है?
I think like I said, PLI का benefit बहुत ज़्यादा आ रहा है, like primarily in semiconductor industry, one Micron investing in multiple sectors and people getting aware. The only challenge is the awareness, so whatever the schemes that are available with these government schemes, but the awareness to the end consumers, like people who are enabling these funds for MSMEs to access is very minimal. For them to understand this industry, whatever we speak, let's say today I'm pitching my electric bicycle to put up an industry for the PLI scheme. The person on the other side having the exposure to this industry is very limited because this is a new age industry. And for him to understand to the core where exactly we are functioning, where exactly we need funding and what all machinery we need, has a lot of to and fro information happening. So I think although the scheme seems very interesting and very robust in terms of deploying a robust ecosystem, the awareness part of it is still missing, and I think more skill should be penetrated into that industry for that make to happen, and that to actually convert into something that is industries are actually benefited. The other point I would love to add also, although the startups and MSMEs have access to a lot of fund options, a lot of finance options, again the enablers who are actually signing the check, having the awareness about example we've recently gone to a bank and said bhai mera CGT MSE loan kara de, and for him to understand our electric bicycle industry, he thinks our bicycle is close to a bicycle and nobody can replace a scooty with a bicycle unless and until he drives it and then works on the economics of it. It took us almost 3 months for him to educate what electric bicycle is. So that's exactly where the gap is. Although we have access to a lot of funds, but for them to enable these funds to actually benefit by the MSMEs, a lot of skill and awareness should be happening. I think that's exactly where you have to concentrate on to make this actually work.
Okay. लास्ट क्वेश्चन राजीव सर। सर हम देखते हैं कि MSME कंपनीज जनरली ये कंप्लेंट करते हैं कि उनके जो प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं उनकी बार्गेन पावर उतनी स्ट्रांग नहीं होती है, एज कम्पेयर टू द लार्ज कंपनी? लाइक अगर कोई FMCG में प्रोडक्ट बना रहा है तो एक लोकल कंपनी का जो ब्रांड होगा उसको उतना पैसा या उतना प्राइस सेंसिटिविटी ज़्यादा होती है उनके साथ. सर, हाउ डू यू सी दिस चैलेंज फॉर एंटायर MSME सेक्टर इन ओवरऑल?
आपकी बात सही है, नॉर्मली और जायज़ भी है कि एक नॉर्मल बैग के लिए मैं LV के बैग का प्राइस क्यों दूं,
राइट?
या मैम क्यों देंगे? आफ्टर ऑल अ ब्रांड इज अ ब्रांड एंड पीपल पे समटाइम्स ब्रांड वैल्यू. रोलेक्स की घड़ी तो रोलेक्स की घड़ी है, सेम किसी और ब्रांड को वहां तक लेने में इट विल टेक टाइम. बट प्लीज रिमेंबर, इफ आई गो टू द सेम hair cutting salon every month and I look for the same person कि आप उसको भेजिए मेरे हेयर कट के लिए, it means that person is also a brand. मुझे मेरे बिजनेस में अगर कोई रिपीट ऑर्डर मिलता है, मेरा कोई कंपोनेंट है जो लेट अस से मारुति सुजुकी के एक मॉडल में लगता है और वही मारुति जब कोई नया मॉडल बनाती है और वो कहती है कि कंपोनेंट से सोर्स करो, तो आई एम ऑल्सो अ ब्रांड. So MSMEs have that brand. Every time he gets a repeat order or anybody here, it means the brand is building. But then we have to learn how to protect that name. We have to learn the nonsense of IPRs. हम अपने patents को कैसे register करें, हम अपने copyrights और trademarks को कैसे register करें और protect करें. पिछले कई सालों से बड़ी कैंपेन चल रही है ब्रांड बिल्डिंग के लिए. मेक इन इंडिया कैंपेन अपने आप में भारत का एक ब्रांड बिल्डिंग एक्सरसाइज है जो पूरे विश्व में चला. तो MSMEs को भी अपने प्रोडक्ट के फंडामेंटल्स को समझना पड़ेगा. दे वुड हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड द बेसिक्स ऑफ देयर प्रोडक्ट. ब्रांड बनने के लिए बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है QCD, क्वालिटी, कॉस्ट एंड डिलीवरी. ब्रांड बनने के लिए फिलिप कॉटलर के बेसिक्स याद करने पड़ेंगे, प्रोडक्ट, प्राइस, प्लेस एंड प्रमोशन, और उसके बेसिस पर ही वो चीज़ सामने आएगी. और एंड में जब आप आंख बंद करके कोई प्रोडक्ट लेते हैं बाहर से और उसके लिए एक एक्स प्राइस एक्स्ट्रा देने को तैयार हैं, इट शोज द कस्टमर्स कॉन्फिडेंस. एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज अ प्रेस्टीज लेबल आल्सो इन्वॉल्व्ड. You visit a restaurant, I want to take you out for dinner. Which particular restaurant I'm taking you out for dinner, what brand label I'm wearing, these things will matter. Let me also mention, कभी कभी सुनते हैं ना कि इंडिया में 4% लोगों के पास X%, 60% वेल्थ है या 70% वेल्थ है. कभी सोचिए हमारे 4% लोग भी 6 करोड़ हैं. तो 6 करोड़ लोगों की आज कार्स की डिमांड को पूरी करना, लग्जरी होम्स की डिमांड्स को पूरी करना, अब उनको सेकंड होम चाहिए, एक हॉलिडे होम गोवा में चाहिए. दिस इज अ नेवर एंडिंग थिंग. आप जितनी महंगी कार उतनी ज्यादा वेटिंग है आज मार्केट में. देयर आर कार्स वर्थ 2.5 करोड़ जिनकी वेटिंग पीरियड 2.5 years है. सो माई पॉइंट इज दैट MSMEs हैव टू रियलाइज दैट द बेसिक्स ऑफ एवरी बिजनेस विल रिमेन द सेम. It is our preparedness how we will move there, and there are many government schemes also to support it. हालांकि मैं कभी गवर्नमेंट के फोरम पे जाऊंगा तो उनको बहुत शिकायत करता हूं कि आप ये नहीं देते हैं और ये नहीं देते हैं और बैंक से लोन नहीं मिलता है. लेकिन लेट मी ऑल्सो कन्फाइड इन द काइंड ऑफ ऑडियंस दैट आई एम विद टुडे, दैट आज कोलेट्रल फ्री लोन्स 5 करोड़ तक मिल रहे हैं. आज ट्रेड प्लेटफॉर्म पे मुझे पेमेंट्स इमीडिएटली आ रही हैं. आज फिनटेक प्लेटफॉर्म, अगर किसी ने ऑडियंस में अगर 2 भैंस खरीदनी हो और उसको सिर्फ 50,000 या 70,000 रुपए का लोन चाहिए हो किसी नए शख्स को भी, तो वो आज अवेलेबल है. आज टेक्नोलॉजी, डिजिटल वर्ल्ड ऐसी हो गई है कि मेरे बैंक स्टेटमेंट बताता है कि मैं कितना बिजनेस कर रहा हूँ और सिर्फ उसी के बेसिस पर मुझे कोई फिनटेक कंपनी एडवांस दे देती है. सो बहुत बड़ी कंपनीज हों तो PLI जैसी स्कीम्स हैं. इंटरेस्ट रेट्स की हम बात कर रहे थे, आज बहुत सी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल हरियाणा में अगर आप MSME हैं और अगर आप इंडस्ट्री लगा रहे हैं तो 5% तक आपको इंटरेस्ट पर सब्सिडी हरियाणा सरकार रिइंबर्स कर देगी. तो हो सकता है बैंक ने आपको 10% पे लोन दिया हो, लेकिन 5% सब्सिडी के बाद आपके लिए रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट 5% हो गया. तो पॉइंट इज इकोसिस्टम में सब कुछ है, हम उस इकोसिस्टम के लिए तैयार है या नहीं है. प्रिपेयर्डनेस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और इसीलिए मैं ऐसे कॉन्क्लेव्स की बड़ी तारीफ करता हूँ। मैंने ज़िंदगी में लगभग 35 वर्ष बिजनेस किया, यकीन मानिए 5 वर्ष काम किया, 30 वर्ष तो ढूंढने में लग गए, क्या करो, कैसे करो, लोन कहाँ से मिलता है, पोल्यूशन का एनओसी कैसे मिलेगा, वगैरह वगैरह। तो अगर कोई राइट मेंटरशिप, राइट गाइडेंस हो और इस तरह के कॉन्क्लेव्स हों कि एक ही पैनल पे आप 10 लोगों को सुनकर बात समझ सकें, तो 5 वर्ष में आप वो अचीव कर लेंगे जहां पहुंचने में मुझे 35 वर्ष लगे, या उससे भी ज़्यादा, उससे भी आगे। और टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से तो अनबिलीवेबल। रिमेंबर, टेक्नोलॉजी विल नेवर रिप्लेस एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, बट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हु यूज टेक्नोलॉजी will replace entrepreneurs who do not. So therefore, digitalization, GST, technology, ये सब हमारे लिए है। तो जितनी जल्दी हम प्रिपेयर हो जाएंगे, the world is for us to conquer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv sir. Thank you, panelists, for sharing your knowledge and your experience. तो फिलहाल इस पैनल को यहीं पर रोकने का समय आ गया, नए पैनल के साथ जुड़ेंगे और नई बातें करेंगे। Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Indeed, it was a lot of learnings. Your expertise and fortes, I think, has helped us understand this topic better, decode this topic better. I would request Mr. Mittal to kindly felicitate all the guests on the dais as a token of appreciation. Mr. Rajiv Chawla. Mr. Amit Bagga. Mr. Gagan Anand. Mr. Praneeth Arora. And Mr. Nikhil. Let us put our hands together to show our appreciation for those very important learnings from this panel discussion. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture. Our gratitude once again to all the esteemed and distinguished guests. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next panel discussion on enabling women entrepreneurs. The increasing presence of women as entrepreneurs has led to significant business and economic growth in the country. Women-owned business enterprises are playing a prominent role in society by generating employment opportunities in the country, bringing in demographic shifts and inspiring the next generation of women founders. On this note, let me take this opportunity to introduce and welcome our esteemed and distinguished guests of this panel discussion on the dais. Dr. Tina Sharma, National Advisor, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Ms. Jyotika Jalani, Founder and Creative Director, Janvi India. Dr. Sonia Lal Gupta, Managing Director, Metro Hospital Group. Ms. Nikita Bose, National PMU, RAMP, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Ms. Anshu Anand, Founder, Anshu Anand and Advisor, Member Board of Advisors, World Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. Ms. Ritu Singh, Entrepreneur and Hotelier and Founding Chairperson, Maharaja Hari Singh Social and Education Foundation, Jammu. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Geetu Moza, Consulting Editor of Jagran Business. Ma'am, I request you to kindly take your seat there. As our moderator, Ms. Geetu Moza will be sitting here to moderate the panel discussion. I thank you so much, ma'am. I really appreciate.
First of all, it's my pleasure to host these beautiful ladies on stage who have achieved great success in their respective fields. My first question would be for all the ladies here, and I would love to and like to know how their journey has been and the positions they are, holding so successfully. So I would start with Ms. Jyotika Jhalani. I would like you to share your experiences, your journey so far, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be on this panel, and I would like to thank Mrs. Tina Sharma, who actually prompted me to be here. To be a woman in today's world is actually very empowering. For me, my journey as a working woman and as a businesswoman and an entrepreneur has been 44 years today. I turned 60 in 15 days, and I feel I'm only 16, and I want to continue to feel that age, because to me, age is just a number. So I know this is a MSME panel. I don't want to make it as dry as the word MSME sounds. So we're going to make it a little more exciting. And my best friend who's sitting a little far away from me, and I was hoping I would just get her right here, Kumarani Ritu Singh, who's been my closest friend, and I would say very much responsible for where I am today. I am also from Kashmir, and she is the Kumarani and very, very much loved Ritu Singh from Kashmir. Today, both of us sit on the same panel, and hopefully we'll add some value to this. Women today are looked upon as, I would say, very, very, very powerful. I've sat on many women empowerment panels, not just in India, but abroad. My journey started at the age of 16 when I joined the World Bank. And it's been a long journey since. 10 years with the World Bank gave me the reason to believe that I could make a difference. I then started my own brand, a brand called Jahnavi India. Jahnavi India may not be known across India, but is known globally as one of the only Indian luxury brands. Thank you. And I say this because we were just last month a case study at Northwestern University, where we were with brands from China and India, and were taken up as a case study. So I feel very, very empowered. I started my brand literally from my son's bedroom when he went to England to study with 4 people. And 4 karigars, literally not knowing where I was taking this brand. Today I have 400, and each one of them is a very important member of the Jahnavi family. We started off making shawls for brands like Chanel, Dior, Louis Vuitton, Armani, Burberry, Ferragamo, and 18 other brands. And I literally took the made in Italy, made in France label off and put the made in India label there. So that was a huge thing for me. So when Modi ji says the make in India and made in India is important for our label, yes, it is very important. For me, the brand has been to create what India has to be proud of. We have a huge heritage. Our artisans are not given the importance. And for me, each one of my artisans has been empowered because I've taught them how to dream. I was a speaker at the UN in Geneva, and I told each one of those presidents and prime ministers of the world that if we can dream, we can make it happen. And it's people around the world, and today where everything seems to be so troubled, sitting in this room, the only difference that I think I can make is make you believe that at a very small scale, in a factory like mine, which has only 400 people working in Noida, it's a beautiful factory because we do everything in-house, from our weaving, to our dyeing, to our embroideries, to our handbag making, and I would like to invite anybody who would like to come and see it. But it's all done with a lot of love. And every piece is made with passion, and that's what I'm all about. I know I'm supposed to be speaking in Hindi, but my Hindi is not very good. I left school in class 10, modern school, which is right across the road out here. I don't know, हमको हिंदी नहीं सिखाई ठीक से, but sorry, I mean, I'm sure the others will speak in Hindi, but I wasn't very good at Hindi. But I think the journey of, the question that was asked to me was, what were my struggles? I don't think I had any struggles. Every struggle made me stronger. Every struggle made me see that my life had to become far bigger and better. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tina Sharma, take us through your journey so far.
So, मैं हिंदी बोल सकती हूँ और बहुत अच्छी, क्योंकि मैं हरिद्वार जैसे छोटे टाउन से आती हूँ. थैंक यू. और सिर्फ हिंदी पढ़ी हमने 6th क्लास में ABCD शुरू हुई, तो बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट लगता था कि दिल्ली जैसे शहर में कैसे करेंगे. मैंने BA फर्स्ट ईयर किया ही था, तो घर वालों के दिमाग में आया कि शादी कर देनी चाहिए. मेरी शादी हो गई. मेरी बेटी जब 2 साल की थी, मेरा ग्रेजुएशन पूरा हुआ, क्योंकि यहाँ से मैं हरिद्वार बस पकड़ के जाती थी और उतनी ही देर मुझे पढ़ने के लिए मिलती थी, जबकि मैं 10th और 12th में टॉपर थी. मुझे नहीं पता कि मैं यहाँ तक कैसे पहुँची हूँ, लेकिन येस, enabling women was my one priority. God brought me to that. I had no idea what will be my career. Only thing which was there in my mind that, you know, कि बचपन में वो शिव जी के बहुत सारे 16 व्रत और ये सब रखे हैं, और एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से आती हूँ, सर्विस क्लास फैमिली से, तो 4-3 बच्चे होने वाले हैं और उनको पालना है, उनकी एजुकेशन और घर में खाना वाना अच्छा बनाना, इतना ही एक जो घर में सिखाया जाता है वो मैंने सोचा था. लेकिन there were few things which went wrong in my life and which has taught me to work for people. मेरा फर्स्ट इंटरव्यू मेरी जॉब में था, जहाँ मुझे सॉरी थैंक यू के अलावा तीसरा वर्ड नहीं आता था. एंड जब फर्स्ट मेरा इंटरव्यू हुआ तो मेरे को घर आके पूछा कि क्या हुआ. इंटरव्यू वॉज इन दिल्ली, तो मैंने कहा मुझे नहीं पता वो सरदार इंग्लिश में क्या बोल रहा था. 1600 रुपये मिलेंगे, 10 बजे जाना है, 6 बजे छुट्टी होगी, करोल बाग में ऑफिस है, PRO का काम, रिसेप्शन पे बैठना है, PRO का काम करना है, इतना ही मुझे मालूम था. इसके अलावा मुझे कुछ नहीं मालूम था. और ये लाइंस मैं कभी नहीं भूलती जो मैंने अपने घर में अपने मामा जी को बोली. मेरे घर में लड़कियों को बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ाते नहीं हैं, शादी बहुत जल्दी कर देते थे. एंड आई एम थैंकफुल टू गॉड कि भगवान ने मुझे इस जर्नी पे एनरूट किया, बिकॉज मैं एम्पावर हुई. एंड आई वर्कड फॉर एसोचैम इंडिया, वेयर आई हैव एम्पावर्ड women coming from rural areas, and my journey has been, amazingly, fulfilling, because I know that, when I'm working as a second term national advisor to the Minister of MSME, I've worked with the greatest people ever. I worked with Mr. Gadkari because MSME was his portfolio earlier. I got appointed by him. And then I worked with Mr. Narayan Rane, who's again a visionary. So MSME has brought a lot of strength in my personality, where I have worked on women. I have worked on Stand Up India, Startup India. I've worked on policy matters. I've worked on financial policies. And this is all I have gained after my, enlightenment as a social activist. So these are the government appointments, and you get nominated by government. So this is not easy, we all know. औरतों के लिए ज़िंदगी इतनी आसान नहीं है, ये बात बिल्कुल सच है। इसके बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हमारे डायस पे हैं। आई डोंट नो हाउ मच टाइम आई हैव टू स्पीक, बट देन बहुत मुश्किल जर्नी होती है जब आप घर को और बाहर बैलेंस करते हैं, लेकिन हम सब लोग एक कॉज के साथ इस दुनिया में आए हैं। मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ, अपने हर भाषण में कहती हूँ कि क्या हम अपनी एक गाड़ी, अपनी एक बीवी, 1 2 3 जो भी उतनी बीवी और बच्चे, और क्या एक बंगला बनाने के लिए इस दुनिया में आए हैं? 2 3 हस्बैंड भी हो सकते हैं, टाइम हैज़ चेंज्ड, सॉरी। So I'm sorry if I have offended somebody. So I work on gender parity. I will not offend men here sitting in the room. लेकिन हाँ, ये ज़रूर था मुझे कि जो मैंने किया वो मुझे यहाँ तक लेकर आया। तो God has written something else for you, but you have to work hard for it. You have to find your way. अगर आप अपना रास्ता ही नहीं ढूंढेंगे तो घर में बैठ के रोटी ही बनाएंगे। और रोटी बनाना कोई बहुत डीमीनिंग चीज़ नहीं है। रोटी बनाना इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ पैरेलल अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर women and they're creating big out of it. So मेरे लिए जर्नी बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट थी। आज भी वर्क प्लेस पे बहुत सारी जगह हमें डिफ़िकल्टीज़ होती हैं, लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस आने के बाद और मुझे लगता है नॉलेज आने के बाद, वेर यू हैव नॉलेज एंड you're डूइंग समथिंग फॉर द सोसाइटी, आपका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बहुत हाई होता है और मुझे लगता है वो दिखता भी है लोगों में। महिलाओं की शक्लें बदल जाती हैं, उनकी चाल बदल जाती है व्हेन दे हैव मनी इन देयर हैंड्स, एंड दैट इज़ माय वर्क कि महिलाओं के हाथ में पैसा आ जाए, उनको नॉलेज मिल जाए और उनको सही प्लेटफॉर्म मिल जाए। दैट इज़ व्हाट इज़ नीडेड इन दिस सोसाइटी। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड मुझे प्राउड है कि मैं बहुत स्मॉल टाउन से आती हूँ और मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में कुछ किया। थैंक यू।
Ms. Ritu Singh, can you please share your experiences, because you have been in the field of education, in hotel business and lots of it.
So a very good afternoon, and I come from, when somebody asks me कि आप कहाँ से हो, तो मैं राष्ट्रगान गाती हूँ, क्योंकि I was born to a set of parents, my mother Maharashtrian, my father Punjabi. I got married at the age of 19 to my husband, who is the Maharaj Kumar Ajat Shatru Singh of Jammu Kashmir. My father-in-law is Dogra. My mother-in-law is from Nepal. So you can well imagine when I say where I'm from, मैं राष्ट्रगान ही गाती हूँ. So coming to this, first of all, I'd like to thank Dainik Jagran very much for this wonderful opportunity to sit on a panel and discuss enabling women empowerment and the MSME, of course. Tina, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And like my dearest friend and soul sister Jyotika just said, that she and I have an incredible journey. Her brand is something I don't call just Janvi or Kashmir. I actually always refer to it as threads of love, because I have seen that journey from the time it started. So thank you, Jyotika, for that wonderful mention. It just made it so much nicer. So जहाँ के सवाल है, आज बहुत शुभ दिन है, गुरु पूर्णिमा है और मैं संस्कृति और सभ्यता में मानती हूँ. So if you don't mind, can I please start with a small little shlok before I start? Like मैं सब कुछ गुरु को देती हूँ. My Guruji is also there. So Om Namah Shivaya, Shivji Sada Sahai. Om Namah Shivaya, Guruji Sada Sahai. And for my parents who were my gurus. So Tvameva Mata Chapita Tvameva. Tvameva bandhu cha sakha tvameva. Tvameva vidya dravanam tvameva. Tvameva sarvam mama deva deva. So let me tell you about my journey. Talking about women and the role that women play in today's world, we are multitaskers. Right from the time we are born, there's a certain mental conditioning that comes to girl children, which I think has to shift. We need to make shifts right from our own homes. Like they say, charity begins at home. Mental conditioning also needs to start at home. Automatically when a girl is born, she's given a doll, she's made to dress her up, take care of it, almost like a mother. The mother instincts come to her naturally. But today there are women in the workforce, and I think balancing being a mother and being a part of the family and a caretaker of family and handling businesses is really the crux of how we balance things out, And I came from a home that taught me a huge amount of values. My father was self-made. My mother belonged to the 3rd Chief of the Armed Forces, General Shri Nagesh, who served the country. My grandmother served for years and years. I watched all that service happening. Later on in my growing years, I was sent to a boarding school where I met romantically. I got involved with my husband, and that took me to Jammu Kashmir, to the royal family. I didn't belong to a royal family, but I got married into one, and औरत की गोत्र बदल जाती है जब शादी होती है. So automatically, I took his culture as my own. I was 19 years of age in any case. So I think the balance between my husband's family and mine was so beautiful that we were able to serve society in a manner that was, I consider myself privileged. The fact that I'm privileged enough to have a chance to serve others is a huge privilege given to me. And through education, which is, I think, is the key, because हमारे बच्चे हमारे भविष्य हैं, and teaching children at a young age a value set and the way they should go. So, my method of teaching, of course, it's a Delhi public school, but the thing that attracted me to open a chain of schools in Jammu Kashmir was the motto, and the motto said service before self. One school that I went to, which was Lawrence School, Sana, the motto there was never give in, and then another school of, a chain of schools that I started, says service before self. So honestly, these two mottos and my parental upbringing, the environment in which I grew up, have been basically the roots of the tree that I'm building up for others, So it's in the stage now where the branches are there, there are leaves growing on them, it's flowering, and I hope to make differences in people's lives in my own little way. I've also been engaged in women empowerment in different ways, and I work with rural women largely. I also work with underprivileged and also with special children. So it's really exciting. My journey is extremely exciting. And I have to say that MSME is really quite the engine for economic empowerment in today's day and age. And the government of India is doing a phenomenal job. I've been working with clusters and self-help groups back in Jammu. And the opportunities are huge. There are a few problems, and we'll talk about them as the discussion goes along. I don't want to take too much time. But I'd definitely like to say that, we all have to make changes at the very basic in our homes, You should not presume that women are meant to, we have actually, right from the time that I can remember from my great-grandmother's time, when there were hardly any banks around, it's the women who used to manage the finances in the house. But the bank accounts would be with the male force. So that's not really fair. I mean, it's time that we didn't make a difference between men and women and try and have as much equality as we can to make this shift, Little examples like, आप पैसे बचाते हो घर पे, the woman of the house is the one who manages all the finances, right? And she does her savings. It was my grandmother, my nani, who saved up on a paltry sum from the army. She saved up, even in that paltry sum that she was given as an army officer's wife. And, she had 5 children. She educated them. She made sure that her children have a home and a roof above their head. She did right investments by saving. So, when we talk about banks and we talk about, giving loans and PSUs and whatever else it is, women definitely need to be in those offices. We need to have women officers more and more engaged in banks and places where you get loans and schemes and grants, because we understand the problems. When you say what are the problems and how can you enable women, unless you don't face those problems, you're not going to be able to make those changes. So in key offices, I think women engagement is very necessary, very, very necessary. There's lots I want to talk about with women empowerment. I founded the chapter of Wiki Flow, Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh 2 years ago. In 2021, we never had a forum for women entrepreneurs. So in the women entrepreneur space and the startup space, I have done a lot, which we will talk about in the course of time. Having said that, I also want to say one last word before we introduce ourselves to the others. Is that, I often compare my life to that of a lotus, and a lotus really blossoms in muddy environs. So let's really face up to our challenges and not look at them as problems, but find the solutions for them. I mean, that's my basic everyday mantra. That it's very easy to constantly talk about problems, but I think it's time that we didn't really look at problems as problems and become solution finders rather than just constantly thrive on problems only, you know. So over to you, and thank you for moderating us today.
My pleasure. Thank you. Now I would request Dr. Sonia Lal Gupta, Managing Director for Metro Hospital Group, to take us through her journey so far.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sitting amongst such amazing women that I have such a long journey to go ahead, and just hearing their stories itself is so motivating, and I think that's why we're here. I think just motivation plays such a key role when it comes to anybody. We don't know who might be sitting over there who will hear this, you know, somebody's story and say, you know what, I can also do it. And that's how that journey begins. So I think thank you so much for having a forum like this, you know, where we can sit together and talk about something that I think still people are trying to understand, you know, MSME, and you know, whenever as a layman I think somebody hears this term, they still want to go on Google and probably look up what the full form is and then kind of understand it. But such an important industry, and I think it's amazing how much the government has done to develop it. And about me, I'm a doctor by profession, I'm a neurologist, and I've had the privilege of training in the US and finishing my studies over there, and then taking the decision to come back to India. And the reason was fairly simple. My father, Dr. Purushottam Lal, did the same many years ago, and to actually work in your own country and help, you know, develop in your own country. There's so much you can do. We started Metro Group of Hospitals in 97 from our first branch in Noida, and now we have 12 across North India, ranging around 2,000 beds, and you know, employment to more than 3,000 people. And apart from that, so of course, playing a role in managing that, along with Chairman Sir, is always the key. But to come and to also have an opportunity, we also have the education vertical. We're running a nursing college, paramedical college, and pharmacy college in Greater Noida, and I've been managing that. So that's been my baby. When I started, we had 2 courses. Now we have, you know, added 2 more colleges to the mix. And I think to have the opportunity, by studying abroad, one thing that really affected me was that there is no replacement for education. When you give good education, I think everything changes. Your mind widens, your horizons widen, and then you get the confidence to take that first step. A lot of times we come across people who want to do so much, but they struggle. आजकल वो, you know, उनका स्ट्रगल रहता है यहाँ पे कि मैं आगे कैसे बढ़ूँ अगर एजुकेशन पूरी नहीं होती. तो इसलिए एजुकेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है. बेसिक एजुकेशन जैसे आप बात कर रहे थे, इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम प्राइमरी. बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप वहाँ से यू पुट द राइट वैल्यूज़ इन, एंड गोइंग फॉरवर्ड when it comes to healthcare, I think to have the opportunity to train people in such an important sector, because healthcare की जब बात आती है, एक quality education बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ है. और हमारी मेट्रो कॉलेज में यही हमेशा कोशिश रही है to provide that quality education, because you're dealing with lives end of the day. हम सबसे बड़ी बात लोगों को बताते हैं, आप लोगों की जानों के साथ डील कर रहे हैं, इसलिए quality education provide करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड वहीं से एक अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगी बच्चों को आगे बढ़ के अपने आप को डेवलप करने की. रही बात एंड उसके अलावा वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की, आई थिंक इट इज़ women, being a neurologist, I'm anyways fascinated. मैं बहुत दिमाग से fascinated हूँ. I have a 2-year-old. So जब मेरा बच्चा पैदा हुआ, and he's a boy, and I've been, it's been so interesting, क्योंकि आपने बोला है mental conditioning. It is so true. ये इतनी बड़ी बात है. और मैं सबसे पहली बात मैंने बोली कि the way the brain हमारा है, we are so attuned, especially in our culture. वो शुरू से ही हम एक घर पे कल्चर रखते हैं कि बच्चे को दिखता है मेरा ये रोल है, मेरा ये रोल है. तो इसलिए ये जर्नी शुरू से बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम अपने बच्चों में एक इंडिविजुअलिटी इंस्टिल करें, उनको सही वैल्यूज़ दें, पर उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ दें कि वो अपने डिसीजंस भी लें. एज इंडियन पेरेंट्स हमारा एक कल्चर है कि हमें उनको बताना है क्या करो, ये करो, ये करो, ये करो. गाइडेंस एक चीज़ है, बट एट द सेम टाइम आई थिंक वहाँ से सब कुछ शुरू होता है. एंड देन व्हेन इट कम्स टू आई थिंक MSMEs, giving the opportunity at the rural level is very important. We get to work at the rural level as well when it comes to education, providing camps, providing healthcare. Women and child health is another very important area where we need a lot of work. I think a lot of improvement has happened, बहुत improvement हुआ है, but still a long journey ahead. So, you know, it's wonderful, I think, that everybody's here today, and through this platform, hopefully, किसी की ज़िंदगी को ये touch करेगा, and somebody will take that motivation to work towards, women empowerment. It is such an important thing. Women are amazing. I'm telling you, balancing work, family, our dreams, I think everything requires a lot of effort. But it's amazing to see कि चाहे वो एक, there's somebody who's a big industrialist who's doing it, or maybe it's somebody जो आपके घर पे काम कर रहे हैं, पर सारे मेहनत करते हैं, और सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज अगर आप लिखोगे वो सेम ही होती हैं. सो कोई बड़ा नहीं है, कोई छोटा नहीं है. देयर माइट बी जिंदगी के अलग अलग जिंदगी के डिफरेंट लेवल्स पे, बट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कैन इवन बी एम्पावरिंग योर हाउस हेल्प, कि जाके पढ़ाई करो, और मे बी हेल्पिंग हर टू इवन डू अ कोर्स, गिविंग हर एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू मे बी अर्न अ लिटिल एक्स्ट्रा. यू मे नॉट रियलाइज वो छोटी छोटी अपॉर्चुनिटी से ही द बिग opportunities come forward for them and वो आगे बढ़ेंगे. So I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I won't take too much of your time, but it's been amazing, I think, being here, and thank you again so much for having me. Thank you.
Pleasures. Miss Nikita Bose, who is from Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Nikita, lots of questions for you, because government plays a very critical role in empowering women, and it has been a vision for the Government of India to really help women move forward and contribute towards the growth of this nation. So the steps government has taken, do you think more needs to be done as far as the policies are concerned?
So very warm, as it is very warm already, so very warm good afternoon to the audience that is sitting here, and I'm so thrilled, super thrilled to be amongst the panelists that I am here with. And I find, it is such an honor to be amongst such distinguished dignitaries. Okay, so I will answer your question by dividing my entire conversation into 4 parts maybe. First of all, I'll talk about my own journey, and then I will talk about the question you actually asked me about, and I will just break it into 4 parts. So number 1, when I talk about myself, I will cover what a woman entrepreneur has been, and what a life of a woman entrepreneur happens to be on the grassroots level. So I'll tell you about myself. I was a banker for a decade. Last I was a branch manager with HDFC Bank, and at the end of my tenure I became, एक problem हो गया मुझे कि मुझे थोड़ा slip disc का issue हो गया, for which doctor suggested me to be bedridden for around 6 months. I had to, not wanting to be, forcibly, had to resign from my job. And at the end of 6 months, it was like a blank canvas. So I could have again joined another bank job. It would have been, very convenient. But at the same time, I thought that, okay, why not? It's a blank canvas for me. Let me try something new. खून में शुरू से ही at the very early age of 19 I was a banker injected to my blood. So I thought that okay, let me do something with finance only. यही आता है और यही risk में मतलब it would not be a risky affair to do. So and also as it is nobody an entrepreneur in my family. I was a first generation entrepreneur. So what I thought of starting a small consultancy firm. एक छोटे से प्रोडक्ट से शुरू किया म्यूचुअल फंड्स, वो समझ में आता था थोड़ा, फिर अचानक से मार्केट क्रैश हो गया. इट वॉज अ ब्लड बाथ. मैंने सोचा ओ गॉड, क्या ये सही डिसीजन था? लेट मी जस्ट गेट बैक टू व्हाट आई वाज. देन आई थॉट कि ओके, अगर म्यूचुअल फंड इज अ रिस्की थिंग, लेट मी गो अहेड विद समथिंग स्टेबल. लेट मी ऐड फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट्स टू माई पोर्टफोलियो, मे बी डेट सिक्योरिटीज इन माई पोर्टफोलियो. धीरे धीरे करते करते आई रियलाइज दैट मेरे पास कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन है ही नहीं एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर. आई कैन ऐड एज मेनी प्रोडक्ट्स, एज मेनी थिंग्स टू माई पोर्टफोलियो. धीरे धीरे करके that firm started to become big, And then I started to do a lot of work in terms of the MSME space, reaching out to their project loans. Project खुद बनाती थी, banks में submit करना, banks के साथ collaborate करना. I worked with a lot of MSMEs at the very, very ground level. So I actually started to understand कि problem कहाँ है, कहाँ फंस रहा है. अभी now I was in the bank, and then again I was in the front, you know, submitting proposals from the MSMEs on behalf of the MSMEs to the bank. I realized कि कुछ तो issue है, there is a disconnect. Schemes ही नहीं पता है. What is the problem? I mean, there is an issue. Then I started to conduct a lot of awareness programs. I got aligned to a lot of organizations like CIMSME, which I chaired for the Women Entrepreneur Wing for the state of Uttar Pradesh. I belong from Lucknow, by the way. So then I got aligned with CII also, did a lot of activities with CII. I got invitation from Vadwani Foundation to join them as an impact partner, as an ecosystem partner, to conduct a diagnostic exercise for the upliftment, to understand the growth of the MSMEs. So ये सब बहुत boring काम मैंने backend में किया, but दिमाग में यही था कि grassroots level problem तो वही है ना. The banks are not understanding कि schemes government क्या दे रही है, और MSMEs are not understanding actually कि जाना किसके पास है. और अगर किसी गलत resource के पास वो चले जाते हैं, then they are, you know, God help them. So this was the entire chaos I was dealing with. Then I realized that there is something, आपको अगर change लाना है तो आपको system में जाना पड़ेगा. So that is how I thought of entering the ministry. I handed over this flourishing business of mine to the responsible people. And then I joined this regime of this World Bank funded program, raising and accelerating MSME performance, which is by the Ministry of MSME. अब ये तो मैंने अपनी एक प्रोफेशनल जर्नी आपको बता दी, साथ साथ क्या चल रहा था ये भी बता दूं. उसी दौरान शादी हुई, उसी दौरान बच्चा हुआ. बेटा मेरा इतना, he was just 2 months and my business was at the peak. I could not say, business was also my baby. I could not just abandon just like that. It was at the very nascent stage. So meetings में बेटे को लेके जाती थी. I used to, you know, 2 months बच्चा साथ में जा रहा है. And I'm really thankful to God that the baby has actually supported me throughout. So this was the situation. And this was the journey, but क्योंकि through the course of time I started, you know, mentoring a lot of businesses. मुझे लगा कि ये मैं कर सकती हूँ, which actually turned out to be my passion also. So I became a business mentor for Startup India. I have around 52 odd startups that I have mentored. Availed them through supporting them through the funding amenities and all. I have been uplifting a lot of women entrepreneurs. Phone call pe hi, you know, it is all on a pro bono basis that I have been doing, because it is my passion to see the women of the country grow. But problem kahan aata hai pata hai? Ghar mein. My story, thankfully, by the luck of God, my in-laws have been supportive. My husband, the situation is like that कि he asked कि भाई तुम्हारा priority work है, तुम्हारा priority बच्चा है, तुम्हारा priority सब कुछ है. मैं तो एकदम last में आता हूँ. I would always say शुक्र मनाओ तुम list में तो आते हो. So this is the situation. The things are with the woman entrepreneur. But this question is, are the Indian families ready to absorb women as entrepreneurs? पहला जो मुझे challenge I faced as a woman entrepreneur, because branch manager with HDFC Bank and suddenly an entrepreneur of an XYZ company, people just tend to lose faith in you. They say कि अरे बीमार पड़ गई थी, टाइम पास के लिए कुछ शुरू कर दिया है, पैसे के साथ इनको ट्रस्ट नहीं करना है. You know, this is something she is doing just for, you know, the credibility you lose when you become an entrepreneur, because women entrepreneurs are not taken seriously in this country. उनके लिए ये होता है, हस्बैंड खुद ही बोलता हुए सुना है, अरे कोई बुटीक खोल लो यार, अरे कोई कैफे खोल लो यार. या एक और सिनेरियो है, गवर्नमेंट ने इतनी स्कीम्स बनाई है. टू आंसरिंग टू योर क्वेश्चंस, द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, अगर आप गूगल करिए वुमेन एनेबलर स्कीम्स सपोर्टेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, यू विल गेट मोर दैन 200 schemes. MSMEs में almost every scheme is having a reservation for the women entrepreneurs, the women units that are there. Husbands जो उनके होते हैं, या spouses जो होते हैं, या for that matter the male component in that entity, that actually registers the woman as the entrepreneur, as the main person in that entity, just to avail the benefit of that scheme. although उस lady को ना उसका fund का पता है, she doesn't even understand how to operate a bank account. This is the scenario of today's situation. So at the end, I would like to say कि we, as this lady from the panel, she just spoke that हमें अपने roots को develop करना है, बच्चों को सिखाना है. So yes, that is the need of the hour. You tell your kids that women is equal to you as a boy and a girl. दोनों आप लोग समान हो. ये आप लोगों के बीच में ये कोई difference नहीं है that a boy is a superior, he would handle the finances, he would take care of the house, he would do everything, and the girl is just supposed to be a wife, supposed to be घर संभालना, बच्चा संभालना. अगर बिजनेस कर रही हो तो बिजनेस भी संभालना. वेरी थैंकलेसली विमेन आर बीन ट्रीटेड. अगर वो एंटरप्रेन्योर भी होती है ना तो घर में जो मदर इन लॉ होती है, आई एम नॉट ऑफेंडिंग एनी बडी बट जनरली आई हैव सीन कि मदर इन लॉ बेटा आता है तो कहती है अरे बेटा आ गया थक के, जल्दी जल्दी पानी लाओ, इसको कुछ खिलाओ. बेटी आती है, किचन उधर है, खाना बनना बचा हुआ है. So this is the kind of a scenario that we generally tend to face. Thankfully, touchwood, I have been blessed with a lot of supporting in-laws and the relatives. But at the same time, the story is not similar for everybody. So the need of the hour, after telling all this mess that has been spread across the country, the need of the hour is to empower and women are already empowered. पहली चीज़ तो ये है. बच्चे आप पैदा कर लेते हो, आप बच्चे संभाल लेते हो, हस्बैंड जो आपका बच्चा बन जाता है उसको भी संभाल लेते हो. यू जस्ट नीड टू गेट द विंग्स. विमेन आर ऑलरेडी एम्पावर्ड, उनको ज़रूरत नहीं है कोई सी एम्पावरमेंट की. द ओनली थिंग इज अवेयरनेस कि क्या आपके राइट्स हैं, कि क्या आपके लिए जो ये गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग यू स्कीम्स जो आपके लिए हैं, यू शुड बी अवेयर ऑफ दैट. And at the same time, the thought of being, I am at a lower position, वो अपने दिमाग से women entrepreneurs को हटाना है. मुझे किसी की support की ज़रूरत है. It is just imbibed in your thoughts, nothing else. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I would wish all the best, because when I was traveling down, I said I would be late for this session. Thankfully, I made it on time. I was watching this live streaming on YouTube and Facebook. It was, this is, live streaming there. So if I'm able to reach out to the thousands of people, entrepreneurs who are watching Jagran and congratulating Jagran at the same time for conducting such an, immensely powerful workshop for the MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises, I would like to congratulate you that you are in a country that is actually growing you, that is actually creating a space. Trust me, 10 साल पहले there was nothing happening in this space. There was no mentorship kind of a thing happening. There was no such, huge conclave happening. Such a beautiful platter is served for you. Please come and enjoy this. Thank you.
I have Miss Anshu Anand. Anshu, please share your experiences. Should be on, yeah.
Namaskar, good afternoon everyone. The great thing is that I think, when we have women telling stories, it's not a bland introduction. I think we know about each and everyone here with just the word of journey. And it's so inspiring, and I'll try to do justice to all your stories. I have been running a business advisory firm, and we work with companies at hyper-growth stage of medium size to help them understand how to grow the business further. In terms of my journey started about 18 years ago. I started working right after high school. And I did try to go to college, though I think I realized that my priorities was more to be productive and to solve problems, and of course financial independence. And I think it's a very important message that I want to put forward to anyone who is young and thinks that they are capable of running a business, that please don't be scared. Just go out there and keep building, keep learning. I think journey of an entrepreneur is learning. It's a growth mindset. Unless you're ready to keep learning and keep focusing on your priorities, remove all the distractions, there is an endless possibility. And also, it's very important to understand that there is a lot of social conditioning in terms of whether you're a man or a woman. And it's very important to understand we are ultimately individuals. We can have all kinds of different personality traits that we have to understand, and then we have to create a business which is beyond our own self and beyond our own family or our own community. I think there is this one thing which I always quote. I feel this may be the right platform to put it out there, that I feel every neighborhood in India can actually have a billionaire if we move out of the mindset of just being within that community. You know, it's instead of feeling that I want to be king of the pond, just understand that there's an ocean of world out there, and you know, the success, rich, innovation, you know, reputation, it's all relative. And the idea of a business mindset should be to keep comparing yourself to your best future self and to find better ideals, you know, to compare to every year. Like every year you should have somebody else you want to compare to, and you want to embody those behavior patterns to learn and grow. And I mean, that has been my journey. That is my journey still. And I think be your own guru on this Guru Purnima, and also understand that it's very important to leverage mentorship, expertise, coaching, which is a very well-established concept in the Western world, and which is why I feel when I interact with businesses at the early stage globally, they are able to scale at a much faster pace to multi-billion-dollar revenues and valuations as well. But in India, the growth is slow because, you know, the openness and the willingness to learn and to hire expertise is very reserved. So, you know, your mother, father, or your employees may not be the right people to advise you on every business domain, but there is expertise available. Thank you.
Such inspiring stories that I heard from my esteemed panel. So I don't know where to start from, what to ask, because your stories are so, you get to learn so much from listening to your stories. So I have a quick round of question. I'm left with a little time now. I'll start with Dr. Sharma. Government policies, everything is being talked about. You have big announcements being made. It's always that government has put a thrust on enabling women entrepreneurship, but much more needs to be done. One critical, policy initiative that you think needs to be taken at the grassroots level to empower women?
Thank you very much. Very relevant question for today's conclave. Of course, there's a हमेशा इम्प्रूवमेंट करने के लिए एक स्कोप रहता है, और जब हम 5 ट्रिलियन इकॉनमी की बात करते हैं तो मुझे अपने पिछले 3 साल के टेन्योर में, दिस इज़ माय सेकंड टर्म विद द गवर्नमेंट, 3 साल के टेन्योर में ये समझ में आया कि गवर्नमेंट कितना भी कर ले, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ लोगों को ज़्यादा करने की उम्मीद रहती है. जब मैंने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम किया, स्पेशली उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ, मैं स्टैंड-अप इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया के साथ काम कर रही थी, और सिडबी के साथ पार्टनरशिप में. सिडबी के साथ अभी रिसेंटली MSME ने पिछले बोर्ड मीटिंग में, विच वाज हेल्ड इन February, एंड आई वाज पार्ट ऑफ इट, सिडबी के साथ हमारा MOU हुआ है, और ये अच्छी बात है क्योंकि सिडबी अब गवर्नमेंट की सारी स्कीम्स को ग्राउंड पर लेकर जाएगी. एक खूबसूरत बात और, आपने जो प्रश्न मुझसे पूछा मैं उस पर आऊँगी, लेकिन 2 बातें बताने के बाद. एक खूबसूरत बात और कि पॉलिसी बाजार और बहुत सारे ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जिन्होंने अब MSME के लोन्स को दिलाने के लिए ब्रिजिंग गैप का काम किया है. आप जैसे ही MSME लोन या स्कीम्स, आप सबके हाथ में फ़ोन है, मुझे नहीं लगता कि आज गांव में भी एक महिला है तो उसके पास भी फ़ोन है। और पहले लोग ऐसा कहते थे, एक डेकेड पहले कह सकते हैं, आप 4-5 साल पहले तक मैं ये सुनती थी कि कैसे जाएं बैंक, समझ में नहीं आता, बैंक का ऑफिसर ठीक से बात नहीं करता। जब मैं उत्तर प्रदेश में काम कर रही थी, दैट वाज अराउंड 2020-21 की बात थी, और उसके बाद हम कोविड के इम्पैक्ट से उस टाइम गुजर ही रहे थे। तो तब महिलाएं जो हैं वो, उन्होंने मुझसे किसी ने प्रश्न नहीं किया कि हमें बैंक में प्रॉब्लम आती है या हमें NBFC में प्रॉब्लम आती है, क्योंकि ग्रास रूट पे DM, एग्जीक्यूटिव मजिस्ट्रेट, इन सब के पास जितने भी लोग हैं, उनके कहीं ना कहीं ये जो हैंड होल्डिंग की बात है वो गवर्नमेंट इस रूट तक जाकर उसको, इस लेवल तक जाकर उसको ठीक कर रही है। दूसरा, बहुत सारे ऐसे पोर्टल्स हैं जहां आपको अपना नाम और फ़ोन नंबर डाले बगैर आपका इनकम ग्रुप, आपका एज ग्रुप, आपका इंडस्ट्री, किस में आप काम करना चाहते हैं, आप कोई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट चलाते हैं, कोई कॉयर यूनिट चलाते हैं, आप उतना ही डालेंगे और वो गवर्नमेंट के वेबसाइट पे आपको मिलेगा। MSME की वेबसाइट पे यूल फाइंड एवरीथिंग। MSME का वेबसाइट पिछले 10 साल में इतना इम्प्रूव हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री सीधा ऐसी 5 मिनिस्ट्रीज़ हैं, आप अच्छे से आप लोग जानते होंगे, जिसको डायरेक्टली वॉच कर रहे हैं। 900 करोड़ का क्रेडिट लाइन अभी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने 1 अप्रैल से MSME को दिया है। MSME का बजट 2022-23 में जस्ट डबल हुआ है, ये हम जानते हैं। एंट्रिम बजट जो पार्लियामेंट ने पास किया, उसमें भी MSME को 16,000 करोड़ रुपए और मिले हैं। तो ये पैसा कहीं ना कहीं जा रहा है। खूबसूरत बात यह है कि महिलाओं का NPA नहीं है, विच आई रियली वांटेड टू मेंशन। NPA नहीं है, ग्रोथ है 20% बिजनेस ग्रोथ से लेके जो ग्रोथ अभी देखी गई है वो 490% ग्रोथ कई बिजनेसेस में देखी गई है, डिपेंडिंग ऑन दी स्केलिंग एंड आप किस सेक्टर में जा रहे हैं। हैंड होल्डिंग ज़रूर एक प्रॉब्लम था, जिसको अभी नारायण राणे जो हमारे मिनिस्टर हैं, लास्ट बोर्ड मीटिंग फरवरी में जो हुई, जैसे मैंने बताया, फॉर द सेक ऑफ रिपीटिंग आई एम रिपीटिंग इट, उस बोर्ड मीटिंग में हमारा सिडबी के चेयरमैन के साथ MOU हुआ, और उस MOU को करने के पीछे यही कारण है कि जो हमें ज़मीन पर दिक्कत है कि कोई महिलाएं, अच्छा इतने खूबसूरत वर्टिकल्स हैं कि आपको हिंदी इंग्लिश आने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप सुन सकते हैं, हम अपनी भाषाएं समझ सकते हैं। स्टेट लेवल पर उन्हीं भाषाओं में, उन्हीं क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में सरकार ने वर्टिकल्स मॉड्यूल्स बनाए हैं जो आपको वेबसाइट पे मिलेंगे। हमारे नए सेक्रेटरी, जिनसे अभी मेरा 2 दिन पहले मिलना हुआ, MSME में नए सेक्रेटरी आए हैं, और उनका भी विजन था कि वो समझें कि MSME में क्या क्या कमियां हैं। आई सैट विद हिम अदर डे, एंड कहीं ना कहीं एक जो सरकार की हैंड होल्डिंग की बात है वो पूरी तरह से हो रही है। आपको 2-3 चीज़ें चाहिए, सरकार की मंशा चाहिए, सरकारें मैसेज देती हैं। मैं फिर कहूँगी कि सरकारें राज करने में देश के लिए, देश में नहीं आती हैं, सरकारें मैसेज देती हैं। प्रधानमंत्री ने और MSME ने, जिसमें मिस्टर गडकरी, मिस्टर नारायण राणे, इन्होंने ये मैसेज दिया है कि MSME देश को 5 ट्रिलियन की इकॉनमी बना के रहेगा। और ये आज गांव-गांव में स्टैंड अप इंडिया का आंकड़ा आप उठा के देख लीजिए, जेम पोर्टल का देख लीजिए, जेम पोर्टल पे कितना खूबसूरत काम हुआ है, ये हम सोच भी नहीं सकते थे। आप एक पेंसिल बनाते हैं या आप एक मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, आप मैन्युफैक्चरर नहीं भी हैं, इंटरमीडिएटर हैं, आप वहाँ जाकर अपनी पेंसिल बेच सकते हैं, आप गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसेज में सप्लाई कर सकते हैं। ये हमने सोचा भी नहीं था, लेकिन सरकारें मैसेज देती है। मैं दोबारा से फिर इस बात को कहूँगी कि भारत सरकार का, मोदी सरकार का जिस तरह का इनिशिएटिव MSME में हुआ है, वो हमारे देश के लिए, हमारे देश की महिलाएं ही नहीं, SC/ST महिलाएं, OBC महिलाएं, हम सब जानते हैं कि उनके लिए थोड़ा सा कोटा, प्रिविलेज्ड कोटा है। और 5 करोड़ तक के लोन जो है वो कोलैटरल फ्री है। मतलब मैं तो सोच भी नहीं सकती कि 7.25% से लोन मिलना शुरू हो जाता है। और हम जैसे घर बनाते हैं, हमें आज 10% पे लोन मिलता है, NBFC तो 12% तक घर बनाने के लिए लोन दे रही है। तो मुझे कई बार लगता है कि जिस तरह से MSME ने कोप अप किया है फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर को, आपकी हैंड होल्डिंग को, इंफॉर्मेशन को, आपके बैंक तक पहुंचने के तरीके को, और लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस देने के लिए। दूसरा, रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी में जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री और जिस तरीके से MSME ने लोगों को हैंड होल्डिंग की है सब्सिडी करा के, विच इज़ ब्यूटिफुल। मतलब इससे अच्छा और क्या हो सकता है कि सरकार इतना कुछ कर रही है। और हमारे सेक्टर्स, मैंने कहा कि हर बिजनेस के अलग ग्रोथ हैं। 20%, अप्रॉक्सीमेट 20% से लेकर 490%, मतलब 500% तक बिजनेसेस ग्रो हुए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि एमएसएमई में हैंड होल्डिंग वाज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट, जिसको सरकार ने कई सारे एमओयूज करके पूरा करने की कोशिश की है। फिर भी इन सारे माध्यमों से, इन सारी चीज़ों से, जैसे हम कॉन्क्लेव्स करते हैं, मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स आती हैं हमारे पास, या फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के रिपोर्ट्स आते हैं। मैंने फाइनेंशियल पॉलिसीज़ पे उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के लिए भी किताब लिखी है। तो मुझे कई बार लगता है कि कुछ ना कुछ कमी रहती है, और वो ये जो बीच में हमारे साथ काम करने वाले पिलर्स हैं, जैसे मीडिया एक पिलर है, ये लोग उसका पूरा करते हैं, और सरकार उसको ठीक करने के लिए, उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट करने के लिए तत्पर है। इसका मैं आश्वासन इस हॉल में बैठे हर व्यक्ति को देना चाहती हूँ। थैंक यू।
जी, हमारे पास समय की काफ़ी कमी है। क्विकली मैं सबसे एक ही सवाल पूछूंगी। वी कैन स्टार्ट फ्रॉम यू। वन मैसेज फॉर a budding woman entrepreneur, quickly.
Okay, so paper पढ़िए, please stay abreast with the news that is happening. Government जो भी initiatives ले रही है, और actually madam has spoken completely, मैं इस बात से अग्री करती हूँ कि सरकार हर तरह से तत्पर है, बस ये है कि आपको कुएं तक आने की देरी है। जो कि हमेशा प्रधानमंत्री जी एक श्लोक बोलते हैं कि उद्यमेन ही सिद्ध्यन्ते कार्याणि न मनोरथे न मुखे सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य प्रविश्यन्ति मुखे मृगा। मतलब कि सोते हुए शेर के मुंह में अपने आप हिरन चल के नहीं आएगा, आपको जो है मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। आप जानते रहिए कि ये कैसे जो है हम स्कीम्स को अवेल कर सकते हैं। कोई सही जवाब नहीं दे रहा है, प्लीज़ रीच आउट टू द राइट पर्सन, कीप प्रोबिंग, keep reading, keep browsing the ministry website, keep browsing for the government schemes. The government is pretty much there for you. All the best.
Okay, so my thing to every woman entrepreneur in the country is that she is an equal with a man, and she can take her business, obviously with the help of every scheme offered by the government, but just to believe in herself and to make sure that whatever she believes in is possible. There are a lot of businesses today that are, hearing more from what you just said, is that women are like not really confident. If me at the age of 30 could take it on and start building, you can start small. You don't have to start thinking that you're going to go with a big business. Small businesses grow, and have the confidence, take the help like you suggested, believe in mentors, believe in people who can help you, and they're all of us. I do help with a lot of mentorship as well, and we're all there to help. So I'm saying this on this great platform. Thank you to Dave to get us here, and to everybody who's listening in. We're all here to help every woman in this country succeed. Thank you.
I'll sum it up with 3 things. First thing is never underestimate the power of education. That is extremely important. Koi bhi chahe ho. I think male or female, education, there's nothing for that. Number 2, one thing that my dad told me when I started work, log to kuch kahenge, logo ka kaam hai कहना. So to all the women out there, मतलब never think, ये मत सोचिए कि लोग क्या कह रहे हैं. Just go. अगर आपको किसी चीज़ पे विश्वास है तो ज़रूर करिए. एंड इट्स अमेजिंग, जैसे डॉक्टर टीना ने बोला, इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म गवर्नमेंट ने बनाया है, एंड आई थिंक टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ इट. एंड नंबर 3, आस्क फॉर हेल्प. जहाँ पे डाउट है मदद मांगिए. कोई कुछ नहीं सोचता. आपको लगता है लोग क्या सोचेंगे, कोई क्या मेरे बारे सोचेगा, मत सोचिए, क्योंकि वो हर इंसान को मदद की ज़रूरत होती है. सो मूव फॉरवर्ड, आस्क फॉर हेल्प, सो दैट आपको सही गाइडेंस मिले, मेंटरशिप मिले. उसी तरीके से आपको कितनी गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स हैं, वही उसी के सवाल पूछिए कि मेरे लिए क्या सबसे सही चीज़ है. एंड एज यू सेड, आस्क फॉर हेल्प. आई थिंक दैट्स द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग. थैंक यू सो मच.
Just one quick line. इकॉनमी कोविड में महिलाओं ने चलाई थी। जब सारे पुरुष घर बैठे थे तो स्लम की महिलाएं घरों में जाकर काम कर रही थी और उन्होंने अपना घर चलाया था। तो ये हमें नहीं भूलना चाहिए, पहली बात। सेकेंड, इन्होंने कहा कि एजुकेशन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आई अंडरस्टैंड एजुकेशन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, लेकिन आपका एक्सपीरियंस और एक गट फीलिंग कि आपको ये काम करना है। इतने सारे मेंटोरशिप प्रोग्राम्स हैं, एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट पे इतनी क्लासेस हैं, इतने सारे यूट्यूबर्स हैं, इंस्टाग्राम इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं। आप मतलब उनकी लाइफ जर्नी को देखकर इमीडिएटली रिस्क टेकिंग कैपेसिटी में आ सकते हैं और उसको कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
My message to budding entrepreneurs, men and women, would be to again think creatively. I think being an entrepreneur is about managing all different business functions, at least in the beginning. And even if you have the right people to delegate, you have to learn the know-hows of every business domain and seek expertise help to help you understand the various business domains, because unless you have all the systems in place, all the processes in place, it will be very difficult to grow and move forward, or to convince anyone to support you even with money. And be confident. Confident means having trust in ourselves, and once you have trust in yourself, that just shows the world that you can be trusted. So just all the best.
So after hearing all these wonderful women on the dais, I'd like to sum it up by saying, there's a word which says impossible. You break it up and you say, I am possible. That's the crux. Basically, when you impossible, you break it into two and you say, I am possible. So first of all, belief in yourself is extremely important and the key. Second of all, like Tina ji just said, there are so many wonderful schemes out there. All we need to do is avail of those. Don't be afraid, take those risks. At the maximum, one thing won't work out, the next will. So, it's about just having that faith and seeking help. Don't be ashamed or scared of seeking that help. I think also, where it comes to the rural sector, we need to do, like Tina has just said, there's a lot of hand-holding that happens. But I think bridging the gaps is the key to your future, because government is there. They have laid out so many schemes that I have been visiting villages through the hilly terrain of Jammu Kashmir, and I go from village to village, from self-help group to self-help group. And on the ground I've seen the problem is that more than 70% of the villages I have covered in the last 2 years, there is no awareness. So we're talking about SIDBI, yes. I also visited RBI the other day, and we requested them to come, even the DFOs to come along with us to villages to do programs for those particular villages. And it's incredible. Just in the first round of, Tina, I must tell you, in the first round of mentorship programs that we set out to do in the villages, with just 2 officers from the MSME offices in Jammu Kashmir, those women have already started doing businesses. And they've taken small loans because the risk appetite may not have been as large. Some of the women back in the villages don't have right to ownership of land even. But I started something, just to give you a little example, I started something very, very small and basic in this sector, and that was mushroom cultivation. There was a very small loan that was required to be taken, and literally we gave these women little boxes to grow these mushrooms in. The yield that the mushroom gives is much higher than what rice that's typically grown in our region, particularly in Jammu. Rice doesn't give you that kind of yield. So, we have women now who have set up their businesses just by a simple thing of mushroom cultivation, Another thing that really excites me, like Tina ji said, that, Gadkari ji is, has been very futuristic in his thought processes. So I would tell every girl out there to think out of the box, girl and young entrepreneurs today, to think out of the box and, follow something, like he said the other day, waste to wealth. You can you can become an entrepreneur from waste. So you don't really need to take huge big loans or, grants or anything. You can actually start from the waste material in your own house, you know, and turn that around. Honestly, for me, that is a very exciting space to be in right now, and clearly the future. Because sometimes, you know, women get scared. We are often scared. We often are afraid of taking huge loans. There's a risk factor involved. How are we going to pay it back? We are not even owners of our homes or our land, you know, most of them. I'm talking about the rural spaces, and a lot of urban spaces as well has the same problem, right? So small steps, but let's go ahead, let's do it. And like Jyotika just said, we're all there to help as mentors in our own fields: hotel, education, schools, businesses, startups, you know, medical, wherever, business opportunities, government. So all the best to all the entrepreneurs there. And let's join hands and make a difference. Yeah,
Thanks so much, Ritu. You've been so amazing. I think you.
So I
you're
thought that,
concluding,
yeah, I'm not actually, I don't know if I'm concluding, but this workshop will not make any, you know, importance if I don't tell you that there are schemes you can browse into msme.gov.in. This is the website. Then we have startupindia.gov.in. This is the website wherein the MSMEs can go out to. The schemes are not only for availing funding, but they are also into capacity building as well, that your enterprise can accelerate the business. So please go out and browse for the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. It was really inspiring listening to all your stories, and I hope हमारे पास कुछ और समय होता तो हम जो क्वेश्चनर है वो वहीं का वहीं रह गया. मैंने उसमें से एक सवाल भी नहीं पूछा. So again, thank you.
You were very patient and you heard all our stories.
So
thank you so much once again.
Will have to make you bear with this.
The one thing I just want to
for
bring
another
up,
panel.
I just want to bring up a technical problem that's happening, and it is something that I think we do need to definitely take this forward with ministries particularly, is a lot of times that there are great ideas out there, but there's no good design intervention that's happening. So it doesn't convert into a B2C, you know, like you have businesses and you may have an idea and you may have the capacity to build that as a business, but the design intervention is what is really needed. So maybe we can engage, you know, young, creative colleges like IIT, incubation centers, get them to really help with design intervention, because that will really take their business to the next level, you know. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. I think literally everyone in the crowd enjoyed all the discussions and learnings from here. I would request Ms. Geetu Moza to kindly felicitate all the esteemed guests on the dais. Dr. Tina Sharma, Ms. Jyotika Jalani, Dr. Sonia Lal Gupta, Ms. Nikita Bose, Ms. Anshu Anand, and Ms. Ritu Singh. Well, kudos to the women power on the stage. I request you to kindly come forward for a group picture, everyone. Thank you once again. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll head for a networking lunch break. I request you all to kindly assemble back in the hall in 30 minutes. And looking forward to network with you during this lunch break. Thank you. Check, check, check. Your kind attention please. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly assemble back inside the hall, as in another 2 minutes we'll be starting the next part of our conclave. A humble request to everyone outside to kindly come inside the hall and take their seats, as in another 2 minutes we'll be starting the next part of the conclave. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I request you all to kindly settle down. Well, before moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, to the last panel discussion of the day, we have a very special award. And to present this award, I would request Ms. Geetu Moza to kindly come upon the stage. Well, the award for the most emerging SME in the healthcare sector goes to Nveda. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the most emerging SME in healthcare sector. And the award goes to Nveda. Congratulations, Nveda. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the last panel discussion of the day, which is on the topic easing the adoption of digital solutions for e-commerce and D2C brands. In an increasingly digital world, brands are empowering themselves to connect better with consumers. Not limited to selling their products through offline stores, today they have an entire online marketplace which can help them deliver directly to consumers. From building independent online channels to boosting their presence on e-commerce platforms, direct to consumer brands are catering to evolve customer preferences, witnessing a good adoption across metros, tier 1, 2 and 3 towns. Having overcome the challenges of technology has helped these brands strengthen their direct selling abilities. Much like standalone stores, departmental stores or multi-brand outlets allow them to control the brand experience. The e-commerce space has empowered them to sketch a unique narrative and experience. Our esteemed guests and panelists for the panel discussion, I would request them to kindly come upon the stage. Mr. Rahul Narvekar, founder and CEO, India Network. Mr. Nishkarsh Sharma, founder, Kalman Ross. Ms. Ainara Kaur, co-founder, Belora Cosmetics. Ms. Aanchal Saini, founder and CEO, Flyrobe and Rented Bay. Mr. Maninder Singh, founder and CEO, CEF Group and Secretary, Renewable Gas Association of India. Sachi Bahal, founder and CEO, Sahara. And I would request Mr. Nand Kumar Nair, consulting editor of Jagran Business, to kindly come upon the stage for moderating this panel discussion. And let us all, with a huge round of applause, welcome our guests on the dais. I know the post-lunch energies are a bit low, but this will really help us in giving momentum to our panel discussion. And minded, this is the last panel discussion, but I'm sure that there will be a lot of key takeaways from this panel discussion too. So the stage is all yours, Mr. Nair.
Thank you very much, Smriti. And first of all, I would like to request a huge round of applause for Smriti because she has been holding the stage since morning. Thank you, Smriti. Thanks a lot. And I believe all the guests are inside right now, and I'll request if there is someone outside. This is going to be the final session, final panel, and these are some of the incredible people who are sitting here who would be able to guide, shed light, and give inputs on the sector that we are talking about. And right now we are going to talk about easing the adoption of digital solutions for e-commerce and D2C brands. I'd like to introduce again the guest, starting from my left, Mr. Nishkarsh Sharma. I love the name, huh? He's a founder of Kalman Ross, and he has already given me an assurance that he is going to finally conclude the panel. He is going to give me the Nishkarsh at the end. Thank you, Nishkarsh. And on his left is founder and CEO Flyrobe, Aanchal Saini ji. Aanchal ji, thank you very much for joining in. On her left is Sachi Bahal, founder and CEO Sahara. And last but not the least is Mr. Maninder Singh ji, who is the founder and CEO of CEF Group एंड सेक्रेटरी रिन्यूएबल गैस एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया। आप सभी मेहमानों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने समय निकाला, और आप सभी का शुक्रिया जो इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, ऑनलाइन जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, दैनिक जागरण के विभिन्न प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर आप सभी का भी शुक्रिया। और आपके लिए भी अगर किसी तरीके के सवाल आप हमसे पूछना चाहते हैं तो आप हमें कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखकर ज़रूर भेज सकते हैं, जिनके हम जवाब देने की आपको कोशिश ज़रूर करेंगे। सो ऑल द पीपल हु आर लाइव राइट नाउ वॉचिंग, थैंक यू फॉर स्टेइंग विद अस। अगर पिछले कुछ सालों की अगर हम बात करेंगे, आफ्टर कोविड एरा की अगर मैं बात करूं, तो बदलाव बहुत तेज़ी से देखने को मिला है। डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन जो है वो ठीक से अगर लोगों को समझ में आया है तो शायद उस कोविड एरा के बाद। जो दर्शक इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, आप में से कितने लोग ये मानते हैं कि एआई आने वाले कुछ सालों में हमारे बिजनेस को, सॉल्यूशंस को और बिजनेस को समझने के नजरिए को बदल सकता है? वंडरफुल, अभी भी बहुत कम हाथ उठे हैं, लगता है अभी भी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हैं जिनको समझने की ज़रूरत है, और यही शायद समझने की इस वक्त हम कोशिश करेंगे। बट क्रिसिल की जो रिपोर्ट है उसके मुताबिक कोविड के बाद से करीब 49% लोगों ने डिजिटल पेमेंट मेथड का इस्तेमाल शुरू कर दिया है, या फिर अपने वर्किंग मॉडल्स में उन्होंने इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर दिया है हाइब्रिड टेक्नोलॉजी को या फिर अदर एसेट्स को। और इन्हीं सभी चीज़ों को क्लैरिफाई करने की हम कोशिश करेंगे। मनिंदर से शुरुआत कर लेते हैं, क्योंकि सस्टेनेबिलिटी में एक बहुत बड़ा चेहरा है, एसोचैम को भी रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, यानी पॉलिसी साइड से भी समझते हैं और ग्रास रूट लेवल पर क्या समझ हो रहा है ये भी समझते हैं। इन 2 सालों में, और इस वक्त अगर मैं प्रेजेंट की बात करूँगा मनिंदर, एमएसएमई में किस तरीके का बदलाव है जो कि आप देख रहे हैं, और डिजिटली अगर मैं 3 चीज़ों की बात करूं, जो कि सबसे बड़ा सॉल्यूशन है वो पेमेंट गेटवेज ही हैं, अगर मैं करूं तो क्या क्या बदलाव हैं जो कि आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं?
जी, थैंक यू फॉर दिस वंडरफुल पैनल। सबसे पहले आई वुड लाइक टू से कि एमएसएमई को एक पहचान जो मिली है इन लास्ट 3 to 4 years, दैट इटसेल्फ इज अ वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट and a very important thing which we needed badly in our industry, because we are very obsessed as a country with big names, foreign names and multinationals and all that. But we must not forget that the basis of economic development and sustainability is going to be and always be MSME in the country. So MSME की जो schemes पहले होती थी बट बहुत ज़्यादा प्राइवेट सेक्टर में डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड नहीं थी, इट वॉज मोर टूवर्ड्स गवर्नमेंट एंड वेरी फ्यू हैंडफुल पीपल हु कुड एक्चुअली वर्क विद गवर्नमेंट इन देयर ओन पेरिफेरल्स यूज्ड टू टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ इट. बट सिंस लास्ट 3 or 4 years, what we have seen before and even after COVID, that the MSME schemes have been able to make a mark at the ground level. People are able to understand them. People are able to take advantage of them, and it's a hybrid model being followed. One of the main factors of that is how government has actually included the financial sector to bring MSME schemes as a benefit to MSMEs. तो जितने भी हमारे नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक्स हैं, प्राइवेट बैंक्स हैं, नेशनल बैंक्स हैं, उन सब का रोल MSME में बहुत अच्छा हो गया है. गवर्नमेंट इज इम्प्लीमेंटिंग द स्कीम्स थ्रू दीज बैंक्स which are making it very, very doable for people to reach out. पहले क्या होता था कि हमें MSME का बेनिफिट चाहिए तो MSME मिनिस्ट्री जाओ, MSME मिनिस्ट्री में जाके वहाँ से बेनिफिट्स पता करो और फिर ट्राई एंड स्ट्रगल विद द पीपल आउट देयर. बट नाउ दैट इज नॉट द केस. Today, if we need MSME benefits, the banks itself are well aware of those benefits, and when we talk to the banks for a loan, bank representatives tell us, "Ki boss, you don't really need to give me a collateral because there is a scheme under MSME where central government is giving this collateral." For example, agriculture infrastructure loan is something that I would like to quote. Being from agriculture industry myself, 2 करोड़ रुपए तक का लोन विदाउट एनी कोलैटरल 15,000 से ज़्यादा लोगों को मिल चुका है. That is what I know from the last conference where I was as a speaker. The Joint Secretary Agriculture himself confirmed that. All right, so similar schemes, just yesterday, we were in discussion in MSME ministry for something, and a very important factor came out that एक 5 करोड़ का loan government ने roll out किया है, and 80 parties have already been assigned that. And in last 2 years, I would like to tell you another very important thing for businesses which range from 10 crores to 30 crores, that almost 60 to 80% subsidies have been granted to more than 300 businesses which are between 10 crore to 30 crore bracket, and people are taking that benefit on the ground. So, you know, we must move ahead, try and figure out all these schemes are very much there on the websites and portals, and चीज़ें खाली बोली नहीं जा रही, actually हो रही हैं, and we must take advantage of that.
That's fantastic, Nishkash, क्योंकि so that lead to my next question, because right now what Maninder said, that there are ample opportunities being created that one can fight with big players, right? So how does, you know, from your own entrepreneurial journey, if you could just share some light, किस तरीके से बड़े प्लेयर्स को, क्योंकि जिस सेक्टर में आप मौजूद हैं उस सेक्टर की अगर हम एग्जांपल लेंगे तो वहाँ पे बड़े बड़े प्लेयर्स हैं, अमेजोन हो गया, फ्लिपकार्ट हो गया, सभी बड़े प्लेयर्स हैं, टूल सबके हाथ में एक ही मौजूद है, राइट? डिजिटल टूल्स आर एब्सोल्युटली सिमिलर, शायद कंटेंट क्रिएशन का तरीका या फिर उसको लोगों तक पहुँचाने का तरीका अलग हो चुका है, तो इसमें किस तरीके की बारीकियाँ हैं जिस पर ख्याल रख के, नज़र रख के, शायद जो सेक्टर में हमारे काफ़ी सारे भाई बहन जो मौजूद हैं, जो कि नए इसमें आ रहे हैं, उनके लिए किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ने की चुनौतियों को पार कर सकते हैं?
Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Loud and clear? Okay. So, सबसे पहले thank you for having me. And secondly, आपको जो सवाल है कि जो छोटे businesses हैं, वो Amazon या Flipkart या highly funded companies से कैसे compete करें? क्योंकि जैसे मैं एक e-commerce brand run करता हूँ और almost 6-7 साल से e-commerce कर रहा हूँ. And हम जब भी लोगों से बात करते हैं, सवाल सबका आता है. तो इसमें मल्टीपल चीज़ें करी जा सकती हैं. सबसे पहली चीज़ आपको ये समझनी होगी कि आप कभी भी अब ये ई-कॉमर्स बिजनेस या कोई भी बिजनेस ये सोच के मत स्टार्ट करो कि आपका कंपटीशन अमेजोन है या आपका कंपटीशन फ्लिपकार्ट है, क्योंकि जो गेम वो खेल रहे हैं वो बहुत ही डिफरेंट है, वो हेविली फंडेड है, वो एक मार्केट प्लेस है, बहुत अलग गेम है वो. आप ई-कॉमर्स बिजनेस ऐसे स्टार्ट करो जिसमें आप ये चीज़ ध्यान रखो कि प्रोडक्ट में आपको ज़्यादा स्पेंड ना करना पड़े. सबसे बड़ी गलती लोग यही करते हैं कि उनको लगता है स्टॉक कर लेंगे, इन्वेंट्री बना लेंगे, प्रोडक्ट का कोई बहुत ही शानदार आइडिया चाहिए, उसमें सारा पैसा लगा देते हैं और फिर उनको पता नहीं होता है कि ये बिजनेस चला क्यों नहीं. सबसे पहले मार्केट्स में गैप ढूंढना ज़रूरी है, समझना ज़रूरी है कि किस तरह का प्रोडक्ट सेल करना है. कई बार ये नहीं पता होता कि प्रोडक्ट क्या स्टार्ट करें, तो आप एक ड्रॉप शिपिंग नाम का मॉडल है, एक प्रिंट ऑन डिमांड नाम का मॉडल है, जिसमें आप और सप्लायर्स के प्रोडक्ट सेल कर सकते हो और आपको स्टॉक करने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती. तो जो प्रोडक्ट्स आप बोलो, तो इसमें होगा क्या कि वो सप्लायर आपके लिए शिपिंग कर देगा जब भी आपके पास ऑर्डर आएगा. तो इससे क्या है कि सबसे पहले जहां तक स्टार्टिंग की बात है, तो 1-1.5 लाख के बजट से आप अपना खुद का ई-कॉमर्स ब्रांड वहां से स्टार्ट कर सकते हो. वट एवर प्रोडक्ट यू वांट टू सेल, आपको उसका सप्लायर ढूंढना है, इसको ड्रॉप शिपिंग बोलते हैं. आप ड्रॉप शिपिंग सप्लायर सर्च कर सकते हो उन प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए. फिर बात आती है, तो चलो ये तो हर कोई कर सकता है, हम कैसे डिफरेंशिएट करें अपने को, हाउ डू वी डिफरेंशिएट आवरसेल्व्स. सो टू डू दैट, व्हाट यू वांट टू डू इज यू वांट टू फोकस ऑन अ पर्टिकुलर नीश. एक नीश ऑडियंस पे आपको फोकस करना जरूरी है. जैसे मान लो आपने 10 अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट सेल करके स्टार्ट किया, हेयर केयर रिलेटेड, टॉयज रिलेटेड, बच्चों के टॉयज हो गए, ऐसे बहुत सारी अलग अलग कैटेगरीज है. फैशन भी आपने ट्राई किया, आपको देखना है लेट्स से आपके लिए फैशन काम किया, ग्रेट. फैशन में अब आपने शर्ट्स भी करी, आपने पैंट्स भी करी, आपको लगा शर्ट्स अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. अब शर्ट्स आपने करी, आपको समझ आ रहा है कैजुअल बेटर काम कर रहा है या फॉर्मल. कैजुअल बेटर काम कर रहा है. कैजुअल में आप प्रिंट्स वर्किंग फॉर यू, आर स्ट्राइप्स वर्किंग फॉर यू. सो ऐसे कर करके यू वांट टू कीप नीशिंग डाउन. और जब आप नीश डाउन करोगे, आपकी एक स्पेशलाइज्ड कैटेगरी अपने आप क्रिएट हो जाती है, जहां से एक ब्रांड वॉइस क्रिएट होती है. और वो एक ऐसी चीज है जो ये बड़े ब्रांड्स आप मतलब वो कर ही नहीं रहे. उनका डायरेक्शन अलग है, आपका डायरेक्शन बिल्कुल अलग है. तो सबसे पहली चीज, यू गाइज वांट टू स्टार्ट नीशिंग डाउन, एंड नीशिंग डाउन डज नॉट हैपन फ्रॉम डे वन. इट विल इवेंचुअली हैपन व्हेन यू स्टार्ट, व्हेन यू लॉन्च योर प्रोडक्ट्स, व्हेन यू गेट कस्टमर फीडबैक. When you talk to your customers, you will realize and you will identify that why are people really buying from me, and what is it that they want from my brand, and what is it that I can specially provide to the marketplace. So the first concept is niching down. Second, you want to do something that the biggest brands will not do, and that is content creation. So understand this, the money that a brand makes is an exchange to the value the brand adds to the marketplace. आप जितना value add करोगे उतना आपको market से पैसा मिलेगा. It's as simple as that. You know, the richest people, the richest brands, the biggest brands in the world, let's say Apple, it's become a $3 trillion brand, I guess. It is the most valuable brand because it adds a lot of value in people's lives. People love the product because it's adding so much value. In the same way, आपको अपने audience में value add करनी है, आपको content creation करनी है, आपको educate करना start करना है अपनी audience को आपके products के बारे में या उनकी problem solve करनी start करनी है. The second way is content creation. So niching down content creation and not investing a lot in the start when you're looking for products is another thing which will help you spend more in marketing, sales, acquiring customers, learning from market feedback. So yeah, I think these are three things that can be done.
Fantastic. और निष्कर्ष जैसे आपने इस वक्त बताया कि बहुत ज़्यादा बड़े कैपिटल की ज़रूरत भी नहीं है क्योंकि आज की डेट पे शायद जो टूल्स मौजूद हैं कम से कम कैपिटल में भी इट विल गिव यू दैट ईज ऑफ बिजनेस एंड यू कैन फ्लाई राइट एंड व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट फ्लाई देन हु एल्स अदर देन आंचल सैनी टू टेल अस हाउ टू फ्लाई बिकॉज 2015 में आपने शुरुआत करी थी और अब फ्लाई रोप जो है इट्स अ इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड. डिजिटल लैंडस्केप में किस तरह का चेंज है जो कि आपने 2015 से अभी 2020 में देख लिया है एंड हाउ अ न्यू एज एंटरप्रेन्योर राइट हु इज गेटिंग इनटू दिस फील्ड विल टेक क्यूज फ्रॉम व्हाटएवर हैज हैपेंड इन द पास्ट 5 years and move ahead of his journey. What are the key things that a startup, a person who is getting into an e-commerce B2C business, and in your model it's C2C, if somebody is getting into, right? Yeah.
So for us, of course, एक तो space नया था हमारे लिए. So when we started the business, हमारे पास consumer नहीं था. Basically, it wasn't that you are already renting garments from company A. So Flyrope starts and you tell them, come buy, instead of renting from company A, come and rent from us. That wasn't the case. People were buying garments. So buying the occasion wear category. So our aim was to convert those buying people into renters. So digitally, I would say that for us, one, I'll talk about two aspects. One, since 2015, what used to happen and how drastically the world has changed now. Secondly, depending on the product you're doing, if it's something very, very new, you have to build, you're sort of building your audience. Like it's a consumer mindset change business for us. It was, right? So which, apart from marketing dollars, apart from superb medium of marketing, it also requires time. You know, people will understand about this service and then, next time when they want to use it, they would try it. So in my head, I knew that this business would take like a decade to get established. And specifically in our space, we couldn't manage without funds initially because heavy funding went in the business. We couldn't manage, reason being, our initial set of orders were for an order worth 300 rupees. On the back end, we were spending 3,000 rupees. But people were trying this service for the first time. And as a brand, as a company, we used to take that responsibility that the way we serve these people, this is when they will decide whether they will rent again or not. So it's not just renting from Flyrope. The entire concept of rental acceptance would come based on our service. So it was a huge burden on our shoulders, I feel. And today also we see a lot of new people trying out rentals, but things have changed. Example, okay. Earlier, when 15, it was all about Facebook. Today, our users are at least not there on Facebook. We are completely on Instagram and other things, okay? So things changed. So initially, in the middle, there was a huge bump on Snapchat. Everybody, and your marketing strategies have to change too. So it is difficult now because one is, of course, when you're marketing, you develop your own community, as Nishkash just mentioned, okay? You need to develop that community of people who like t-shirts and then those people who love printed t-shirts. So for us also, we developed this community of RTG, who's from age bracket X to X, earning this much, locality this much, wanting these kind of things. So this community development, now the challenge is, where all will you develop these communities? Like for example, we developed this huge community on Facebook, now Facebook is out. So you need to step in right at the right platform also. Digital is expensive, digital is smart as well. So when we every month, every week, we do these analysis with our teams. So what worked, what did not work. Sometimes just like content works. We did not do, not even a single rupee was spent on those ads. The content was such that it reached to like 5 lakh people, just because the content was superb. So if you're building a digital space, you can never ignore content. Content has to be very, very relevant to your audience in terms of everything. One is what is their need of the hour today, plus engagement as well. Like see, for us, it's a fashion rental business, right? We are renting garments for occasions, right? So people are not renting garments in the month of May or June, right? But we still need to keep them engaged so that they don't forget us and then they come back and rent in the month of October. So it has to be as per your TG, it has to be what they need, plus additional things. Also, you have to keep innovating. Content is something that you have to work day in and day out, no matter how old your company is. There is no one thumb rule which will just stay for 10 years. Absolutely nothing. Every month, I think every week, something new comes in. One very, very important aspect, of course, the creative teams have to be very, very aware of what is happening. Anything which happens right now, it has to be immediately on your socials so that, you know, people take it like small things. If you remember that, which player was it who was Coke? He was having Coke and then he just kept the bottle of Coke and he had water. Yeah, Ronaldo did it, right? So based on that, within like, I think 20 minutes, most of these brands were doing those clips, and you have to understand what hashtags are working very well for you, what kind of content, what kind of music. Now, if you're in the basically like a lifestyle or a fashion space, then Reels work very, very well. Instagram Reels, their reach is really good. And I'm again talking about the non-paid aspect of it. Plus, collaborations worked wonders for us. Influencers worked wonders for us. Celebrities worked wonders for us. We did about 400 plus influencer and celebrity tie-ups because, you know, when Sonam Kapoor talks about wearing borrowed clothes, people are influenced. When Alia Bhatt is talking about sustainable fashion, she's talking about we don't spend so much money in buying clothes and hoarding. We would love to rent or just, you know, people come, it comes and it goes out. We're not storing. It helps, right? So depending on your niche, you need to understand your TG, your target way of communication, plus collaborating with other brands is a huge, huge success story for us specifically.
Fantastic. Understanding the TG, right? This is going to be the toughest part for anyone who is creating his business from scratch, or even if it's a 5-6-year-old company. Sachi, you work with in tier 2, tier 3 cities as well as from top-notch clients, right? How do digital helps bridging a gap between the cities, between the two varied set of customers, that is right down the strata and the one who's sitting at the top?
Firstly, thank you for having me here. Is my mic working? Yeah. Okay. You know, I want to pick up a little bit from what Aanchal and Nishkar both said about niching down the client and niching down your product to reach your client and create your own community. I feel one of the biggest ways in that digital has transformed the landscape in India today is that our population is so large that there is a community for everything. So we don't actually need to compete with an Amazon. We don't need to compete, you know, with the big players at all to make those crore of rupees or to make that type of scale or that kind of revenue that you want to make. I think it's very, very possible. I work with a sustainability platform. I started the first marketplace for sustainable fashion, which is certified products, and we worked a lot with artisan-led products from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And one of the first and foremost ways that, you know, digitization has changed, you know, the future of people and communities at large has been in formalizing the economy. You know, formalizing a sector that largely operated as what fashion called it hidden supply chains. You know, the little artisan sitting or a craft cluster sitting in a rural village had to go through a middle person to reach a manufacturer, which would then further use them and, you know, take them to take the product further and build a product around that. Today we have karigars who are craft clusters, who have their own Instagram pages, who have their own you know, websites, and they reach out to us and say, "Aap humse khareed sakte hain." And you know, that is truly, truly empowering of how, and just a simple example of how even women have been impacted in so many rural cities who are sitting from home, making craft, making, you know, bandhani work in Jaipur. So many places you see craft across the country and are able to earn a livelihood without a commission being taken from them, without advantage being taken from them. So that's one part. I feel payment gateways and the access of COD that we have in India, which is not accessible in the West as easily, is something that's again very, very transformative for people. Yeah, it's been very, very helpful. And in the pandemic, perhaps we survived because we were online. There was no way that our offline store shut, like many other consumer products and people who are in the consumer space. And we really survived because we built that community. We reached out to our consumers, and we had an active base of large number of consumers across the country and across the globe who had access to us.
Fantastic. Rahul, thank you for joining in, Rahul. Rahul is the founder and CEO for India Networks. And Rahul, जो अभी तक बात हुई है ना, उसमें एक बात बड़ी क्लैरिटी के साथ शायद दर्शकों को भी समझ में आ गई होगी जो हमारे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हुए हैं ऑनलाइन, वो ये कि डिजिटलाइजेशन की वजह से 3 चीज़ों में काफ़ी सरलता आई है. एक आपका पेमेंट स्ट्रक्चर, दूसरा सप्लाई चेन और तीसरा कम्युनिटी बिल्डिंग, राइट? आपके केस में अगर मैं ये पूछूं कि आइडिया, एंटरप्रेन्योर, मार्केट, इन 3 चीज़ों को आइडेंटिफाई करने में डिजिटल क्या रोल अदा करता है? And how does, because these are the 3 key things, if I talk about you, because that's how the whole funding happens, right? You need to find out the market, you need to be clarity on the entrepreneur, and you need to find out the idea, whether it serve the purpose or not. So when you talk about these 3 things, how does, digitally, what are the things that helps you, or how you think that is going to make your stuff easy?
So boss, देखो, digital is a medium, right? It's you can call it distribution, you can call it content, whatever. So I'm like a slightly senior citizen in e-commerce here. I did.
But you started quite young.
हाँ, Fashion NU हमने 2009 में शुरू किया था.
Fashion
मैं
NU.
DLF की नौकरी कर रहा था और एक ऑलिवर युंग नाम का यूरोपियन भाई मिला मेरे को. उसने कहा मेरे को इंडिया में ई-कॉमर्स करना है. तो अपन थोड़ा पढ़ते रहे तो सोचा चलो कर लेते हैं. And honestly, the model of Fashion NU was हम लग्जरी ब्रांड के पास जाते थे, बोलते थे भाई साहब आपका जो भी डेड स्टॉक है, जो माल नहीं बिका है स्टोर से, वो हमको दे दो, हम उसको ऑनलाइन चलाएंगे. एंड इट वाज अ क्लोज साइट, तो आपको पासवर्ड से अंदर जाना पड़ता था एंड हम डिस्काउंट वर्ड यूज नहीं करते थे. एंड आई हैड वर्कड इन रिटेल रियल एस्टेट फॉर 10 years इन दिल्ली. सो आई थॉट इट विल बी इजी टू गो एंड कन्विंस अ ब्रांड के भाई दे दो. 4 महीने तक आई यूज्ड टू ट्रैवल 170 kilometers on average in Delhi NCR. I used to wait an average of 5 hours in a brand's reception. No brand understood कि ई-कॉमर्स क्या है. इनफैक्ट मार्केट में रूमर ये था कि डीएलएफ ने इसको नौकरी से निकाल दिया है 2008-9 के रिसेशन के बाद. कोई काम धंधा नहीं है भाई के पास, तो इंटरनेट पे कपड़े बेच रहा है. तो मेरी बीवी को बहुत सहानुभूति मिलती थी कि पागल है, इंटरनेट पे कपड़े कौन खरीदेगा. एंड दैट चेंज फॉर अस when we became the second startup to get $8 million from Sequoia 2010, then 40 million, then 128 million. बट उस टाइम पे भी मैं जितने अपने पुराने ओल्ड इकोनॉमी नेटवर्क के मेंटोर्स या दोस्तों के साथ बैठता था, 2 चीजें कॉमन होती थी. बबल है जी, बबल, ये तो फूट जाएगा, ये स्कैम है कुछ, तो पता नहीं क्या करते हो आप. सेकेंड, nobody understood the power of and the speed at which digital would transform. So you said 3 things, right? So when you look at what has digital done, it's basically amplified a few things. तो हमारे केस में सबसे पहले हमारे को दिक्कत आई पेमेंट्स की, क्योंकि कार्ड के ऊपर उस टाइम पे 2010 में कोई स्वाइप नहीं करता था. तो एक इनोवेशन इंडिया में हो गया कैश ऑन डिलीवरी. और मुझे याद है हमने इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा ट्रांजैक्शन उस टाइम का किया था. मैंने एक टैग ह्योर की घड़ी बेची 1.5 लाख रुपए में ऑनलाइन. अब जिस लेडी ने खरीदा वो भुवनेश्वर से थी, तो उसने तो पहले 4 फोन कॉल किए कि ये जेन्युइन टैग ह्योर की घड़ी है, नकली नहीं है. देन उन्होंने एक बॉम्बे का एड्रेस दिया, एक दिल्ली का एड्रेस दिया. तो आई गॉट ऑन द कॉल, बिकॉज हम तब बहुत छोटे स्टार्टअप थे, 7 लोग थे, हम एक्साइटेड थे, 1.5 लाख की सेल हुई है. हमने कहा मैम हम भुवनेश्वर डिलीवर कर देंगे. नहीं, पक्का कर दोगे? हाँ. तो कैश कैसे लोगे? ब्लू डार्ट ने मना कर दिया. तो हमने कैलकुलेट किया, हमारा मार्जिन इतना था, हमने एक बंदे को ट्रेन से भेजा कि जा अम्मा को घड़ी दे और कैश लेके आ जा. फिर एक भाई साहब ने बेलगांव में 2 घड़ियां खरीद ली 9 लाख रुपए की. बट जिस एरिया का एड्रेस दिया वहां पे हमको डर लग रहा था कि अगर घड़ी लेके जाएंगे तो वापस आ पाएंगे कि नहीं. तो फिर मांडवल ये हुई कि होटल में सर को बोला सर आप प्लीज कैश लेके वहां आ जाओ, हम कर. देखो उस टाइम पे ये सब जुगाड़ किया, ठीक है. देन माय सेकंड स्टार्टअप वाज अगेन इन द फैशन स्पेस, इट वाज कॉल्ड इंडियन रूट्स. 2013 से 2016 मैंने 3 साल ये किया एनडीटीवी के साथ पार्टनरशिप. हमारे पास पैसे नहीं थे फॉर डिजिटल. तो हमने कहा इंडिया एज अ मार्केट भूल जाओ, व्हाट आंचल वाज सेइंग कैक वाज सो हाई, आई सेड फॉरगेट इंडिया एज अ मार्केट, लेट्स लुक एट आउटसाइड इंडिया। तो हम सब्यसाची, रोहित पल, अनीता डोंगरे, ये सारी चीजें इंडियंस को इंडिया के बाहर भेजते थे एंड इट वाज डूइंग प्रीटी वेल, बट उस टाइम पे शायद मार्केट वाज नॉट रेडी फॉर आर्टिजनल। सो जो सांची बोल रही है, हमने कोशिश करी कि हम आर्टिजन प्रोडक्ट्स को भी प्रमोट करें। और मेरे मेंटर है प्रोफेसर पीयूष सिन्हा एट IIM अहमदाबाद, इन्होंने एक फेयर लगाया था, तो वहाँ आर्टिजन्स आए थे ऑल ओवर इंडिया से। तो हम लोग गए, वहाँ पे एक लेडी का स्टॉल था, तो मैंने देखा एक साड़ी है, उस पर पूरा रामायणा फर्स्ट सीन से लास्ट सीन उस लेडी ने हैंड पेंट किया हुआ है। आई वॉज ब्लोन अवे। मैंने कहा दीदी ये कितना टाइम लगता है आपको एक साड़ी बनाने में? बोले भैया 4 महीने लगते हैं, बिकॉज घर का काम करती हूँ और फिर मैं करती हूँ। तो मैंने थोड़ा डरते डरते पूछा 4 महीने दीदी कितने में दोगे? सिर्फ भैया 4,000 रुपए। आई सेड दीदी आपको 4 में? हाँ भैया यही दाम मिलता है। अब ऑब्वियसली वो फैब्रिक इतना अच्छा नहीं था एंड ऑल दैट, तो हमने उनको अडॉप्ट किया एज अ क्लस्टर। हमने NID के प्रोफेसर विजय कटियार से इनको ट्रेन कराया और एक चंदेरी साड़ी पे उसको पेंट कराया मैंने, एंड उसको लेके आई केम टू दिल्ली एंड आई शोड इट टू डॉक्टर प्रणॉय रॉय एंड मिसेस राधिका रॉय, एंड मिसेस रॉय हैड टीयर्स इन हर आईज। राहुल दिस इज अ वर्क ऑफ आर्ट। मैंने कहा मैम इसको कितने में बेचना चाहिए? अच्छा, उस टाइम पे ऑन इंडियन रूट्स वी हैड जस्ट क्रिएटेड ई-कॉमर्स हिस्ट्री। आई हैड सोल्ड 1 शॉल फॉर 19 lakhs ऑनलाइन विद अ क्रेडिट कार्ड, एंड हम रूटीनली ये 3.5-4 लाख के सब्यसाची के लहंगे बेचते थे। तो हमने कहा मार्केट तो है। मिसेस राहुल ने कहा ये शी सेड राहुल ये दिस इज प्राइसलेस, बट 1 लाख रुपए से कम में मत बेचना। डॉक्टर रॉय ने कहा राहुल देसी भाई है, 50,000 में बेच, बट ज्यादा बेच सो दैट द आर्टिजन्स मेक मनी। We put up one of our largest marketing campaigns to promote that sari, the Ramayana sari. अभी तक 4 पीस बिके हैं, उसमें से एक मैंने खरीदा है। Because unfortunately the hard fact is, with all due respect, most of the women are happy to pay 3.5 lakhs for a handcrafted handmade piece from Italy because it says Louis Vuitton or Bottega, but will haggle with me for 25,000 rupees to pay to that artisan. वो साड़ी हमने 26,000 में लगाई थी साहब, उसमें कोई लेने को तैयार नहीं था। Again, it's a different era. I'm so happy that people like Sachi are now doing this. But what we have seen with e-commerce is, to cut a long story short, this world is about 3 things: content, context, community. हम प्रोडक्ट्स नहीं खरीदते, हम उसकी कहानी खरीदते हैं। आईफोन बेटर है, सैमसंग बेटर है, किसी को नहीं पता। आप आईफोन की कहानी खरीदते हो। मेरा बेटा है, वो 14 साल की उम्र से स्टार्टअप करता है, वो आईफोन के लिए पागल है। मतलब मैं तो फिर भी एंड्रॉइड वाला गरीब बाप हूँ। वो उसको आप नींद से उठा के 3 बजे पूछोगे, सारे स्पेक्स बता देगा। तो जब वो 10 साल का था तो उसको एक हमने सेकेंड हैंड आईफोन 10 दिया था, एंड देन फ्यू इयर्स बैक मुझे आईफोन लेना पड़ा टू टेस्ट द iOS ऐप फॉर माय टीम। तो मैं बॉम्बे में था, मुझे याद है, मैंने इसको फोन किया, मैंने कहा रियान आई हैव टू बाय आईफोन, मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता नया पुराना, तो मैं लेटेस्ट ले लेता हूँ, तेरा पुराना मुझे दे दे। खुश, एब्सोल्युटली। हाँ लेटेस्ट ये वाला 1.5 पेटी का उसने मेरे को चिपका दिया। तो मैं बैंड्रा में जाके मैं खरीद रहा हूँ, सडनली उसका फोन आता है, पापा आप वापस कब आ रहे हो? मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? नहीं आप ये आज ही यूज करोगे? मैंने कहा हाँ मेरे को तो आज ही यूज करना है। तो मेरे को मतलब 3-4 दिन बाद मिलेगा? आई सेड हाँ, नहीं चाहिए। तो आई सेड क्या ये पुराना हो गया इसलिए? ही सेड नहीं पापा, यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, यू आर टेकिंग अवे द कंप्लीट जॉय ऑफ मी अनबॉक्सिंग दैट फोन। मैंने कहा थप्पड़ मारूंगा, डब्बा है वापस से बंद करके दे दूंगा साले। ही सेड नहीं नहीं मेरे को सबसे पहले ये डब्बा खोलना है। अब आप सोचो धंधे के एंगल से, जिसने फोन बनाना शुरू किया, कभी आपने ये सोचा था कि वो डब्बा खोलना इज सच अ बिग फीचर फॉर अ फोन? और वो 1.5 लाख का फोन है। तो वर्ल्ड हैज चेंज, यू आर नॉट बाइंग दैट फोन, आप उस फोन की कहानी खरीद रहे हो, उसके लिए लोग किडनी बेचने को तैयार है, राइट? सो एवरीथिंग इज कंटेंट, और कंटेंट भरा पड़ा है, बट कंटेंट इज पावरफुल विद द कॉन्टेक्स्ट दैट यू पुट टू इट। सो इफ Sanchi is selling a handcrafted piece, if she changes the context, people will pay a premium for that content. And today the best way to do that, as Anchal was also saying, digital is very expensive. If you build a community, what has Apple done? It's built a community of cult. Fans हैं Apple के, right? Which is why AirPods sell so much, or whatever. आज की डेट में latest, I don't know, some AR/VR headset they have launched, 3.5 पेटी का लोग लाइन लगा के खरीद रहे हैं, ठीक है? So आज की डेट में आप कोई भी धंधा कर लो, अगर आपको उसका कंटेंट बनाना आता है और कॉन्टेक्स्ट, आई डोंट नो हिंदी में यू कॉल इट संदर्भ, तो अगर आप संदर्भ सही दे देते हो तो आज कंटेंट की दुनिया में आप देखोगे तो भरा पड़ा है यूट्यूब, राइट? बट एक दैट गाय हर्षवर्धन, आई डोंट नो व्हाटएवर हिज नेम, ही सॉ अ कंटेंट, एकता कपूर का सीरियल देख के उसने एक मीम बना दिया, रसोड़े में कौन था। दोपहर को उसने वो मीम डाला यूट्यूब पे, तब उसके कुछ 30-40 हज़ार फैंस थे, देन इट वेंट इनटू मिलियंस। शाम को अर्नब के शो पे स्पोक्स पर्सन ऑफ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज वर कोटिंग रसोड़े में कौन था, उसके बाद उसने, और आज की डेट में उसका वो बिजनेस हो गया, राइट। अब उसके कितने पैसे चाहिए, उसको एक माइक चाहिए, एक फोन चाहिए, और वो कंटेंट बना रहा है, तो उसके लिए आपको पैसे नहीं चाहिए, बट उसको कॉन्टेक्स्ट है कि इतना कंटेंट है, इसको मैंने ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट दे दिया। एंड इफ यू आर एबल टू बिल्ड अ कम्युनिटी, दैट्स द मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल थिंग इन द वर्ल्ड।
फैंटास्टिक। सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज, और आपकी कहानी में एक कई सारे लोग मोटिवेट भी हुए, मैं खुद भी मोटिवेट हुआ था जब मैंने फैशन इन यू की कहानी सुनी थी। बट अगर आप एक बार ये भी दर्शकों को बता देना कितना आपने इन्वेस्ट किया था और कितने में उसमें एग्जिट किया था, तो शायद डबल मोटिवेशन मिलेगा।
आज की डेट में ना स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम की वाट इसी चक्कर में लगी है, हर कोई साला वैल्यूएशन चेस कर रहा है, उसके चक्कर में शॉर्टकट लेता है, और फिर उसमें सारे बच्चों को तुम कुछ टैबलेट चिपका के 22 बिलियन की कंपनी का 5 बिलियन हो गया है, ठीक है। सो ऑनेस्टली आई वुड से एज मीडिया, लेट अस स्टॉप ग्लोरीफाइंग वैल्यूएशन। वैल्यूएशन इज समबडीज ओपिनियन एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। सो आई थिंक 2013-14 में मासासान ने आके $1 बिलियन दिए फ्लिपकार्ट को एट 8.5 बिलियन वैल्यूएशन, एंड सेम टाइम पे स्नैपडील को भी 1 बिलियन दिया एट 6.5 बिलियन वैल्यूएशन, और 4 महीने बाद उसने कहा बेटा तुमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, 800 मिलियन में तुम बिक जाओ, चेंज हो गया। तो वैल्यूएशन इज नॉट अ परमानेंट थिंग। लेट्स नॉट चेज नंबर्स, लेट्स बिल्ड बिजनेसेस विच आर सॉलिड। आज की हमारे टाइम पे ये होता था कि 10 साल लगते थे एक धंधे को बनाने में, और 10 साल लगाते थे उसकी वाट लगाने में। आज वो टाइमलाइन मोस्टली 18 महीने हो गया। सडनली वो क्या पिकाचू, दैट सम गेम विच वेंट सो क्रेजी वायरल, देन इट जस्ट वेंट डाउन इन टर्म्स, especially in the investments where D2C is very hot. 5,000 D2C companies खुल गई, अब D2C story is over. EdTech was very hot because of Byju's, अब EdTech को nobody wants to touch. These are all waves. Okay. So 2 things I want to say as entrepreneurs: do it for something that you really enjoy, because you can't keep faking it. और अपने देश की पंगा क्या है ना इंडिया का, हमारा पूरा मैनेजमेंट एजुकेशन और स्टार्टअप एजुकेशन ना अमेरिका से हम कट कॉपी पेस्ट करते हैं, तो बच्चे बेचारे पढ़ते हैं फेक इट टिल यू मेक इट। उनकी इंग्लिश वैसी, मैं भी जनता विद्यालय से पढ़ा, तो हम उसका लिटरल ट्रांसलेशन करते हैं कि झूठ बोलो। इट डजंट मीन दैट, इट मीन्स फेक योर कॉन्फिडेंस। बट वो कॉन्टेक्स्ट उनको समझ नहीं आता, उतना सा कंटेंट लेते हैं, देन एवरीबडी इज ट्राइंग टू फेक इट, एंड नाउ यू सी ऑल दिस स्कैम्स हैपनिंग इन स्टार्टअप्स। सो एज मीडिया, लेट अस नॉट ग्लोरीफाई पीपल हु हैव गॉट अ वैल्यूएशन। व्हाट इज वैल्यूएशन यार? वो मासासान को 100 बिलियन लेने थे सऊदी से, तो इसलिए उसने बहुत सारे लोगों को बहुत सारे पैसे बांट दिए और उसमें अच्छा खासा धंधे की वाट लगा दी। दैट इज वन। 2 is build businesses where you focus on the bottom line more than the top line. Yeah, certain sectors you need that investment in the initial bits when you're trying to build a category or whatever. So I'll give you another example. जब हम फैशन न्यू कर रहे थे, हमारे टीम ने आके बोला कि सर कैक बहुत हाई है, जो आंचल बोल रही थी, उस टाइम पे भी 2,500-3 हज़ार का कैक था, अगर लो वैल्यू प्रोडक्ट बेच रहे तो कैसे होगा? तो किसी ब्राइट बल्ब ने सोचा सर हम ना ये 100 बॉटल परफ्यूम के बिलो कॉस्ट बेचेंगे। आई थिंक इट वॉज ब्लू वाटर समथिंग। मैंने कहा बट ये तो लॉस है। बोला नहीं सर, इसको अकाउंटिंग में हम क्या बोलेंगे, ये मेरा कैक का कॉस्ट है, तो मैं इसको लॉस में नहीं डालूंगा, मैं अपने मार्केटिंग कॉस्ट में डाल दूंगा, विच इज नाउ इट इज कॉल्ड क्रिएटिव अकाउंटिंग। एंड टुडे इफ यू लुक एट ऑल ई-कॉमर्स, हम सब वो टाइगर पे राइड कर रहे हैं। जब तक डिस्काउंट दे रहे हो धंधा हो रहा है, डिस्काउंट देना बंद कर दिया, कस्टमर नेक्स्ट पोर्टल पे चला गया। सो अगेन दीज आर ऑल फॉल्स मेट्रिक्स। या इकोसिस्टम इज इवॉल्विंग, वी हैव अ ज़ीरोडा टुडे। I think we should celebrate the Zerodas of the world rather than the Byju's of the world. That's my subject.
So we celebrate the idea.
And just to answer your question, Fashion in You, the numbers were, we raised $8 million and 40 million, then 128 million. That company does not exist today. Okay. What I'm proud of is Indian Roots, because Indian Roots में क्या था, हमने NDTV से partnership किया था, unfortunately पैसे नहीं थे. My business plan was $3 million cash, which was 18 crores. Last minute investor fizzled out, पैसे नहीं थे. So all I could raise was 84 lakhs. My business plan was 18 crores. If I look back, that's the best thing that happened to me, because we sold that company for $85 million in 3 years. But that 3 years was a master class on how not to do things in life.
So opportunities also bring challenges, right? Anchal, if I come to you, which are the biggest challenges that you see right now, and what are the suggestions that you will give which may make the digital landscape easy for the people who are going to enter?
So, obviously challenges have changed, right? When we started, challenges were different. When we started, I would start just, give you a minute on that. When we started, there was no precedent. Supposedly, today I'm, wanting to open a fashion website. So I look at the Mastige website, look at a Myntra, put my features, do a little better job than Myntra and open, right? But we're doing fashion rentals. कुछ था ही नहीं, there was no precedent only, and we wanted to obviously get technology involved because we wanted to, you know, reach to masses. So the first day we sort of launched our website. Within a span of 5 hours, we received about 75 orders. And you know, we were also a little shocked, कि अभी शुरू करा है rental product है. We were renting western wear then. So 75 orders. Then we realized all of those, 95% people thought they bought the product. They thought that 5,000, 10,000 rupee dress, they bought it for like 500 bucks. Because that was the norm, you know, as Rahul said, that it was just discounting. So this is what we started with. So we again obviously took down the website, revamped, bada rent likha har jagah pe, making people understand rent kya hota hai. Digitally it was expensive because we had to really put in a lot of money in our digital platforms like Facebook, Instagram, mostly celebrities. We wanted to enroll a lot of influencer celebrities, talk about the product, how renting is cool. The kind of TGs we are handling with, if Alia Bhatt is doing something, that is cool. Everybody would like to do what Alia Bhatt is doing. So this is where we were. Technology, of course, enabled us. So obviously, if you're handling like back-end warehouse operations, tech helped. You can do 100, you can do 10, 20, 30, 100 orders manually, but when the numbers go high, you have to have technology. And we had to make the processes strong. We had to build the product better. First 2 years of our journey, we were just able to rent one product just 3 times and it used to fail. Today, we are able to get that life cycle way higher, right? So what we were doing then was completely different than what we are doing now. So now we are at a stage that, you know, since 2019, I started another brand called Rented Ben. We acquired Flyrobe in 2019. So of course, Flyrobe was heavily burning money. Valuation was high, raised a lot of money. But post that, what we're doing is we're trying to steer the business towards profitability. So first thing is your burn needs to go down, right? You need to get your basic model to profitability. Like, you know, now for us, of course, there is burn at the parent company, but we are operationally profitable. Our stores are performing well. So the idea is to scale. We are scaling to the franchise route. We are scaling to different cities. Every city is a different marketing ballgame again. You know, how we promote Hyderabad is not the way what we do in Delhi. So many different challenges, different things. And since India, it's geographically very different. For us, of course, the kind of product, 80% stays the same. 20% is different from different geographies. And digitally, again, what is working super well for us is the content and the collaborations. Collaborations work phenomenally well for us. And collaborating with brands which are similar, you know, which sort of complement our services, like we are into fashion, right, rentals. So a cosmetic brand does well for us. So we both do something together, create some phenomenally good content, and a lot of money is also not involved here. You know, we are all trying to reach out to each other's audiences. So, you know, I'm a biggest believer that, you know, if you're in the same space, TG is the same, collaborating with good brands, other brands, having some niche services, you know, creating something additional to what you're already doing is the edge, 100%.
Nishkarsh, in short, if you could, you know, just help the audience understand which are the best digital marketing strategies right now for visibility and customer engagement.
So multiple things can be done. There are paid methods and then there are free methods. Paid methods are the ones wherein you put in money to get customers on your website, to get traffic. And that's how we started. So when we started our e-commerce journey in 2017, we were selling t-shirts in the United States. And we were shipping from China. And we started with a 1.5 lakh rupee budget. And we started with Facebook advertising, you know. And from that 1.5 lakh budget, we started, and in the next 5 years, we scaled to a 40 crore revenue with just Facebook advertising. So Facebook advertising is super powerful if you want to build a D2C brand. And we're bootstrapped, no funding, nothing. If your products are products that people search on Google, then Google ads. But if your products, you know, like the other panelists are talking here, you know, what I've seen is in D2C, people make impulsive buying decisions. मतलब उन्होंने एक प्रोडक्ट देखा, उनको जरूरत नहीं है उनकी, लेकिन the way you market is कि उनको मतलब you create the need. That's what marketing is, right? You create the need for the product. So Facebook advertising is super powerful. You hook the audience through video ads, whatever product you're selling, and then you make them buy. So Facebook advertising, Google advertising is super duper powerful. When you go for free methods, I am a super big fan of content. collaborations, definitely I agree with that. So creating content about the product, like just in a couple of days, we're planning a content shoot for the clothing brand that we run. Simple hai, let's say you want to sell shirts, you know, you're just creating content about the shirt. Instead of talking about कि आपकी shirt किस material की है, उसके button क्या है, no one cares about that. Like Sir said that the story sells, and that's totally true. When we started our shirts brand in the US, and most of our sales come from the US right now, हम एक shirt बेचते हैं 6,000 रुपए की, 6,000 to 10,000 rupees, मतलब 80 से $100 के आसपास in the United States. So या तो हम बोल सकते थे ये शर्ट लो because इसका फैब्रिक अच्छा है, इसके बटन अच्छे हैं, but we shared a story with them. The story was that मतलब मैं अपने आप को निश, मेरा नाम वो बाहर तो प्रोनाउंस कर नहीं पाते हैं, तो मैं निश बोलता था, तो मैं निश हूँ. एंड मेरे फादर का एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बिजनेस रहा है 30 सालों से शर्ट्स का. एंड यू नो कोविड के टाइम पे वो बिजनेस बिल्कुल बंद हो गया. एंड देन वी केम अप विद द आइडिया कि उस शर्ट बिजनेस को ऑनलाइन लेके जाते हैं. And we bootstrapped the company ourselves. This story sells. वो story से connect करते हैं लोग. तो उसके बाद जब प्रोडक्ट की बात आती है तो हम ना बहुत प्रिंट वाले शर्ट्स बेचते हैं. जैसे मैंने तो अभी स्ट्राइप पहनी हुई है, हम प्रिंट्स, आर्टिस्टिक शर्ट्स. तो इंस्टेड ऑफ टेलिंग देम कि बाय द शर्ट बिकॉज इट हैज अ ब्यूटीफुल प्रिंट, वी टेल देम बाय द शर्ट्स दैट विल attract a lot of compliments, shirts that will make you stand out, you know. And when we talk to these customers in the US, we realize कि उनको stand out होना बहुत पसंद है. You know, they want to make a fashion statement, they want to stand out, they want to look attractive. So the story really sells. So coming back to the free methods, content creation on YouTube, on Instagram, and a lot of times if you cannot create content, let's say video content नहीं बना सकते हो, तो वैसे D2C के लिए तो I would say videos work best. And then there's SEO, search engine optimization also really helps. उसका बस एक downside मुझे लगता है कि उसमें पैसा लगता है और वो long term में आपको results देता है. But content I think is super duper dope, you know, collaborating with people and all of that. So yeah, free methods, paid methods, yeah, these are the methods I feel.
Nish, you only sell to US customers, not to Indian customers?
We do.
So what is the story for them?
Same. लेकिन Indian, what I've seen is Indian, मतलब ठीक है, the story definitely sells, but थोड़ा सा आपको marketing अपनी change करनी पड़ जाती है, you know, और वो आपको समझ आता है customer से बात करके.
Point here is India में ना unfortunately जब इंडिया से बाहर जाके वापस देश में आते हैं ना तो ज़्यादा इज्जत मिलती है. So when we started Indian Roots, हमारे पास पैसे नहीं थे, 84 lakhs का बजट था, तो मेरी एक ही साइट थी .com, indianroots.com, उस पर डॉलर में प्राइसिंग आती थी और हम ₹1 इंडिया में नहीं खर्चा था. बट वो उनके यूएस कजिन्स उनको बोलते थे, अरे ये साइट है, इस पर हम सब्यसाची खरीद रहे हैं. तो हमको इंडियन कस्टमर्स के फोन आने लग गए कि आपकी प्राइस डॉलर में क्या है. हमारे पास एक्चुअली ये नहीं बोल सकते कि पैसे नहीं थे .in के लिए. तो हमने कहा सर ये आपके लिए नहीं है. मैडम ये आपके लिए नहीं है. जैसे व्हाट डू यू मीन मेरे लिए नहीं है. एंड बिकॉज हमने कहा आपके लिए नहीं है और सिर्फ डॉलर में है, मेरे से किसी ने डिस्काउंट नहीं मांगा. लोग फिगर आउट करने लगे कि कैसे हमको व्हाइट में 3.5 लाख रुपया दे दे एक लहंगे के लिए 3 कार्ड स्वाइप करके, बट उन्होंने डिस्काउंट नहीं मांगा. बट कदर क्यों हुई? क्योंकि हम सो अनफॉर्चुनेटली
I would actually beg to differ here with both of them and that's the difference in the audience that you can actually create in India. You know, you said that people are not going to buy something because the storytelling of a product is going to say that this product is better made or it's more sustainable or the fabric is better. But हमने एक बहुत अलग you know route देखा है जहाँ पे Gen Z is shopping very differently compared to millennials, and people above the age of maybe 40 are probably a little more price sensitive when they are looking at sustainable products. So for us, one of our biggest strengths has actually been going behind the storytelling of weavers, of craft, of talking about why this product is not only going to make you look good, but you will also feel good buying it. So that's been a huge strength for us. And sir, you also mentioned ki
so my story ended at 2016, and I'm so glad that it's
23
changed today. But also you are reinforcing my point where, so whenever you try and talk features, in my opinion, doesn't work. When you talk stories, it works. So we had done a campaign, we created this brand called Banka Silk. Banka is a region in Bihar. और वहाँ का silk was called Bhagalpur Silk because Bhagalpur से traders खरीदते थे. So we in Indian Roots created the brand called Banka Silk. But our campaign did not talk about the features of Banka Silk. We said, this is a cluster of 500 weavers who live below the poverty line. If you pay $20 extra for this sari, this little girl will go to school. The first person to call me was Mrs. Indra Nui from PepsiCo. She said, Rahul, I'll buy 100 because I do gifting. What was she buying? Not the fabric, she was buying the story. But again, my journey as e-commerce ended in 2016. Of late, what I'm seeing, especially with the younger generation, is they are more conscious. My niece was shopping and I heard her, she's 16, getting into arguments saying, don't buy this pair of jeans because they waste 20,000 liters of water, buy this. I mean, उस उम्र में हम लोग rate देखते थे भाई, ये सब नहीं सोचते थे. So I'm optimistic now.
Content. Even the saris that you spoke about back then. Today, the next generation of artisans and people in tier 2 and tier 3 cities have had so much more access to, designs, to social media, that they are actually contemporizing products themselves and looking at design and international design and finding ways to fit it for an international consumer. So when the products are actually coming to us, they are not as traditional. They are modernized in a way that could have an audience in a tier 1 city of what people are generally shopping, which has given a lot of people the exposure, access. So that's really changed with digitization in tier 2, tier 3 cities.
So the market is changing without any doubt. But whenever we are talking about digital, the only two things that are coming into place, as you said, content and context. But maybe we are missing the fact that even for inventory management and logistics, there are so many things that came into play, right? Maninder, if you could share some light and how could MSMEs use all these tools for logistics and inventory management?
So that is something that we really need to still work on a lot, because what has been happening is, although at one side, the digitalization, the e-commerce has been increasing like anything, but on the other side, this is the biggest challenge for any startup in this space, because the startups are genuinely ripped off by the logistics, warehousing, and things related to that. So you can imagine there's a small young entrepreneur who started with 1 lakh rupees or 2 lakh rupees, and he starts selling his products online. He has to part away with 25-35% of the money that he's getting from the customers just for logistics, and he has no other option. So this is one space which is still a challenge. It needs a lot of work from the government side. I am sure that to some extent this is being addressed by the infrastructure development which is happening in the country, but at the same time, the cost of fuel is also increasing on the other side. So things are happening, they'll take their own course of time, but still we have not really come across a solution which is comprehensive enough to support the entrepreneurs at startup level to be able to minimize this particular expense. I would not say cost, it's an expense, because 25 to 35% you just end up giving away to Amazons and Flipkarts for shipping your material. Now, I'll give you a personal example. हम खाद बनाते हैं. Okay, we are organic manure and agri inputs manufacturers. And हम गांव में और सारी जगह पे खाद अपनी बेचते हैं बहुत अच्छे से, and generally क्योंकि हम मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं तो 6-8 रुपए किलो का हमारा प्रोडक्ट होता है. It goes in 50 किलो की पैकिंग एंड ऑल दैट. हमने शहर में खाद बेचना शुरू किया. लोगों के घर पे प्लांटर्स, आप सबके घर पे होंगे आई एम श्योर, बट सब्जियां नहीं उगती होंगी, पत्ते आ जाते होंगे. सो वी फिगर्ड आउट दिस गैप इन द मार्केट एंड पीपल अप्रोच्ड अस कि सर आपकी इतनी अच्छी क्वालिटी की खाद है, आप शहर में बेचो, अच्छा रिपोर्ट आएगा, अच्छा रिजल्ट मिलेगा. सर वो 6 रुपए किलो की खाद हमने शहर में बेचनी शुरू की 199 रुपीज़ फॉर 2 kg, बिकॉज हम सब लोग अभी नर्सरी से जाके 200 रुपए की 2 किलो खाद खरीदते हैं. एंड बिकॉज द प्रोडक्ट वॉज बल्कि 2 kgs हैज़ टू बी शिप्ड, तो वो 199 रुपीज़ की 2 किलो खाद, आई स्वेयर मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा, वो 6 रुपए किलो वाली खाद ही है. ओके, नथिंग एडिशनल वी आर डूइंग टू इट. बट उसमें भी हमें ले दे के जो पहले कमा रहे थे उससे 20% ज़्यादा बच रहा है, बाकी सब हम बांट रहे हैं लॉजिस्टिक्स को, शिपिंग को एंड डिलीवरीज को एंड ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला. ऑलराइट, सो दिस चैलेंज इज स्टिल देयर, इट रिमेन्स. जब हमने ये खाद बेची, रिजल्ट आया, लोगों ने ऑनलाइन डाला बहुत कुछ कि ओ इट्स नाइस, माय फ्लावर्स आर ब्लूमिंग, माय प्लांट्स आर ब्लूमिंग, ठीक है, सब्जियां आ रही हैं, घर पे करेला उग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. ऑलराइट, बट देन रिपीट ऑर्डर्स नहीं आए. सो देन वी गॉट इनटू अ फिजल कि रिपीट ऑर्डर क्यों नहीं आ रहे. सो आई पर्सनली गॉट द लिस्ट ऑफ कस्टमर्स. मैं ऑफलाइन का आदमी हूँ, मैं ऑनलाइन का ज़्यादा आदमी नहीं हूँ. ऑलराइट, आई वेंट टू पीपल्स हाउसेस टू फिगर आउट कि रिपीट ऑर्डर्स क्यों नहीं दिए आपने. तो देन दे सेड कि अरे आपने खाद दे दी, खाद से रिजल्ट भी आया, बट बाद में हमारा माली भैया आया और उसने बोला कि अरे नहीं 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 ये वाली खाद मत डालो, उसमें नुकसान हो जाएगा, आप ये वाली खाद डालो जो मैं दे रहा हूँ. All right. So the point that I'm trying to make here is, like all four other panelists said, India is a place जहाँ पे digital solution है वो हमेशा hybrid के ऊपर based रहेगा. जब हम start करते हैं business यहाँ पे तो हमें ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि यार मैं शर्ट बेच रहा हूँ या मैं टैग होयर की घड़ी बेच रहा हूँ तो मैं सिर्फ ऑनलाइन का आदमी हूँ. मेरे को आदमी भेजना पड़ा भुवनेश्वर, मैंने भेजा. ओके, हाइब्रिड. मेरे को रेंटल्स के लिए कपड़े किसी को देने पड़े, उसके घर वो वापस नहीं दे रहा, उससे वापस मंगवाने पड़े किसी को बेच के, मैंने किया. राइट, हाइब्रिड. सो इंडिया, बिकॉज वी आर सच लार्ज अ पॉपुलेशन एंड अ कंट्री, दैट we should always promote digital solutions under hybrid model right from beginning. जितना मर्जी ऑनलाइन एफर्ट मारो, साथ में उसको ऑफलाइन से कॉम्प्लीमेंट भी करो. एंड ऑल्सो as then a stage comes where you scale up based on the tech, which is fine. But then again, after you've scaled up to a level, then again you need to go back to hybrid by having your presence of stores as well as online and pushing the two together. Right? So, you know, why all this happens? Because again, logistics is an issue, the overheads is an issue, and various things, because we are so far away. अब यहाँ पे आप बिजनेस कर रहे हो और आपको एक ऑर्डर आ जाता है अचानक से कश्मीर से, श्रीनगर से. You definitely want to do that order. You don't want to miss on that. But how would you do it? So you have to shell that extra money, you have to shell that extra buck to be able to do that sustainably. So hybrid is something that is very, very suggestible any point of time for e-commerce or digital solutions in India. And I would also like to quote one thing from Rahul's thing, जो आपने बात बोली थी कि valuation should not be. I'm a very firm believer of that, कि business तो वही होता है बॉस जो profit के ऊपर चलता है. ठीक है. Valuation I describe it as, जैसे हमारा एग्रीटेक है तो अभी अब मैं भी 2-3 लोगों से मिल रहा हूँ and people are testing us out. तो वैल्यूएशन के बारे में मेरी पर्सनल राय है that it is a very glorified tool used by investors to buy entrepreneurs' ambitions. So don't get trapped into the valuation game. Build business. Examples are there now. Zerodha is there. Few other examples are there. They're coming up. So I think the next gen, which is going to come up in digital solutions or e-commerce in India, after all the learning of last 20-25 years from India and abroad, is going to be pure business models and no kind of हवाबाजी.
यानी कि एक बात बिल्कुल क्लियर है, जो हमारे 5 गेस्ट बैठे हुए हैं ये अपने आप में कहानी है और इन सबके मॉडल्स इंस्पिरेशन भी है, मोटिवेशंस भी है और साथ में इनपुट्स भी हमें देते हैं कि हर चीज़ की जो शुरुआत है वो आइडिया से है एंड इट इज़ द एंटरप्रेन्योर एंड द आइडिया दैट मैटर्स. तो जो भी हमें सुन रहे हैं MSMEs वो इस बात को भी समझ गए होंगे कि डिजिटल टूल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, ऑनलाइन का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, लेकिन ऑफलाइन को भी ना भूलें, हाइब्रिड को भी आपको ध्यान में रखने का. सो यू हैव टू मिक्स एंड मैच. आप सभी का शुक्रिया, लेकिन जाते जाते आप सभी से एक लास्ट कोट लेना चाहूँगा जहाँ से मैंने शुरुआत करी थी कि AI कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है या कितनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है. स्टार्टिंग विद यू सर, व्हाट यू थिंक फॉर ऑल दोज हु आर लिसनिंग टू यू राइट नाउ, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है या कितना बड़ा खतरा है उन लोगों के लिए जो इस वक्त ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन के बीच में फंसे हुए हैं?
See, you have to understand what is it called, artificial intelligence. So it is artificial intelligence. What it is doing is replicating जो memory वाला game है वो. So it is a tool. अब उस tool से आप क्या करते हो ये हमारे ऊपर है. I don't think anybody can predict. Okay, all of this was said for every technology curve that came. कि robotics आ गया तो नौकरियां खत्म हो जाएंगी, machines आएंगी तो आदमी नहीं होगा. We all adapt. There's a term called hedonistic adaptation. As human beings, we'll all adapt. I think even AI will fall into its own place at some point. Some people will use it wisely, some people will not use it so wisely. We'll move on.
Sachi, your take?
I don't think AI can ever replace the human touch at all. I think irrespective of AI infiltrating into businesses and practices, as Rahul rightly said, that it depends on how we use it. It has both its pros and cons, but you can take ChatGPT as an example. It can never replace the human touch of writing something, researching on your own, it's not possible. You still need humans to run AI. You still need humans to optimize AI to work within the industry to solve problems. So I'm optimistic, of course, that AI is transformative in many, many ways and is going to come with its pros, but it can never take away the human touch at all.
Fantastic. Aanchal?
Similar belief, I think AI done right will do wonders, 100%. But currently, I feel 100% in agreement with what Sachi said. It cannot currently replace what we do. Like for example, you know, so obviously we've been working on data on rentals. Like India में how many people are renting clothes, कौन सी city में क्या कर रहे हैं, कितना perform कर रहे हैं. Look at ChatGPT, it shows nothing. Because ChatGPT, for the timing right now, it just collects information from Google, processes it in a proper way, and just saves you time from doing that effort, right? But today, when I have to do that data, so I have to dig into my data, check out my website, check out how many people have literally, so it's like inside data, right? So I feel AI, of course, more things, like it's just a tool that, you know, as Rahul said, कि कहाँ कैसे use करेंगे, उसका outcome wonders होंगे, time बचेगा बहुत, उन सब चीज़ों में बहुत काम आएगा, but again, it cannot take away the human touch, as Sachi said.
निष्कर्ष?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि AI humans को replace तो नहीं करेगा, लेकिन जिन humans को AI अच्छे से use करना आता है, वो उन humans को replace करेंगे जिन्हें नहीं आता. अब जैसे देखो ऑप्शन, जैसे सब बोल रहे हैं ऑप्शंस आपके पास हैं. अब कुछ लोग हैं जो AI को यूज़ करके वर्चुअल गर्लफ्रेंड बना रहे हैं, टाइम पास कर रहे हैं बेकार का, आई लव यू भेज रहे हैं ChatGPT पे, मतलब टाइम पास कर रहे हैं. कुछ लोग हैं जो उसको प्रोडक्टिवली यूज़ कर रहे हैं. जैसे हम लोग AI बहुत यूज़ करते हैं अपने बिजनेस में, एड कॉपीज लिखने के लिए, डिजाइन्स बनवाने के लिए, मार्केटिंग कैंपेन,
कहानी सुनाना और कहना बहुत आसान हो चुका है.
एग्जैक्टली. तो आपका वो टाइम बचाता है, आपके लिए वो चीज़ें आसान कर सकता है. आपको शायद मतलब कई बार होता है कि आपको बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है, आप AI को यूज़ कर सकते हो. तो आई थिंक वो हम पे डिपेंड करता है कि हम उसको यूज़ कैसे करेंगे. बट हाँ, रिप्लेस तो नहीं करेगा, लेकिन बहुत मेजर इंपैक्ट डालने वाला है ये आगे आने वाले टाइम में, और अभी भी डाल रहा है.
Just one point I wanted to add here. The irony of today's world. आज सब लोग connected है, right? सबके फोन पे सब connected है. आज की दुनिया की irony ये है कि the most globally connected tech-savvy Indians are turning to a सीमा आंटी के भाई मेरा रिश्ता करा दे. ठीक है? तो ये AI, VI, chat सब ठीक है. बट सोचो जो सैन फ्रांसिस्को में बैठे हैं, जिनके पास टिंडर भी है, जीवन साथी भी है, वो बेचारे एक सीमा आंटी के पास जा रहे हैं कि अम्मा कुंडली मिला दे और शादी करवा दे. तो यही है कुछ, मतलब these are all labels that we put.
See, राहुल आपके साथ तो 5-6 घंटे चाहिए यार. दिस इज वेरी शॉर्ट सेशन.
शादी जीवन साथी पे हुई है तो इसलिए मैं तो मतलब आई एम अ विक्टिम.
एक तो मैं किसान टाइप का आदमी, ठीक है, एंड द काइंड ऑफ यू नो क्लैरिटी ऑफ थॉट यू हैव फॉर द मोस्ट रेवोल्यूशनाइज्ड वर्ल्ड, यू नो, इट रियली कनेक्ट्स मी टू यू. एनीवेज, सो कमिंग टू दिस थिंग, देखो, there are two things. We should not confuse what AI is. The important thing is to understand what AI is. Americans have always glorified what they have made, and they will keep on doing that. That's their way of marketing. आज से 20 साल पहले Microsoft Word क्या था? Microsoft Excel क्या था? Nothing but an AI. हम करते थे ना कैलकुलेशन हाथ पे, और फिर Excel आ गया. हम लिखते थे चिट्ठी हाथ से, फिर वर्ड आ गया, तो वो एक AI ही था. हम गलती कहाँ कर रहे हैं AI के मामले में? दैट मॉडर्न एज जॉब्स जो कन्वेंशनल जॉब्स को रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं, हम बोल रहे हैं कि यार ये AI की वजह से हो रहा है. नहीं, वो AI की वजह से नहीं हो रहा. दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ मेनी थिंग्स पुट टुगेदर, द वे वर्ल्ड इज मूविंग, the way the aspirations of the world is moving, the way youth is coming up, the way their requirements are, right? गुड़गांव में there is a society which is coming up, अभी प्लान हो गई, लॉन्च होने वाली है, उसमें किचन्स नहीं है. I won't name the builder, फ्री की ऐड नहीं करना चाहता मैं किसी की. But see where we have come. हिंदुस्तानी घर में किचन नहीं है means a household totally dependent on food that will be ordered all the time. Okay, so we have reached this time. So jobs का scenario change हो रहा है. New jobs are coming in. We have to switch from conventional to unconventional and modern things. But doesn't mean that everything modern that we have to switch to is AI. So AI is there. It should be respected because it is again a tool, and we should respect it like a tool, not make it a boss. दैट इज वन थिंग. मैं कुछ डेटा आपको देता हूं. अराउंड 2000 में TRAI, जो हमारा टेलीकॉम रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, मोबाइल फ़ोन वगैरह लॉन्च हुए थे, तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहे थे, उसने एक डेटा बनाया था अपना इंटरनल. ठीक है, इट्स नॉट आउट इन द पब्लिक, somehow I know about it, कि हिंदुस्तान में बाय 2025 देयर विल बी 25 मिलियन मोबाइल फ़ोन यूज़र्स. ये सन 2000 में डेटा बना था, जिसके बेस पे TRAI अपनी पॉलिसी लॉन्च कर. मतलब कितना, 2.5 करोड़ यूजर्स ऑफ मोबाइल फोन बाय 2025. वेयर आर वी एंड हाउ मेनी आर द यूजर्स? नाउ व्हाट आई वांट टू हाईलाइट हियर इज अ टोटली डिफरेंट थिंग. प्लीज गूगल एंड चेक. आज की डेट में देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ यूथ एंड कम्युनिटी विच इज गोइंग अवे फ्रॉम स्मार्टफोन्स. And this trend 3 to 4 years from now is going to increase very, very drastically. And सबसे पहले कहाँ पे होने वाला है? Urbanites. Because if you happen to experience Japan, I've spent a lot of time in Japan. Japan में टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी एडवांस्ड है कि वहाँ डिप्रेशन रेट सबसे ज़्यादा है. वो चीज़ वो लोग संभाल रहे हैं in developed countries because they are accustomed to it much before than we got accustomed to it. In India, it is coming as a surprise to parents, to grandparents, to children also. And right now it is in tier 1, tier 2. Very fast it is going to move in tier 3, tier 4. So we Indians have no control on how to use this technology. How much to use it? What should be the screen time? When do I get over with it? How much is it harming me? So going ahead, when this Japan effect will come to India, how are we going to encounter it? So those things are also going to play a very, very big role in the future, which is not very far. Other countries are witnessing it. Japan is witnessing it. Korea is witnessing it. America is witnessing it. The whole West Coast. We will also witness it very, very soon. So these things also need to be considered when we talk about AI or smartphones or e-commerce or digital solutions altogether.
राइट. घड़ी ने बोल दिया है कि वक्त हो चुका है अब विदा लेने का. तो आप सभी मेहमानों का बेहद शुक्रिया फॉर योर इनवैल्यूएबल इनपुट्स. और जो दर्शक हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं और जो इस वक्त हमारे साथ दर्शक बैठे हैं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया फॉर बीइंग सच अ पेशेंट एंड सच अ लवली ऑडियंस. अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू. थैंक यू वेरी मच. और मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा पूरी जागरण न्यू मीडिया की टीम का भी, जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा एक इवेंट क्रिएट किया है और पूरे MSME सेक्टर में बदलाव के लिए जो ज़रूरी चीज़ें हैं उनको सामने लाने की कोशिश करी है. आप सभी का बेहद शुक्रिया. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much everyone. It was indeed a pleasure listening to all of you. And बहुत ही powerful ये session था post lunch. हालांकि क्या होता है, लोगों के energy level droop कर जाते हैं, but it was indeed a very power packed panel discussion. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the distinguished guests with us. And I would request Mr. Nair to kindly felicitate all the distinguished guests on the dais. Mr. Rahul Narvekar. Names are not mentioned. Names are not mentioned. Mr. Nishkarsh Sharma. Nishkarsh Sharma. Miss Aanchal Saini. Mr. Maninder Singh. Maninder Singh, Mr. Maninder Singh. And Miss Sachi Bahel. Thank you once again, everyone. I request you to kindly come forward for a group picture. Our heartfelt gratitude to everyone on the stage. Mr. Nair, I request you to kindly stay back. And I would request Ms. Geetu Moza and Mr. Vivek Mittal to kindly come up on the stage, and would also invite Mr. Vishal Verma, VP Sales, and Mr. Suyash, AVP Production from Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate our extremely talented moderators who have done a fabulous job. A lot of learnings from here. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the three moderators, our three talented moderators who have done extremely well in helping us decoding the Jagran BADLAV MSME 2023. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the end of Jagran BADLAV MSME Conclave 2023. It was indeed our pleasure to host you all for the occasion. We are indeed indebted to you for making it a big success. I, on behalf of Jagran New Media, extend our heartiest gratitude to the eminent guests for their august presence. Everyone in the audience who attended this event, we are grateful to you, and the sponsors and partners who have made this occasion special. Our supporting partner, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, our state partner, Uttarakhand Shasan, and our MSME finance partner, Godrej Capital. We really appreciate you helping us in making this event a memorable one. Thanks a lot once again. I request you all to kindly join us for the high tea, and I bid you a goodbye. Thank you.